The cruel the format is, the entertaining the tournament gets. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast, third draft, presented by Nodvin Gaming. I'm going to be a host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel will be Shai Shanu. Shai Shanu, day 3. Yesterday, 2 teams bid adieu to us from the lower brackets. I mean, yeah, it is a sad moment, but at the same time, it's something we need to move on with. But as I mentioned, the cruel the format is, the more entertaining the tournament gets.
Absolutely true. I mean, one of the most entertaining games even yesterday that we saw between Park Boys as well as God's Reign. 2 overtimes, and that's a delight to watch. And at the end of the day, now, yes, we did bid adieu to a couple of teams yesterday. We're going to have to bid adieu to a couple of teams today as well. But on a good side, we're going to have a couple of finalists as well. Not 2, but at least 1.
Yeah, well, we'll be finding out our first finalist inside of this entire Super 6. It will be an interesting affair considering there will be a matchup lined up between True Rippers and Marcos Gaming, and both these teams have been looking at the top of their form. Let's move on forward and look at the brackets to clear things out a little bit more so you guys will understand in depth. We started things off with God's Reign and Wawa, then Pack Boys and Marcos Gaming. Later on, unfortunately for God's Reign, yesterday they got eliminated from the lower brackets, which was not that great for them. But as we move on forward, today's matchup will be between True Rippers and Marcos Gaming. It's an upper bracket matchup. Whoever loses over there will be moving down to the lower brackets, and whoever will be the winner from between the matchup with Pack Boys and Wawa will be moving forward with the loser of the first matchup.
Absolutely true. And I believe it's not just one. We're going to have both of the finalists by the evening because, again, the one who wins it from Park Boys and Wawa will be matching up with the one that loses from True Rippers and Marcos Gaming, and we'll have that matchup as well. So the winner will directly move to the final. It is highly possible that we might see a revenge lined up for the grand finals itself, but maybe not. Maybe something entirely different. Maybe an India versus Pakistan match that, I mean, all the fans out there would love to witness.
I mean, once again, speaking of Marcos Gaming and True Rippers, we've seen these two teams duke it out once in the past in the group stage itself. Yes, it was quite a tight-knit affair, but considering we also have added on the legends, Kenny S on the side of True Rippers, Shocks on the side of Marcos Gaming, and as I've been mentioning in the past as well, if you add on Shocks to Marcos Gaming, it just feels like they got that missing piece of puzzle, and Marcos Gaming is now a complete team.
That is absolutely the reason why I always say that whenever we were just talking on the backstage as well about the predictions and we were guessing who would possibly win the tournament or at least this specific matchup, everyone has been saying that it is True Rippers because Kenny is an insane legend out there, of course, the god of op, and also at the same time, True Rippers just insane fraggers out. But on the other side, I've been saying that Marcos Gaming is also a pretty solid lineup that are working really well. But at the end of the day, we're going to have a look at the lineup of True Rippers too. Because it's Kenny S along with McGill's, Ghost, Defaulter, and their last player, Rossi, the one that everybody wanted to see on that grand stage.
Exactly. Rossi was the man who we saw replaced in the past, but now he's back once again in the roster. And I mentioned the amount of impact Rossi can have inside of True Rippers. It's immense. We've seen this man perform time and time, not just over here, even in the past inside of the group stage a lot of the times. Rossi is not a man to be replaced. He's got a lot of mechanical prowess, and we know what he's capable of, and we know what he brings to the table as well. Kenny S might be happy with the performance that Rossi can put up, but there's also a chance that Rossi might just succumb to that pressure considering he's playing with the legend himself.
And the fun fact about this lineup is that previously we did not see Rossi come up. So this will be his first matchup, just as you perfectly mentioned. And at the same time, I was really hoping for True Rippers to possibly stick with the previous lineup because, of course, they played with Kenny S, they have synergized a little better, and we've seen the more the legends play with these lineups, the better that chemistry gets and the stronger they perform. Like, talk about Freiburg, talk about Guardian. That matchup was absolutely phenomenal, as we previously mentioned. The double overtime in 2 different maps. That's the best that you could ask for from both of those teams, and at the end of the day, very climactic finish.
I mean, come mid getting eliminated from the tournament, it's something none of us saw coming.
True.
And come mid was one of the strongest teams in the Pakistan region. Yeah, we had a lot of choice words to say in the interview itself. We heard that interview too, but in general, come mid getting taken down like that in such an unfortunate fashion was definitely something that struck us all in a really bad way. But maybe in the future, these guys will be back with a great comeback. As we move on forward with the Marcos Gaming lineup, it's been looking perfect since the addition of Shocks. These guys have been playing perfectly.
Absolutely. The man I just love the way how his Shox' team is also setting him up perfectly and he's also just fragging like anything. You bring it the AWP in his hands, he's going to do insane. You add a rifle in his hands, he's still going to perform very well. And the way he just gives his input, that is the exact piece that you were continuously mentioning the Marcos Gaming were missing. So that's yet again a very solid lineup, and I personally feel like they do stand a very solid chance at getting on top of True Rippers. But
Yeah.
hey, I'm just gonna make my prediction. I feel it could potentially be a 2-1.
I mean, you speak of the legend, and the legend's right in front of us. And Shocks, once again, it feels like this man's having a great time. Now, yesterday I was scrolling through social media, and I looked at Shocks' story on Instagram, and it feels like he's also exploring Malaysia. He's visiting some new places, and I'm loving to see that. You know, they're having great time inside of the game, outside of the game as well with the teammates. So even those type of things really do sort of contribute for better communication and team synergy.
That is true. I mean, of course, you are in Malaysia. You might as well just go out and have some fun as well. Look around. That's what you and me would also do at the same time and not play games all night. But that's all.
That is true.
That's an entirely different story on the other side, though. Kenny S out there as well. Not the True Rippers jersey this time.
He went back to the legendary G2 jersey. I mean, Kenny S has got a lot of past with this team. I know exactly. And once again, for Kenny S, he's still signed to that same team. So it makes a lot of sense that he's wearing that G2 jersey as well. But then you look at the rest of the players of Marcos Gaming, stoicism. Not really showcasing a lot of emotions. The players do not exactly know what the result's going to be looking like inside of this matchup. Considering True Rippers, they have been an undefeatable opponent in general because they haven't lost a single series. Yes, they have dropped a map, but they did not lose a single series.
That is correct. And at the same time, since you've already come on the topic of the maps, I also wanted to make a few guesses. Since seeing the previous time both of these teams, they matched up on Ancient as well as Overpass, and where Overpass went into the overtime, I think so it could potentially be banned out by True Rippers in this veto.
Potentially. Let's move on forward and look at the map veto. It's going to be really important for these players, and not just them, even for someone that is going to be sitting right next to them, that's going to be the legend. First ban's going to be Nuke off the bat from Marcos Gaming. Do not want to face off against True Rippers on that map. And then Anubis being banned out by True Rippers themselves. They saw the power of Marcos Gaming on Anubis yesterday, so they just do not want to face the opponents on that own home ground. Let's move on forward. Mirage is going to be the classic grounds that we're going to kick things off from, and then Ancient will be the second map.
Not liking it. Vertigo's been taken down. It's either Inferno or again back to Overpass. If it's Overpass, I think Marcos could stand a chance, but looking at Mirage and Ancient, you always come down to the exact same thing, that if in case it's Mirage and Ancient, your mechanics need to be on point. They need to be perfect. You need to be good with those lineups as well, and your executes need to be absolutely on point. You need to check those corners, of course. I mean, come on.
I mean, that's pretty much like the basic for every single map inside of the game. So you need everything on point for every single map in the game. But for Mirage, in general, it's more about how your communication is going to be like. Because, once again, it's the basic map out there. And for executions, everyone's going to be on the equal page, right? I mean, yeah, basic smokes if you're trying to execute the A side. Of course, first thing that's going to be smoked off is the jungle, stairs, then ticket booth. That's like the basic execution. Then Molly the under palace, that's going to be out of the way. Firebox mollied, and in general, you're good to go. Just move on forward and execute the site because every single CT will be forced out of their comfort zone at that point. So once again, basic executions. At that point, considering we are inside the Indian region, and clearly even yesterday HSB mentioned that you really need to focus on the communication. We have got a lot of individual firepower. We need to work on that team play. And sometimes our players do kind of succumb over there because those minute details in the communication really do matter.
They definitely do. It's going to be a crucial piece of the puzzle, but also at the end of the day, we'll be moving on to the map of Inferno. Overpass was banned out. I really love it. Whenever it's Inferno at the end of the series, I always enjoy it. How tactically you need to play on that one. And of course, it could go to any one side. But that is if we are going to go on Inferno. On Ancient and Mirage, previously on the map of Ancient, we already know the result. It was Marcos Gaming who could not win out that game, who could not close things out. If I'm not wrong, they only had 9 rounds for themselves. Yes, you can still say pretty close. A couple of rounds left and right, and they would have potentially gone to overtime. But at the end of the day, We've been waiting for quite a long time, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be True Rippers on the CT side. Marcos Gaming's gonna kick things off on the T side.
Indeed. True Rippers from the CT. Now, once again, for True Rippers, they're already starting off with an advantage. We've seen teams be really comfortable on the CT side, but you never know. Maybe Marcos Gaming have got something planned up and prepared. Kenny S towards the CT. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, from the nest, playing that jungle angle, already one player's being caught off guard as well. Rossi towards the side, he should be at least able to get one more. And that's what he does. Defaulter from the back lines is helping out Rossi, getting those assists in his hands. Elvis and his teammates pushing up short. This is a big wave of T's just coming through from the short side towards B, but it seems like the players are able to stop them in the tracks. It's breaks is stalled for now in the strategy itself, and the players are collapsing in front of the crosshairs of the True Rippers, and they're connecting every single shot that's essential to win this round. Okay, well, I was about to say he's got the P250 in his hands, but he cannot do anything.
Headshot with the USB. You've been mentioning about that previously as well. You just need one click onto the head. That's about it. That is exactly what happened. A good start for True Rippers. Clearly, this looks much more refined than the previously when we saw them. Because, yes, I would still agree they were facing the exact same things that Commit yesterday faced. Not being very comfortable, and it's not because of the skill, it's only because of the pressure that they were taking on themselves. Now it seems a very refined True Rippers, and if they continue in this way,
okay,
and they get picks like that, they would potentially push Marcos Gaming to the brink.
I mean, once again, it's the eco frag, so it's really not going to be that difficult unless they start connecting shots like that. I mean, there are a couple of utilities to back him up as well. Yes, one rifle lost, but it's completely fine. They can retrieve it back. There's an MP9 in the hands of Rossi, so he will probably try to push up close and personal, get his hands on that rifle, block up close. He cannot come out on top. It's fine, though. It's an eco round for the players of Marcos Gaming, so once again, now this is where the real deal begins.
Again, it's going to be a crucial round for the side of Marcos Gaming. We've been mentioning time and time again. You lose the pistol, you lose the anti-eco after that. You've got to make that bonus round convert for yourself. You cannot let True Rippers walk away with a 3-0 lead. That basically is giving them the 4th round as well. Of course, it's going to be crucial. But the setup from True Rippers, it has not yet been challenged. So I still want to see some challenge coming in. Mid-aggression.
Okay. Solid shot. Double nade towards mid. I mean, it's on a complete lockdown at this point. He just cannot move in there. Mid is completely unexploitable. True Rippers, they're doing a fantastic job in keeping it locked down. One man towards apartments. He is not going to have a chance to move towards the site. Kenny S catches him as well towards the van side. And he's still looking forward to explore quite a lot. Kenny S gets that kill. And at this point, it's a 3v4. The players are quite healthy from the side of True Rippers. It's all good in the hood for them. While for the opponents, it's a 3v4. So already they're on a man disadvantage.
Shocks wants to make a play in the connector.
Okay. Great way to catch things off. And now out of nowhere, the man advantage swings in the hands of Marcos Gaming. It's back and forth on the board. Kenny S gets tagged up a little bit more.
Defaulter and Shocks! Oh my god, that was way too close for comfort, but Defaulter is the first one who sees Shocks and gets that pick.
Big man down. Massive threat neutralized. And now Kenny S needs to get at least one so that Defaulter can feel that ease. Kenny S is moving through the smoke. He finds both of them, actually. Easy round in the hands of True Rippers, and these are the rounds that are really quintessential for you to have that momentum. And unfortunately, Marcos Gaming then lost their first buy round inside of the match.
Already mentioned, if you lose the 3rd one, you're going to lose the 4th one as well because your economy would be broken. But still, they were able to get the bomb down, so maybe they'd be able to buy a few Galils. Could potentially go in for a force, but they would not have enough utility to try and go for any kind of fake play.
Yeah.
They'll only have enough to go for a straightforward execute, so maybe could potentially try and play for a pick or two.
I like the fact that the aggressive teams are playing slow as well now.
Yep.
Look at True Rippers. Such a methodical approach inside of the game. And this is the first time I've seen True Rippers take that.
That's just what the addition of a legend does for you.
Yeah.
Calm your nerves down.
Bring in that discipline.
Yes.
Wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, go to the gym, take a cold bath.
And then hit the desk at 8:15.
Yeah. Discipline. Practice needs to be on point.
Now, that's an entirely different story that some people wake up at 7:30, but that's a story of a different evening. As of now, again, a slow approach coming in from the side of Marcos too. And they are exploring towards the connector, but they're going towards Stack side. What a shot.
Well, that's shocks for you. The op's taken down just like that. There's a man towards Tetris. But the players towards main, they catch two.
Hey,
Yeah, there we go. Another one follows up as well. Defaulter is not a man to mess around with. And now Shocks out of nowhere can start to feel that pressure as well. This force buy they came up with. Really biting them in the back slowly and steadily. Shocks not able to readjust in time. Defaulter catching two. Actually a 3K so far in the round. Rossi as well gets the last one. And True Rippers, they're just mopping the floor away with the bodies of Marcos Gaming. And now the economy is going to be in shambles.
The way Rossi was smiling as well after that pick. Yes, it was Defaulter who made a nasty play, but what an opener from Shocks. And that too in front of the AWP of Kenny S. That's legends for you, man.
And I can't believe Shocks has still went for the buy.
I mean,
AK hero strat, baby. Let's see if it's going to work out.
yeah, of course you can do that. If you're hitting shots like that, you might as well just go in for that full buy. But on the flip side, Kenny S this time around in the ladder room, trying to make his way. Cat and Arches area.
Good nade. Really good nade. Even though it did not really do a lot of damage, it's still more about just fiddling with the enemy's mental. They saw a nade sail in from the short. Now, they will always be super anxious about that because they know the CTs are aware of this push. Smoke messed up, position given away, and a free kill in the hands of the teams. Marcos Gaming, they've already explored a lot of that site, and this AK hero strategy is working out phenomenally well for them. Shocks is single-handedly catching every single player. Gets the 3K on the board. Last two players up and alive. They've got the ops in the hands. A double op setup. This time is not going to ring that well. I mean, it's a 2v3 upcoming. Time's ticking away as well. They have the kits, but do they really want to go for this retake? That's the question. I mean, they can if they want, but time is of the essence, and unfortunately, they do not have that.
That's a lot of damage with the double up, but it's fine, right, Marcos? It was a save round for them, so
Not exactly.
Getting a win, that's still a pretty solid job. Work done perfectly.
That's crazy to me, the fact that they actually came out on top in that round.
A hero strat for you. That's Shocks again, and the way Marcos was setting him up. I've been mentioning it time and time again. Marcos play well around Shocks because Shocks is fragging out and Marcos are good at setting him up for those frags.
Good point. They know how to set Shocks up. In this time, they are well versed with that player. They know how to play around with him. It just seems like, as Shocks mentioned, we're not struggling to have any type of communications. It just feels like I've been with these guys. I've been playing with these guys for a long time. That's what it feels like. And the main reason for that is because Shocks is quite a friendly man, right? I guess.
I've been saying that from day one.
Yeah.
Oh yes. It's not just him. I mean, all the legends, they do seem to be pretty friendly and fun.
They do, but still, somewhere down the line, it's about the personality, right? And it differs from person to person. And yeah, I mean, Shocks probably just has that jolly personality, and he can easily get along with anyone. And if you're a person like that, then yeah, you won't have any problems in communicating with anyone because you know how to adjust accordingly to the players that you're with or to the people that you're with. True. And for now, Shocks, it seems like he's been adjusting perfectly. Oh no, Kenny S. He misses the timing, mid taken away. This can be big. But towards the B, it's going to be a heavy game of the T's. Floodgates are now opened. A lot of flashes to back it off as well. The man towards bench, he should be able to catch one, but no. Instead, he gets taken down. Marcos Gaming, they've got the first man inside of the site. The op hits back, though. It's a 4v3, still doable, but the smokes are now starting to cause a lot of problems. Opper once again blocks off.
It's a good piece of utility, and if you look at the entire side of True Rippers, they only had one flash to work with. They've lost even that. It's a call for a save.
Save, wow.
A good call. A very good call coming in.
That's Kenny for you.
They don't have any utilities to go for a retake, and
No.
they've got the AWP in the hand. Just
Exactly.
an M4, a Famous, that's not going to work out. And honestly, what a great execute from Marcos Gaming, because it was still a stacked site, and that's where they went for the execute. You always need to have the archers control. They were able to take that. They finished off the anchor on site, and then just smoked off as soon as they found out where Kenny's top was.
Now, if it was the old True Rippers, they would have went for this take.
True.
I'm just loving the fact that you can instantly see those improvements. You can instantly see the change in the playstyle, the change in the decision-making. And in general, yeah, I mean, Kenny, yes. He's definitely brought that change in the decision-making for the players. One thing is for sure.
You know, that's what we see in those major tournaments, those major masters. That's where we see those kind of strats, wherein, yes, teams do go for even 4-man save. And the reason for that is that you just do not have enough utilities on board to go for a retake, because going in for a retake is exactly like a site execution but from a weird angle. That's all.
And not even that. It's about maintaining track of the opponent's utilities as well.
Yep.
Only 2 smokes were used in that side take, and they knew that Market's going to be smoked off over and over again. It will be resmoked.
Yes.
And the only way to get the retake done is to disrespect that smoke and push out, but you do not exactly know what's on the opposite side of the smoke. So, yeah, I mean, I would say a wise decision by a wise man. There's a man quite close. Look at the amount of map they have explored as well. Ember towards ladder room. Just waiting for the player to make a single mistake, but that's not going to happen. He's not going to overextend the boundaries at all. McGill's, even he's got an off angle. Every single player from the side of True Rippers, they're playing on those proactive angles. McGill's with the trigger discipline might just find a 2K, but he softened both of them up. These should be free kills to pick, but unfortunately, the player gets picked up from the B side itself. This is still possible. Shox all by himself on A is just diverting the attention on him.
I don't think so. It's going to be possible at all. It's, again, Shox, the man who's just trying to grab their attention. All 3 players, they've taken the site already. It's possibly a call for a save. Also to find out where the mole is.
Amazing. Amazing.
Another great execute by Marcos.
Marcos Gaming, what are these tactical things that we're seeing from them?
There we go.
Just Shox all by himself, diverting the attention on the A side, and then the rest of the players moving in towards B and doing a great job and just going in and planting and clearing out the site. Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
Another round where, yes, they took that slow approach, took the control of both the arches as well as the apartments. Yes, one angle was not checked perfectly. McGill's had the opportunity, but as you mentioned, he softened both the players up, just could not flush out those picks. But the execute, it was just phenomenal. The stack was over towards the A side. The execute went towards the B. A good read coming in from Marcos as well. 4 and 3 now, just 1 round away. And it seems to be a fast apartments approach. Very fast indeed.
Okay, Kenny S instantly just falling back. And Shox is already in their faces with the MAC-10. Disrespecting the players. 3 M1s in the hands now. And what can the players of True Rippers do? As I mentioned, it will be resmoked over and over and over again.
Saving.
And yeah, there's just no chance. The B side's just crumbling down in the hands of the T's. And True Rippers just can't do anything other than respect the opponents and back away and go for the save.
I like the switch up coming in as well from Shox, because this time around they knew that they're going to go in for a full-on execute from apartments, and they quickly switched those weaponries up. There was absolutely no player towards the arches.
Oh, Rossi steps heard. This encounter can be interesting. Bobby comes out on top though. These guns are getting hunted down. For Marcos Gaming, they have all the 5 players alive. What a flawless take that was. A MAC-10 to the faces from the Shox. And then easily the site just falls in the hands of Marcos Gaming. Shocks is the secret of Marcos Gaming's energy.
You did not just do that. No, maybe you did. That was a good one, though. I'll give you one for that. But also, one more thing that I love about it is the fact that how well True Rippers was still able to go in for the buy. They lost 4 rounds consecutively. Even after that, oh my god!
Okay, that was a quick shot.
Clip
Just
it.
a reaction speed test for Shocks.
That's a clip right there.
The man just tried to cross on over and gets caught in midair. Such unfortunate stuff. Shocks. Good reactions on the fly. And already the A side's fallen in the hands of Marcos Gaming. What can you even do now? It's a 5v4 take. The angles will be re-smoked over and over again. There's no chance you stand to respect the smoke and move on forward. You just do not exactly know what stands on the opposite side unless you keep on going for these trades. And if the trades are coming through well for you, then it's better. But one player needs to go heroic in order for this retake to happen. Yes, there is a lurk, but I don't think so it can establish anything.
It almost did. It caught Kenny off guard in the connector. But my, oh my. Another save, it's going to be McGill and Rossi. Saving an M1 as well as an AK. That's what you need to do. Another good round by Marcos Gaming. And the timing is just impeccable. And that lurk play coming in from mid as well. That is where Kenny was also caught off guard because he was checking the jungle area. I was about to mention that this retake is very well possible because the smokes have dissipated and they've got the jungle control, they've got the CT control, and they also have the connector control, but they just could not go for it.
But they also did not have the time.
Yeah, that potentially was the issue too, but still.
10 seconds in the hands for the C4 to explode.
Refusal get 5 is
Yeah.
lead.
So you're saying in 5 seconds they can take down 3 players. And
No.
Marcos Gaming ain't gonna play that dumb, my friend.
I am the optimistic one.
Okay, optimism is fine.
It's
but
only
only
ambitious.
only in certain scenarios, man. You cannot bring optimism in impossible scenarios.
True that. That was overly ambitious. But the pace change from Marcos now. So very slow in this round.
Slow and steady approach. A change in the pace is what we like to see. Short mid once again. Good pick though, this time from True Rippers. And they push up to their faces. Even True Rippers now trying to be a little bit more proactive. They do realize aggression should be cut off to the aggression itself. The op star to answer, reply
Good
back.
nade.
It's just down to 2 players. 1 player caught towards the site. But these 2 Ts, they're quite spread out. They're quite separated. One man just pushing up close and personal towards B. He should be caught soon, and yes, he does.
My man just jumped and then laid down to his side. That's how those bullets connected. But again, a very solid round from True Rippers. The change of pace from Marcos Gaming was anticipated. And on the back of it, a lot of ground was covered.
Yep.
Specifically mid.
Look at this. Oh,
Insane shot.
start off on a great note and end off in a flying note.
They also had one player playing for the anti-flash in mid as well. So they were ready for all the setups. And that's something that we normally do see, but not that much.
Now imagine if someone pushes man and sees these 3 guys with a smoke in their hands. Oh my god, it will be a day for Destiny.
That is true. 3 smokes in hand, they're just having fun. Oh, hello there.
Yeah, he should be at least able to get 2.
Yeah, minimum. That is if he messes up the split.
Execute begins. Jungle smoke out. Stair smoked off as well.
Good flash.
Classic execution. Even connectors being watched by one of the players. Kenny misses that crucial shot. And now lead back away. The man under Palace needs to go massive. He finds the first. Second one as well follows up on the board because of his teammate Defaulter. But then the trades also happen instantly. Things are starting quite back and forth, but once again, the man advantage is in the hands of the Ts, and the CTs cannot afford to have that.
Shocks.
Yeah. Proactive control is what he has. Looking forward to break the vents, but if he does, it'll give his position away, so it's better to clear out the site first and then maybe try and pull off the shenanigans like that. Ghost with the op in his hands. It's a double op setup towards the site. One man towards short, one man towards A. I like the spread out nature they've got, considering they know they've got two ops, so it's better to designate them on two different sites. Shocks towards A is probably going to be causing a lot of distraction.
Oh, good flash.
Good catch, though. Ghost is completely blinded off. He also took a lot of damage. He's only down to 14 HP. And Kenny needs to connect this shot, but unfortunately, he does not stand a chance against the player. And Bobby comes out on top in that duel. And now it's all down to Ghost with only 14 HP. It's better to pull off and go for the save, but there's a chance he will be caught once again.
Yeah, he'll not be allowed to do so. Look at the position coming in. I don't think so. Shocks will actually allow him. He's on site.
Oh! Quick scope.
Nice shot from Ghost. Pavi's been put in his place, so he should be allowed to save this AWP. Unless both the players, they try and pounce on him at the same time. Yeah, they've noted his position. Ghost, it's a game of cat and mouse, and he'll be taken down, so that's even more economical damage. 6 rounds already on board for Marcos Gaming.
Marcos Gaming, really looking forward to end things as quick as possible. And for True Rippers, yes, it is a sign of concern. That's why you see a timeout coming out from them. Now, this change in the pace, it is good for the long term, but if you try to bring that change in the pace, and if you try to bring something tactical instantly, and if you try to change a team's core play style, it's really going to affect them for now. But if you keep on practicing this play style in the longer term, it will help you out, that's for sure. But if we try to change it on the fly instantly without a lot of practice, it will affect you. And that's why it's affecting True Rippers. That's why it affected Come Mid. So let's see. I mean, it's really up to the individual team, though. If they're able to adapt on quickly enough, it's better.
I think it's just an ability that you develop over time by playing a lot of different styles with a lot of different players. So it's going to be crucial, but this shot, oh my god, that's such a good smoke. Oh, there's a gap. There's a gap.
Yep. A little gap. Or you can spot the man. And look at Shocks with the boost on the op. He still cannot explore the nest. And Shocks has got no clue that there's a little bit of a gap through the smoke where Kenny is just pinned on. And he's waiting for someone to just push out. But even Shocks is showcasing some insane patience. Oh my god.
I love it.
It's the game of patience. And whoever loses the patience wins the battle. And for them, it was Defaulter who lost those. Kenny S is definitely going to be upset. He would not have expected Defaulter to pull off a move like that. Another smoke on the board. Yes, this is way too risky. I'm not sure what he went for there. But he gets caught. 2 players on the face. Kenny S does not stand a chance, but at least the main motives, the main calls will be given away now. Even the player in the ladder room gets cleared out, and just like that, it's a 5v2. And the CTs, they will collapse once again. B-side taken away. B-side has been the hot take for Marcos Gaming.
Does not matter. The setup, it has been read perfectly, and it was a game of patience. Now Rossi needs to go big, but he is going home without anything. And that's a 7-5 half in favor of Marcos Gaming. That's, I'll be very honest, a start I was not expecting. I still thought True Rippers would be able to pull the half off in their favor, but my god. What a shot calling coming in on the T side. And what a mix of the approaches. Defaulter just went into re-clear, and then it was Kenny S dropping in from the nest. If I've got to make a guess, maybe he thought that he was fragged off instead of smoke. So he kind of wanted to keep his life. And as we were watching it from our POV as well, even I thought that maybe that was a frag.
Second half pistol round begins. Essential for True Rippers to win. With Glocks, you can have that room for error, but with USPs, you need to be precise. Especially if you've got Shocks on the side towards triple, he will be. He's already done his job. He's took down 2 players by himself. And now it's up to his teammates to sort of get something done. Elvis pushing up from the CT, getting a kill with his teammate, even Connector getting cleared out by the team. True Rippers, they're just getting ripped apart. The skulls are exploding on the site, and the blood is splattering on the walls of the A.
Good approach indeed coming in, but what a stand from Shox. Those opening 2 frags were the most crucial ones because it gave them the numbers advantage. And he also dinged the third player just a little bit, but that did the damage. The rotation was also called in way too quickly. But on the other side though, I would still say that the approach that came in from True Rippers, it was also pretty good. They were able to get the bomb down, so they'll be going in for the force by Galil's on the board. Bare minimum utils though.
Time to move. Time to move. True Rippers, with this force that they have got, everything is going to be booked up on this. Keep this thing in mind. If they lose this force, it will be easily double digits for Marcos Gaming, and the ray of hope for True Rippers will be dull.
True.
Elvis even heads towards the apartments.
Oh my god, look at the amount of push. They've got the C4. No, that's not it, by the way.
Oh, this is big. If Kenya slips on, oh, he gets caught though. Intentions now revealed. Ember giving the call outs. The players, they need to pull off something quick. True Rippers, time is a matter, and you need to move on forward. McKill shuts down the man. A second one follows up as well. McKill's is bringing in some insane firepower right now for True Rippers that is essentially needed for them. It's a 3v5, and the players, they will just pull back. Shox maybe can try to go for those exit frags, but at this point, even Shox has said that it's better just go for the save, boys. And that's what Marcos Gaming is doing, but Shox still gets caught.
Wanted to catch the opponent by surprise, that's about it.
Actually, you forgot. True Rippers, they have been pretty confident on the T side.
True.
Since the group stage. It's just because it's just maybe the weaponry effect that you have. Because somewhere down line, the T weapons do sort of feel a little bit more better. And they just give you that different confidence, right? Yeah, no, it's not going to come through.
Alright. Lucky. A couple of weapons were saved up. But yeah, I would agree. The T weapons, they do look a lot of fun to play with, and a lot of people are kind of comfortable with that because we always see them swapping their M1s for the AKs. So, of course, that's something that could potentially be on their mind as well. But on the flip side, Marcos going in for a timeout, and Shox has quite a few instructions to give. And I like this approach. Plus, also, you know, this thing about when you're on the T side, you kind of have the ability to control the pace of the game. You're the ones who are making those calls, and the CTs are reacting.
Okay, keep this round in mind. The force buy from True Rippers and Marcos Gaming, they lost the second round in the second half.
Yep.
And we saw Shox instantly making a lot of calls and probably a lot of adjustments. Now, this is the question I'm going to ask. What exactly did you say? What type of adjustments you were trying to bring into the defaults of Marcos Gaming? Because these will be some crucial questions, I'm telling you. And these can also help the upcoming teams quite a lot.
I think 100% people. Ghost exploring the territory of Underpass. Spread out approach coming in from Marcos Gaming. Even though the scrappy buy for them. Deagles into the mix, along with M1s. That was saved. 9. Mid control has been lost though, so True Rippers can go wherever they want to. The bomb is making its way towards the B. It's all a fake.
Seems like it. True Rippers in the round deficit. For the opponents, it's an eco. And if Defaulter does decide to explore the ladder room a little bit deep, maybe he could have caught one player off guard.
Should be a done round. Should be a round for True Rippers.
I mean, yeah, they do have the weaponry advantage, just somewhere down line. They've also chosen the right side to hit. And B-side only got one player, and the only man with the hope on his back has also been taken down, so it's going to dissipate slowly and steadily. And yes, maybe a save for those three remaining players can definitely come through. Even Shox falls down, Bavi and Ember, last two remaining.
A lot of space was given to the members of True Rippers. They were allowed to work in the mid for far too long, which allowed them to pull off a fake towards the A site and then move directly towards B. Because you did see all those lineups going in from mid directly towards the site, which gave them the false information that the execute was going in towards the A. But in reality, the bomb made its way through the apartments towards the site, and Archer's going to get taken. Just a few exit frags now are going to come in. Every damage done is going to be important.
Terrorists win.
The kills, I mean, with the way things were, and with the way things are, there's a big difference.
True.
McKills is now sort of feeling that pressure. You can tell. And back in group stage, McKills was the one making the players feel the pressure. Kenny S moving in slowly and steadily from the palace. Even mid's being explored now. Slow and tactical approach. Much more methodical from the side of True Rippers. And yes, as you mentioned, there was the push. Apartment push, still, it's going to take a lot of time to activate in itself. So you cannot really still count on that push considering the T's they've already explored towards the A site. So that push, once again, really does not matter. But they are slowly and steadily closing in all the way from the T spawn, from the back towards main. And this lurk, this flank from the CTs is going to come through soon. And it does as well. They catch the first man off guard. Shox and his teammate moving in. They also get their hands on the better weaponry. And out and over. Now this retake seems way too easy. But Ghost is just tapping away. And he's connecting some insane shots. And the CTs, they crumble down.
They had no utility to block off the jungle. No util to block off the connector. They had to go in for the dry peaks. And that is what they went in for and were crumbled down. But yes, I know what's brewing in your head. You're going to ask what Kenny S was saying at that point, the instructions that he was giving.
Not instructions, he's quite vocal. So I'm going to ask exactly, what was the reason that you were getting so vocal with the players? You know, there must be some important reason, and there must be some valuable intel is also given out.
I just love the fact how McGill was also having a smile on his face, and that's what we saw on Defaulter too. So that, of course, taking it in a very positive sense. And that's the best part. That's the most important part. And also the second thing is that we're having an 8-8 scenario. As close as it could get. Full buy coming in from the side of Marcos. This time the AWP in the hands of Shox and in the hands of Kenny as well. So we're looking forward to this matchup. Shox versus Kenny on the AWP. We're going to have a taste of that dish. The setup changed a little bit. Couple of players towards the A. One in the jungle area moving towards connector. There are 3 towards the B side. Ladder room, archers, as well as the van. What a shot from Kenny.
Solid shot. Great way to open the things up. Once again, a big floodgate being opened on the site, but then the op as well from the back is also striking the players down. Shox is off, back in the hands. It's a Shox versus Kenny S battle. Who's going to come out on top? This really brings off a lot of nostalgia from the past, right? These guys used to be teammate for such a long time before now. Speak of the moment. Kenny S, he's really lining the bodies up.
It's a save.
Shox, the only man left over. Yes, save is probably going to be the best thing you have to offer. And Shox is just backing away towards underpass. Footsteps are heard, fading away. And he won't get caught. Ghost, it's fine. He gets caught while he was trying to catch Shox, but he wasn't able to do so. Now these 2 last remaining rifles from True Rippers will be saved.
Main problem is the AWP in the hands of Shox. It needs to find a lot more value, and also at the same time, the players on site, they also need to understand that holding their ground is going to be the key. The util dump came in, but I was hoping for Molotov directly down towards the ramp, but that just did not happen.
Look at the scoreline. True Rippers back on the lead. Big. And now, for Marcos Gaming, it's an eco. True Rippers, a new ray of hope arising once again.
But here's the thing. Previously, we saw a rifle in the hands of Shox, and Marcos were able to pull together a round. This time, he's got an op. Deja vu, maybe? Could be possible.
Hold on.
No way. Nah, alright. Just an off angle.
Uh-oh, uh-oh! Completely blind, gets caught. Unfortunately, Defaulter is
Whoa!
not the one to get caught. Instead, his teammate does. And this is something the players of True Rippers cannot afford. Dropping down 2 bodies just to one single 5-7, where Rossi's quite low. And I guess the only option Marcos Gaming really has is to go for the entire take. Once again, another man get caught.
Oh,
the
what a
op
shot.
finds the pick as well. It's all down to Kenny S.
It is possible.
Yeah, C4 goes down. Kenny S cannot afford to take any of that extra bit of risk. Jungle smoked off. Kenny S, if he does pull off this clutch, is definitely going to have a lot of choice words for his teammates. With the way they fell off towards the main side, Kenny S has got no clue. That Shox is the exact same spot, and he will catch him. Now, I just want to see Kenny S's POV. He's definitely going to have a lot of choice words for his teammates.
You should potentially at this point because, again, the round, I was telling you, it was a save, deja vu maybe, and that's what happened. We do see another eco round win from the side of Marcos Gaming. Shox with the AWP, getting those 2 crucial picks, but also I love the play that they made early on in the ramp. On the back of that flash, Elvis peeked and got the first 2. That's all you need to do. A brilliant maneuver. I love how Marcos Gaming are now taking the initiative and bringing the fights to the members of True Rippers. Look at Shox. Oh my god, that's such a proactive play. So very bold. There's a gap as well. If anyone peeks mid, will come with the AWP in the head or body. But he needs support. He's open for multiple directions.
Kenny S, good flash towards mid. Okay, Shox catches. But that's all he's going to get, though. 1-4 trade with the trade-off for an off. Not sure how good of a trade-off that's going to be panning out. Once again, it's the big threat. Neutralized 2. McKill's taken out of the game. One of the most consistent fraggers for True Rippers. It's a whole other story that McKill's in this game isn't really able to play that well, but you never know.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. A lot of control towards mid and B is what True Rippers have, so they can go in for this B split from arches as well as the apartments. Elvis needs to go big, or Marcos are just going home. Double digits would be reached by True Rippers, and the execute begins.
Once again, B side quickly executed, but this time by the players of
Rossi.
True Rippers. Yeah, man towards the backside. Taken down, Rossi going for the plant instantly. Kenny S is holding quite a tight angle. If he does get even 1 kill, this is just going to make sure that the round will be nailed.
Ooh,
for the players of True Rippers. But unfortunately, that essential shot missed. But they unfortunately TK each other.
My god, Bhavi. That's not the kind of jitters you would want to have at such a stage in the game.
I don't think so it's any type of jitters. It's more kind of like them going for the double peek and then them lining each other up.
Yeah, but come on. Do not want that to happen specifically at this point. But yeah, it's understandable sometimes.
Oh, he missed that. He hit some of the toughest shots and then he missed one of the easiest ones. Oh, great kill. Great kill. Rossi opening the floodgates.
Oh, wait a
but
second.
then out of nowhere, it's just a flood of kills in the hands of Marcos Gaming. It can be pulled back though. Slow and steady progress is important. If you're trying to rush things, it will be there sometimes, but not as the way you want it to be.
The position from defaulter. He's been patient. Good volley.
Oh my god, catching them off guard. This could be huge. Second volley recovered as well. He still needs to get his hands on the C4. The kills! Oh, he just missed an opportunity, but he still taps the man. Big one, a 1v2. Now these guys need to play together. Unity is going to be the main strategy. Plan going down towards the site. It's a basic plan. Elvis with the op in his hand. Catches the first man in the front. No, Elvis, he thought that there's going to be a man in the close quarters. And yeah, I think so. Somewhere down the line, he also tried to go for that highlight play. He did not check the site completely before going for that close quarter, but I'm not exactly sure what was the thought process. Maybe the heat of the moment is something that was catching him off guard, but yeah. In general, True Rippers, they're able to squeeze these rounds away. It was still way too close for comfort. It should not have been that way. But yeah, it's 11-9 scoreline.
When the shots were being fired on shocks towards arches, I thought the second player from Marcos would provide in the support, but that's not what happened. And yet the player from True Rippers went in unpunished. And that is where they, you could say, kind of lost the round, even though they were about to almost win it. 3-2. There's someone just under you. And it's got no clue about that.
This time, once again, it's a waiting game. It's a guessing game. Psychological tricks. McKills. He's going to walk into a trap. He's heading into a big trap. But they still somehow managed to untangle it. Big play coming out from McKills. A 2K to back it off. And Kenny S is definitely going to be proud of him. Unfortunately, Kenny S himself got picked off in that moment. But now Ghost moving in towards the site. Could have been caught off guard as well. No, he went for the same peak once again from that same angle. Elvis, if he gets another one from this spot, it will not be good for True Rippers at all. But Shocks is just posted up with the op towards Market. He's just waiting for someone to cross on over. B-side still not exactly executed.
Oh!
Elvis peeks out, gets a 2K. True Rippers. They're winning some of the hard duels, and then they're losing some of the easy ones.
You could say the same thing for Marcos Gaming, man. Come on. That's happening with not just one, but almost all of these players out there. And on the back of that, we have the True Rippers timeout. Again, a very slow approach from TR. But at the same time, Marcos Gaming, I would say this time it was, yes, a few of the hero plays as well, but it had a few things to back them up.
Is it just me, or does Kenny S seem kind of frustrated?
Whenever there are some tight matches, you always see Kenny as being like that. Every single time. That's just every single time you would see Kenny S in those situations. And obviously, he gives out all of those instructions, and it's just True Rippers now how they are going to take it. But again, on the other side, a fast execute towards the A, it seems. A lot of control towards main as well as Palace.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, from the short. Kenny S could have been caught. And Kenny S realizing the fact that, okay, his position's compromised, so he needs to back away. And that's what he's doing. His teammates aren't really exactly there to provide him that backup, but they have done their job towards A. A site cleared out. Looking pretty good. But Kenny S once again getting caught. Kenny S has been sacrificing his life for some of these rounds, and his teammates are able to squeeze those rounds away. And once again, sight in the hands. True Rippers going for the plant. The C4 is being planted. There's a lure coming in from the Palace. The lure can be massive, but it needs to find at least a 2-piece. Defaulter. Oh, he got taken down completely all by himself. There's a man towards sight. He gets the 2-piece. That's a big kill.
HP.
Ghost way too low, and now Ghost needs to play so cautiously. Every single step he takes needs to be super cautious.
No
Elvis,
time.
he gets that kill, but unfortunately not the round, and he will also die to the explosion.
Terrorists win.
He had no defusal kit, and with that, we are now seeing True Rippers on the map point. It's such a close game. Marcos having the advantage on their T side, but True Rippers seem to have even a bigger advantage. And the economy is broken. It's not going to be a full solid buy. They would have to compromise on a few of those utilities. A couple of players not even having the helmets, just the Kevlars.
We're seeing much more of a controlled True Rippers. Much more of a controlled True Rippers. One thing is for sure, they are stepping out of their comfort zone though. And out of nowhere, he turns towards the site. I'm not sure why he jumped off like that. Maybe panic setting in. But just because he jumped in front of that man and he lost that duel, yeah, the traits are still in the favor of True Rippers. But once again, things can be pulled back from the dirt. Kenny S, oh my god. Look at the way he squeezed in. 2 players in the front, and both of them can be caught. All Rossi needs to do is find the perfect timing, and he does! True Rippers, they get the Mirage in their hands in a really great fashion. A controlled True Rippers this time, much more refined and better looking True Rippers. But somewhere down line, it's also affecting them internally. Kenny S is definitely helping them quite a lot with the valuable intel, but it might just be too much of the brainstorming for the players for now. But I'm loving to see this approach. I'm loving to see this change. As I mentioned, it's controlled, especially that round, if you remember. A 3v4 in the CT half for True Rippers, where CT went for the save. It was the old True Rippers. We would see them go for that retake anyways.
Control is what you need, the calmness of the mind, because yes, True Rippers have got that firepower. They've clearly shown it to us, doing a phenomenal job. But yes, now Shocks would also need to give a lot of intel to his team. Yes, he's having fun, you can clearly see. But he would always want to win whenever it's a close game. 13 and 10. It still could have been anyone's game had a couple of more rounds fallen into the basket of Marcos Gaming. But yes, just as you mentioned, True Rippers going in for those crucial saves, going in for a controlled play, calm play, collected play. And the patience is what you wanted to see from them. That's what you're getting. Yes, definitely not their comfort zone, but hey, you know, if you want to win big, you've got to go big.
And that's what the players are doing. Yeah, it is definitely a play style that's going to help them quite a lot for the future approaches. But I mean, if you look at the replays itself or the highlights themselves, you can see with how the game started off. Game started off in quite a slow pace, ended off in quite a controlled manner. And this is what we like. At the start, True Rippers, it felt like they were not really able to get things together for themselves. But considering True Rippers, the players are quite solid when it comes to the mechanics. And they have been around the competitive scene for a long time as well. The same thing can be said for Marcos Gaming, but in general, True Rippers have been dominating through and through inside of the tournament.
The T-sides have been looking even more refined. So yeah, that's even solid. It's the CT that they need some work on. On the other end of the spectrum, if you're talking about Marcos Gaming, yes, they've been performing phenomenally, but now is the biggest challenge. True Rippers.
Ancient is going to be the upcoming map. And just to let you know, True Rippers strats and even the stats on Ancient have been much better. They know exactly where to push, they know exactly when to push, or at least that was the old True Rippers. This True Rippers, I don't think so they're going to be pushing a lot, even if they do. It will be something that will catch the players on Marcos Gaming off guard, that's for sure.
Highly possible, and we're gonna have a look at the stats as well for this game. The leaderboard, Shocks on one side, Defaulter on the other side.
Even Rossi is tied up with Defaulter though.
Yep. And here's the thing, right? You can see Kenny directly down with 13, 12, and 57. But it always has been the intel, those crucial information, the key points. I'm telling you, man, I feel he is the one who's kind of giving those short calls.
Of course he is. Of course.
Yeah, those important shot calls, it's not very easy to give. You've got to basically concentrate on giving the right information at the right time. So it always comes down in the form of you not fragging that much, but the performance of your team significantly increases. We can clearly see this in the head-to-head as well. Defaulter not having just enough kills as well as shocks, but on all the other stats, he was the one who was topping.
Indeed he was, and Defaulter has been that good player for them. Unfortunately, McKills this time was not really able to pop off, but imagine in Ancient, Defaulter, McKills, they're able to pop off and back it up with Rossi as well. And if Kenius is also feeling himself with the op, it can be a whole different match. True Rippers might just make it one-sided. Luckily enough for Marcos Gaming, some players are not feeling themselves for now. But you never know what's going to be the future. Never know what the future holds. Maybe even Defaulter's not going to be able to pop off in the upcoming game. Anything can happen. There's always two ways to look at a point. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back with Ancient.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly could be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yes, let's go! Ah!
Ah! No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God. And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nordwin Gaming. It's time to step into map number 2 of the initial series of the day. My name is Super Johnny, joined by Shahis next to me, and Mirage. I mean, we expected a close set of affairs on this map, but I mean, even though it went close in the second half, it is True Rippers. I mean, the expected result, right? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, heartbreaking for me. You do not want to put salt on my bones, but yes, at the end of the day, I wanted to see a good match. It was a pretty good match. There were a few mistakes being made, not just from one side, but from both, and you could clearly see it from the expressions of Kenny's as well as Shock. So there could be some valuable intel now being given up in that short break. It's really necessary to somehow brush off whatever happened in the previous one and to start from a clean slate. But it's nice to notice two completely different vibes on either side, either of these booths. I mean, you look at the side of Marcos Gaming. After every single round, you see Shocks with a nice little smile on his face. You have Elvis, who has an even bigger smile on his face for some reason every single time. And it's just vibes with Marcos Gaming. Then you come over to the side of True Rippers, and intensity hits a whole different definition over here. You can look at their faces and see, I mean, they mean business. I mean, even now, you can see Default just being pretty serious around that area. And it's understandable, right? Because again, you've got Kenny S on the board. But since we are already talking about that, the map of Ancient is up and ready. Marcos Gaming are going to start on the CT side, while True Rippers on the T side. Let's see who gets this pistol. Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting map, because we expected Mirage to be a place where Marcos Gaming will get the initial advantage. And Ancient, being the stronger map for the side of True Rippers, they are expected to take this home. But now, since they've already won on Mirage, they can close out the series with a quick 2-0 against their toughest competition in this tournament. But let's see, early mid control for the side of True Rippers. No resistance from Marcos Gaming. And Mikhails, he has gained access all the way towards Sniper's Nest. Initial pistol round, I think it will be important, especially on the CT side, that Marcos Gaming retain the advantage, retain the upper hand. But a little bit of an exchange in the sunroom. It's a 2-for-1 trade for Marcos Gaming. It's all of it. Look at the space Elvis has taken, fires a few shots, gives the information to the team. But look at that lurk coming in already. Oh, it was important that Shocks be able to hold that spot, hold that A side. But as soon as he fell, Elvis falling back from aim does find the initial frag. The 2v2. C4 planted for Donut, but both the Ds all the way towards CT spawn. One more for Elvis. Mikhails out of the picture. Defaulter as well picked off. What a round. What a start for Marcos Gaming. Nice little retake from Elvis as well. That early control of aim in. Very important to bring this round back. I honestly love the call from True Rippers as well. As soon as they realized the site was pretty stacked up. It's the pistol round after all. You do not really want to barge into a side that is stacked up, and they could not find a lot of value in the sunroom. It was still a 2-for-1 trade. Was favoring the side of Marcos Gaming. So yes, starting off pretty solid, but because the bomb went down, we're gonna have a force buy coming in. Tech 9 into the mix of Galils though, and a bare minimum utility. So it's going to be a full-scale execute to either one of the sides, and it seems A is the name of the game.
Yeah.
Utility being timed perfectly is going to be of the utmost important right now. Every single flash needs to get maximum value, but before that, Elvis, oh, just a simple old Molotov to stop the aggression of True Rippers and a nade to follow it all up. A little bit of pressure felt in A-halls and that spray. My goodness. Elvis definitely fearing for his life after that. No kills yet from either sides. Look towards Cat and mid. A lot of information gathered by Marcos Gaming very early on. Yes, but not quite sure. 3 MP9s, you don't want to go in for a long range. Shox is in the perfect position to go for the punish. Trigger discipline needs to be the key. Oh, he sees everything. He sees everything. And he's going to be going big for 3. It's a good turnaround from Marcos. Bhavi on the side itself finds one instant shutdown with the Tech 9 in the hands of Rossi. But Rossi now left in a 1v4. Can't really do much, accepts his fate as he goes on to take that fight against Shox. And it's a 2-0 start for Marcos Gaming this time. And Shox, look at that. Again, as soon as the round ends, you have to look at his POV. And he's always just a few words exchanged with Elvis, and then it's him and Elvis, both of them just nodding at each other like, yeah, bro, yeah, we got this. That was a very solid round. And again, on the back of the information that they gained in A, is the reason why they pushed up all towards the B. They had the cat control, they also had the mid control, and everything that you need. And again, no lot of utilities, hence no more to flush it out. But what a damage! Oh my goodness, Elvis is feeling himself today. Look at these awkward nades when they just roll at your feet. You see them head towards you, but yeah, can't really do much about that. Can't even jump away from it. Anyways, a 1-for-1 trade outside A main. This is something that True Rippers are hoping for this round. They don't really have a lot of weapons to work with. It was just upgrade pistols. One Galil has been recovered by Kenny S. Although, they just have one flash on the entire team to work with. So it's just going to be a quick pop flash and go towards the B side. They get control of side as well. C4 is going to be planted. Post plant is definitely going to be a challenge. Weaponry advantage for Marcos Gaming. Yeah, but look at the amount of information for Marcos. They still have to re-clear the entirety of the CT, and there's also a push coming in from the doors as well. Yeah. Got to be wary about that. Finds the first. Yes, he does. Oh, good support coming in. This should be a good retake because look at the HP on McGill's. And as soon as I said that, he was caught by Bhavi. The refusel's gonna come in. A 3-0 start for Marcos Gaming. Just moving it together, as you mentioned. I mean, clearing that side, re-clearing that side was definitely the only challenge for the side of Marcos. But considering they have an advantage, it's a rare sight to see this man speak so much. I wonder what he's saying. But see. Look, when Ember is speaking, everyone's quiet. True. No one talks back. The experience, I mean, comes into play. Ember is like the quiet kid of the class. Yeah, he's quiet but deadly. He stays quiet, and whenever he speaks, you know you gotta run away. Just the producer cracking a few jokes. That was a fun one, but here we go. Few skulls being cracked by McGill, but he was shut down instantly as well. A good answer from Marcos Gaming. I think today the main problem for anyone who goes up against Marcos is Elvis. Not Shox, it's not B2, it's not Ember or Bhavi, it's Elvis. It's just been, like, even on the first map, he was, as an individual, he had a phenomenal performance. And the start on Ancient as well is looking very solid for him. True. So I think Marcos Gaming, I think, can definitely play around with that, considering Elvis is always, specifically on the CT side, always key anchor. Oh, Kenny, as he knows, there's someone expected to pop out from cave, but it's the CTs that are being a little hesitant. Don't really want to face off True Rippers with 100% of the firepower online. 3v3 retake for the A side for Marcos. frag to work with for Ghost. So for that, post plan's going to be crucial. On the other side, you've got an incendiary, smoke, and a flash. So all of them need to come on time. They're losing it, and they're kind of clearing all of those angles slowly and steadily. Kenny has with the AWP, needs to go big. That's the first two skulls already popped off, and it's only down to Kenny. He needs to go big or he is going home, and the AWP will not do anything but one.
My goodness. What a brilliant retake from Marcos Gaming. As you mentioned, just 2 pieces of utility used for that retake within the 3 players. They had 1 molly and a flash. The Molotov used to clear the site itself, the site box, and then just a pop flash for A main. Expected all 3 players to be there since there was the early clear and control of Donut in the hands of Marcos already. They moved in from CT. They had 1 player moving in from CT, so they knew that there was one option only from the side of True Rippers, that was A main. Otherwise, one thing that could have happened post-plant was True Rippers sending 1 player all the way back through mid and then through Donut. A super wide rotation to sort of get some extra control and deny that retake for Marcos. But at that point, it was a little too risky, and I think they just tried to stick together. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. But a 4-0 start for Marcos Gaming. Kind of similar to how it started on Mirage for True Rippers, but we all know how that story went later on.
Yes, that is true. Now, was being used up, and smokes as well. An early dump of utilities coming in. Maintains the control. Oh my god, what a way to welcome Kenny. Shocks. That's not how you deal with your fellow legend mate. But on the other side though, yeah. You know, one more thing that I really love about is something we're going to talk a second later as Miguel finds the opener on the site. Down to a 4-4 scenario, but a 4 down is absolutely brilliant.
That is why Ember has never been out of the scene, never been out of the picture. Still gets a spray down. 3 kills secure. Elvis with the last one of the round in mid as Rossi hits the floor. 5-0. 5-0. The start that Marcos Gaming wanted. They have it in their hands. Now the only question is, do they slip up? Do they let this slip out of their hands, give some control to True Rippers, or have they decided they want to put this down to bed as quickly as possible? 4 Tech 9s, 5 Tech 9s. No, 4 Tech 9s and D. I thought someone was going to buy a rifle. Maybe Mikels was thinking about it, but decided against it.
All 5 towards the doors. One thing that I really love about Marcos right now is that they're pushing the other part of the map whenever they hear some commotion towards one of them. That gives them some early map control, and that also helps them to go for quick flanks to help with the retake. That's something that we not usually saw within the teams. So again, these are the...
I think Necro yesterday defined it perfectly. A push and pull strategy.
Exactly.
If you're getting pushed in from one side, you're going to try and counter push from the opposite direction and pull yourself back from the other. But that was a risky move from Bhavi. He had Shocks covering his back, but this is going to be forced into a corner. Ember does not care about the fire itself. Swings wide, takes the fight against Miguel, finds the opening for his team, but Bhavi hiding behind pillar is going to be completely flashed. Doesn't matter. The players from the side of True Rippers fail to check him, and he finds 3. No, make that 4 big kills. 6-0. No answer from True Rippers yet in this match.
What a return flash from Shocks.
Yeah.
That is the only reason why Bhavi was allowed to live at that point, because the entry flash, it was phenomenal. It did catch one player off guard, but Shocks was just so very ready with the counter flash of his own that as soon as the T's entered, they were flashed up as well. They could not do anything but put the hand in front of their eyes and jump around and pray for their survival. And Bhavi was just ready. He did not allow them to do so. Brilliant use of utility by Marcos Gaming to deny that side, but God. Bhavi's just feeling himself.
Yeah, and that was just a good move from Miguel as well, to be honest. Swings wide through the smokes in mid. Flashes follow up, but plays the T's now. All huddled up outside A main. Deep mid control for Marcos Gaming as well. So, as you mentioned a few moments ago, that flank that you were talking about It's going to be there for Marcos very quickly. All B2 has to do is delay the initial push towards A-main. And look on the radar, Bhavi already moving into A-halls from the backlines, from the T-spot area. And this is going to be a very, very surprising position for True Rippers to play from, because they have one man to worry about in Donut. Shox has arrived from CT spawn as well. And here comes Bhavi all the way in A-halls. Rossi stuck in Donut. He's going to be picked off as well. Elvis, yeah, Bhavi cleans up. Elvis, before he arrives, everything is over. The show is over. It's a 7-0 on the board.
Imagine trying to go early out of your house, and even after that, you reach late to the party. That too when the entire road was empty. That's what's happened with him.
Can someone get Ember to smile, please, at least?
Nah, he's not gonna smile.
Everyone's laughing over there, except Ember for some reason.
He'll smile once he lifts the trophy.
Yeah, I think so. I think he wants to win, and maybe then some emotions are gonna pop out. As of now, he's just focused on the game. Bhavi, being the IGL at this point, has realized, like, alright, the boys themselves are pretty much feeling it at this point, and they're doing pretty well, so
look at the push.
Yeah, might as well just relax a little. Two players pushed up mid, no one on A.
W gaming strategy coming in from them, but also a controlled W gaming.
It's a little risky because in this very round, had True Rippers decided to commit everything for a quick A execute with a few flashes, you would have just been surprised by no one being there on the site itself. And McKills, though, this could be big. This could be the start for True Rippers.
Oh!
But no, Shox, he has something to say about it. McKills answers back, but Ember returns in kind, a 1v2 as Rossi finds the trade. They have the A side in their hands. They took control from Donuts, moving in from Donuts, and have the C4 planted. But Ember, man,
oh, the timing.
They haven't seen him.
High-low setup coming in for True Rippers. They're hitting the tab. They should be going in for that peak. The fuse kit is available for Ember. He's going to stick it. He taps it. He taps it to bait the fight and gets taken down. It's McGill and the first round for True Rippers.
Yeah, first round for True Rippers, all on the back of those two early kills in mid from McKills. And of course, the quick switcheroo being brought from Rossi as well. But that was also very close. Shox could have stolen it back with those two big op kills and Ember as well.
True Rippers really need to pull their socks together. Players are losing the hope slowly and steadily. They need
Say
more
not
than
yet.
rounds.
Hey, see
if
you can go 7-5 or even 8-4 in this first half, I think True Rippers on the CT side can bring it back into bring themselves back into this match as well. Otherwise, there's always the third map of Turner.
I mean, True Rippers would rather close things out on Ancient than
That
go
is
and
true.
play on Inferno. We all know that.
So whoever loses has one more series to play later on in the day.
Exactly. Fatigue's gonna kick into.
Exactly.
Slow approach from Marcos this time, not pushing up mid. So True Rippers will take that space gladly. Red room, clear 2. They went back. They're playing up close.
They want to move towards A again. Get some pressure felt on mid and take control of Donut, but this is going to be important. McKills with a flash, looks to move in. Flash spot, but the timing of the peak is going to be completely off, and Elvis finds the opening. Now Bhavi, he's hidden in Donut. They try to check him, but the timing is off. Bhavi still gets spotted. Kenny finds the kill.
Oh my god!
No.
Shox! He hits the nastiest shot and then sometimes he misses like these, but it's fine, it happens. Incendiary to push the man up front into the crosser. He gets one, will be taken down, and Kenny S.
Two important kills for Kenny S. And Defaulter as well with this important trade. Brought it down to a 1v1, but V2.
The timing.
did he not expect him to be there? Did no one tell him there's one more man donut? What happened? Didn't even try to either flush defaulter out or maybe try to clear that position before going for the defuse. Just looks at the C4 and dies instantly. But it feels like now, maybe now, True Rippers have decided, like, alright, the more rigid we try to stay, the more plan-oriented we try to be in this game, it's going to backfire upon us. Because Marcos Gaming, they know exactly what we are trying to do, and they are aware of every single thing and every single way of countering us. At this point, it's just the fluidity and relying on the numbers advantage on the T side that might help True Rippers regain some control of this game in this first half. Or maybe just individual brilliance from all of these talented players can also help them bring back, like the one key round we saw where McKills went big in this last round. Kenny S finding those 3 kills was very important for the team to secure the win.
Maybe just a briefy game across the board. You don't know what you're doing, your opponent will not be able to guess. But a boost coming in, and Shock seems to be aware. He might have heard the cue. The flash comes in and a good hide. Looks up the space, but Kenyas is the one who wants this triangle. First pick already grabbed up.
Oh! Could have gotten a few more Ember, but we'll have to settle for one. Elvis in mid finds the second for the team, though. It's 3v3 now. Sunroom control in the hands of True Rippers. Shocks forced onto the back of site. And you feel the pressure, because he also knows Kenny on that op can be a big threat. One player from the CT side. Passing in from Cat is going to get shut down by Kenny S. That's a 2v3. Rippers still with the upper hand in this round.
The time
So close. It connects, but I think it was pretty short, and Shocks whiffs the second. He has to pull the pressure towards him. He has to draw the attention towards him. Allowing the player pushing B ramp to take some control of the side. Kenny S spotted out and finished off a 1v2. The clock's running out. They have to move in as quickly as possible. No kit on either of these players yet. The one on site. They can recover. He was trying to stick the defuse, but Defaulter, that B-hop on site, and buying enough time for the round as well. 7-3, True Rippers. One more in the bag. And guess what? Marcos Gaming, they have been reset. Shocks is going to be killed from the explosion, and they lose the op as well.
Shocks really just missed that timing, and I honestly still don't understand why the player was continuously peeking after going in for the plant. That too when he realized that Shocks was watching the angle. He should have just stayed put. He could have been a nuisance.
Yeah.
But giving up on the life like that, putting True Rippers in such an awkward place that it was down to a 2v2 and both the players in the cave, that quickly turned the situation that was not in their favor. But a quick push by McGill's.
Might be alone, pressing, but does not seem to care.
Oh, good Molly.
Molly was good, but look at the counter aggression in A-Hall. Elvis, he did try to go for an aggressive play, gets picked off. Shocks finds one important kills. McKill's out of the picture. The Deagles, they need to go big. Need to get a lot of value from these upgrade pistols, but Shocks only good for one is going to be picked off. Kenny is finding one more kill. Ember out of the picture. Bobby with a nice little trade. They recover a few weapons. Well, one AK has been recovered. One is down mid. They might be able to get their hands on that as well. C4 being taken to B. And the T is waiting in the CT spawn. This is very interesting.
Seems they could potentially go for a save. They could save the AK and B2 could just try and do some economical damage.
Yeah, maybe.
AK is going to be saved. That's for sure.
I think if save is the option, might as well recover the second one as well. From mid, but now it might be too risky. B2 still on catwalk, hoping for an exit. Won't really find anything. As the T's have... Oh, alright. B2 gets shut down by the explosion. Defaulter also. Bobby is the only survivor. And the AK. Mission save AK was a success, but this is where things can change. It's 7-4. We're heading into the last round of the first half. If True Rippers win this, this can set them up for success for a 2-0 in this series. If Marcos Gaming ends with an 8-4 half, I think they will just focus everything that they have on that pistol, get the double digits on the board, and close out this map, take it to the decider.
If it's an 8-4, I am placing my bets on Marcos. If it's a 7-5, then True Rippers are taking it home 2-0.
I think either way, we're going to have to wait to see how this pistol round goes.
Yeah, that is true. But I'm just, again, I love to make predictions out in the open. It's only because of the fact that True Rippers now have the momentum for themselves. Marcos, for the first 7 rounds, yes, they lost 1 after that, and the momentum was broken, but that was just a small pause. Had they got another round after that, I would still say that that's Marcos just steamrolling. But now, True Rippers getting 4 rounds in succession could potentially get this one more as well. They've got the momentum for themselves, and Shox is the one trying to stop the push from those.
Down from the nade. Definitely felt by the players from the side of True Rippers. Shox looking for a few more, but no, gets shut down. And I think, but even though Shox did get picked off over there, a lot of information has been gained by the players of Marcos Gaming about the stack right outside B. And same goes for True Rippers as well. They also realize heavy CD present right on that B side, but Bobby, who's guarding mid, does find an important kill for his team. Kenny S taking care of 3 players left. Defaulter and Mikhail's extremely low. Rossi, the only healthy player from the side of True Rippers. And look at this. He's been waiting on this side all this time. Finally, it's time for Elvis to shine. Finds the first. Last man left on side is going to be Defaulter with 9 HP. And B2 with an impressive cleanup. 8-4. Going into the second half, it is Marcos Gaming in the driving seat of this match.
Now that was a good round coming in from Marcos, and Ember again having some words for his teammates because they were overheating. This was not supposed to be an 8-4. This was supposed to be an even more dominating half. They let a few rounds slip away, and they do not even want to do that.
Yeah.
Kenius as well. In the previous round, yeah, there was this one peak that he went for. Maybe wanted to punish the aggression for a player who would be walking up from Cat. But just lost his life out in that duel.
Oh, it's an all-out B push from Marcos Gaming in the pistol round itself. Mikhail's over-aggress, can be punished and will be punished in fact. Rossi does manage to escape though with 2 kills in hand as well. This can be the opening that True Rippers were looking for that comeback.
Potentially be, but look at the amount of map space that was given away. Oh my god, what a mow down Defaulter.
Oh, they just walk in and die. That was it. Everyone just walked in into Defaulter's cross. At first it was Rossi in aiming and the Defaulter in cave, and a clean up basically from the side of True Rippers. Marcos Gaming losing the initial pistol round. Still have an opportunity in this game though. They can afford to go for a hard eco in the second round itself, and then maybe buy back in the third. Walk in with a full buy, shut down True Rippers at an 8-6 on the scoreboard.
A hero Techna.
I don't think I've heard of a hero Techna. It's just going to be the front line of B2, I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, Shox.
Look at the space.
Yeah, he's gained a lot of space on B. Finds one, will be able to recover the weapon as well, but no, Ghost with the flank. Finds an important kill. Gets the second on Ember as well. Not a lot of hope in this round for Marcos Gaming to begin with, but I think whatever was there has been shut out.
There's still the hero Tech 9. Take that off. Maybe. Alright, now I do. That was a good mow down coming in yet again. The cat control was taken away. Shox did not anticipate the second player towards the backside, so was of course taken down. Long-range fight, easily won. True Rippers with this very solid anti-eco, to be honest, saving 4 of those weaponries. No need to go in for any major reinvestments either.
Yeah, but what do you do now that the players from Marcos Gaming have their buy? And True Rippers, they win this, it gets them the equalizer. They lose this, well, they have one more opportunity to buy back. Well, at least walk in with a broken buy, try and put a little bit of resistance, stop Marcos Gaming from hitting double digits first. Molotov, need to follow up from Kenny S. Takes a deep space down in mid. Marcos Gaming, they're so focused on this A execute. Again, moving towards A halls.
It's a stacked side.
Yeah.
Oh, good damage being done by Shogs, but the pick was crucial. Util now gonna come in, but the flood also is good. But only till they get stopped.
Kind of an awkward entry as well towards the A side. Util uses completely off and Rippers take full advantage of that. The crossfire setup. They had the backup option in the form of Kenny S as well, who was planning to swing from Donut. Let's aim in. Oh, all the CTs have fallen back. 2 towards B, 2 on mid. A side completely given. Rossi wants to take the fight down mid, and this is where the trade happens. Advantage swinging in the hands of Marcos Gaming. 2 kills secured. B2 has lost a lot of HP, but at least this can help them plant the C4. Transition the round into a post-plant position.
Good call.
30 seconds on the clock, and the C4 is going to be taken to A. They have to be quick about this. Ghost, he's lurking in Donut. And Kenny S, sorry, McHill's moving in from CT spawn.
1v1.
Plant's been denied though.
Yeah, it is. 15 more seconds. You have no time to rotate, and a Molotov under his feet. Bhavi needs to go in for a big win. He has to stick this plant, and McGill could find the timing. No, he misses it, and the peak comes in. But it is going to be Bhavi who prevails.
McGill's went in to deny the plant, but I think he just assumed that, oh,
it's a fake.
No, I think he just thought maybe he's just going to panic and leave the plant or try and take the fight. I don't know why. You have the SMG, you're already very close, you don't see anyone on site. And I think with the way that last exchange happened with Bhavi and Ghost, I think McHill's could have just swung right on the contact. Anyways, 9-6, Marcos Gaming still with a slight edge in this game, but it can fade away at any time. Although important control of Sunroom. Ghost is going to be forced back. Counter push coming in. Finds the important kill on Elvis as well.
Ghost was playing ahead of that flash. Good play indeed.
They never expect the second guy to be in the same spot. Ooh, what a swing from Kenny S.
1v1.
Felt like he knew.
What a switch up, but it's given the cue. Oh my god, Bhavi's position was just not noted.
Oh, they are getting hyped. They are getting hyped now, Marcos Gaming. What a start. Bhavi felt like he was going to pop off after that round, but double digits on the board as you mentioned, and also an economy reset for True Rippers. Don't just lose that round, they lose this one as well. It's going to be 11-6 after that. Oh, at least seems like it. It's the highest probability of that happening. Shocks with the SMG. Let the man go first.
That's what's happening. He's going first, and again, A seems to be the side where they want to go. B, the stacked one. Everyone's avoiding the stack. A brilliant move, a brilliant call. Reed is just on point, and the shots will be fired. Oh my goodness. All right, that's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, the Zeus in action. Why did we have it in the new skin though?
It takes because 30 seconds.
Stop talking about this skin.
I know. There's no point of.
Why not? It's a Zeus skin. Never had a Zeus skin.
You rarely see anyone use the Zeus skin. You really want to have the Johnny Necro discussion right now?
Yeah, no one uses the Zeus, to be honest. I mean, but yeah, why not? It's the weapon that triggers the other guy the easiest. Yeah, so if you're like me and Necro who aren't really focused on winning and basically will do anything to annoy the hell out of the opposition, Zeus is the perfect weapon.
I mean, you can take the match win. We're gonna take the win over your mental.
Yeah. Winning gets us nothing. We are beyond that phase in our life.
Alright, a few shots being fired though, but this time around, True Rippers answering back with succession of 2 of their picks. Their own down to, oh my god, no. No way.
Looks in his eyes as he throws the Molotov towards him. And Ghost just awkwardly asks a question. Why you do that, bro? And then shoots him in the face. But at least True Rippers get one more on the board. 11 to 7 and still a little bit more ground to cover. It was a quick mow down on this A side though. I mean, the gamble from True Rippers paid off. Marcos Gaming just walking into the trap. But will Marcos Gaming make the same mistake again? Because you might have noticed on this T side, they've just been going A. It's been working out quite nicely, but the last round they got stopped, and now Marcos Gaming have decided that, alright, they stopped us on A side, we're gonna move to B. But McHale's, even here, is the first line of defense, finds the opening. Defaulter trying to follow up.
W Gaming is understandable, but he needs to put the air. So what a shot from Shox. Quick scope comes in. A good play indeed. Down to a 3v3, equalizing the numbers.
Rossi, does he have info of the lurker? Seems like no.
No.
If Bhavi gets control of CT spawn, this B side goes in the hands of Marcos Gaming in a blink. Ember and Shox, they're trying to draw all the attention towards themselves. And look at what the CTs are doing. They're positioning and pushing the B ramp. The first kill already given to Shox. And Bhavi shut down the numbers to 2v2. Kenny S finds Ember as well. The round's been brought to 2v1. Shox now left with the op and a dream to clutch.
46 seconds.
This time, he has time to work with, but no information. And it's his former teammate on the other side who knows exactly what Shox will do. Just look at where Kenny S is.
Oh, the timing! It could be everything.
I saw him.
Did he?
Yeah, he's... oh no, he didn't see him move.
No, he did not. He did not. He's just slowly trying to go for the re-clear. But maybe Shox does not anticipate the other. Hey, yes, that's a good pick coming in. And he can go in for a plant.
Oh, he knows Kenny S is going to be popping from CT spawn. Lobs a flash, tries to reposition. But Kenny saw him.
Shots fired. Both
He
of
saw
them
him
move.
Oh, and he connects. Waited patiently, and Kenny is getting a little too over-eager. An important round slipping out of the hands of True Rippers. What a mow down this was. Kenny, yes, I think just a little upset. Like, what am I supposed to do? He had the upper hand, gets a few important kills as well.
Yeah, but that first peak that Shox got.
I think more than that, it was, as you mentioned, the timing when he crossed Sniper's Nest to CD spawn.
That was impeccable.
And Kenny S missed to see him. I think it was just unfortunate timing. Had Kenny S just saw even a pixel, he could have relayed the information to his teammate and he would have been better prepared. But look at that. Look at what he's doing. Shox and Elvis. And Bhavi, B2 and Ember just looking confused.
Oh my god. But yes, I still think the best decision in that situation would have been to kind of double up and then just take control of a couple of space around the map. And once you hear the bomb go down, then move together, because you had the information that Shox already has the AWP. Even if he goes in for a switch up, just try and play as a bait for Kenny S to go in for his shot and to play it off the mark. On the other side though, yes, mistakes being made. On the other side, Marcos capitalizing on the back of it. Their fast A hits were not working out, their slow A hits were, and this time, the previous round, they again slowed things down perfectly. They wanted to go towards B, realized there's a stack, they cannot brute force their way. So just played for picks. That's majorly the game style now. That has become for Marcos as well as for True Rippers. Play for picks, play it slow.
How do we find the picks if the CTs have completely denied their position? 2 in donuts, 1 in mid, 2 towards B. The other side, Marcos Gaming with a 3-2 split, 3 players trying to move towards the mid area. 1 outside A, 1 outside B with a C4 who's falling back, rejoining the team down mid.
It's a lot of
crappy buy as well for True Rippers.
Yeah, I mean, it's potentially their last round, so full-fledged investment. And the execute probably is going to begin now as they're going for the mow down. And he finds 2 off of that. This was important. Getting those 2 kills takes the advantage away from Marcos Gaming and can allow True Rippers to force a comeback into this match. Mikhail's though very close to the opposition. Will his spot be cleaned up? No! He peeks from CT spot. Shox finds the important kill. 2v2 now. Shox knows men hiding inside of Donut. Finds the first, looking for the second. Ember, though, answers back in kind. The cover for the international legend is going to be there. And Marcos Gaming, they bring themselves back in a brilliant manner into the series. Game number 3 is where we're going to go. And that's the map of Inferno. But yes, happy faces around Marcos Gaming and only just one person who's pretty serious and he's going to remain.
Ember.
Yeah, he's going to remain the same way. But on the other side though, True Rippers not that happy. Mikhail's last man left in the booth of True Rippers. I mean, such a tough position to be in if you are rooting for True Rippers right now. It was intense, this match, especially how it started. Marcos Gaming in complete control of the first half on that CT side, on the T side as well. They started off strong, a good recovery after losing the initial pistol round, and then good way to close it out as well. I think the round before this final one that we witnessed with Shox clutching out that 1v2 with the op, I think that was the most important thing, because that destroyed the economy completely for the side of True Rippers and made it extremely easy for Marcos Gaming to close out the map. That is indeed true, and honestly, those T slow approaches definitely worked out for them. And again, the CT half, which was an 8-4. Now we've seen the team who plays CT on the first is the one who basically gets up in an advantageous position. They love to play T later, I guess.
But all that statement should only be true when you're playing on the ladder, either on the Premier or on competitive. That should only be true there. Not in a pro match. Pro match is a little bit more about tacticality, those setups coming into action, your executes, how well you have perfected them. And I think for at least Marcos Gaming, on the second half, in the second half when they were playing on that T side, it was them realizing like, alright, we have Shox who has just been on fire for the last 2 days, we can utilize him, he's feeling super confident. And then for some reason we have Elvis, who is just unstoppable, just turned into a monster in the first half, who definitely was a brilliant anchor on that A side. So a combination of these two, you mix that with how comfortable Ember was also feeling, B2 on fire today as well. So I think overall Marcos Gaming, they had set themselves up for success with that first half start already. True Rippers, we did not see any form of counter aggression from their side, even towards the A side. They were always playing on the back foot, no one tried to contest. Made in the first half that much, apart from Mikhail's and Kenny S. And that is when True Rippers walked away with a few rounds in the bag.
Sheesh.
Look at that, 23 kills, 124 ADR. Wow.
That's all you need. I mean, he's basically been the star player for Marcos Gaming.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
On the other side, you also have Elvis, you've got Bavi, who was popping off, even Ember doing a solid stuff. Apart from B2, who was just facing a lot of struggles, everyone on the side of Marcos were popping off. On the other side, True Rippers, it's Rossi, Ghost. Yes, they're doing their thing. But again, apart from them, all the other players, they were facing some bit of struggles. You could see Kenny S as well on the AWP. He did hit a few shots. But apart from that, on a few of them, you always want a few extra utilities for Kenny to be posted on that angle. And that's basically what he was missing. On the other side, though, we're seeing the head-to-head. Rossi on one side, Shox on the other. And this just seems to be a no match.
I think Rossi needs to be let loose.
Yeah.
You have to let this mad lad go. Mikhails, he definitely knows how to follow Rossi up and set him up as well in certain positions for certain fights. And these two lads will deliver. Combine that with the firepower that Kenny S has right now, I think True Rippers, they should be able to handle a lot of pressure from the side of Marcos Gaming. But Inferno, anything can happen on Inferno.
I have always loved Inferno being the decider. We have been talking about that a lot. But again, if you want to witness the Inferno map, you've got to wait for a few seconds. We'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nordwind Gaming. Marcos Gaming versus True Rippers. The first series of the day is underway. 2 maps done and dusted. It is time for us to head into map number 3 with none other than Necro joining me on the panel. Did you enjoy the action on Ancient Battle?
I did, and I did not expect Marcos Gaming to dominate on that map like that. I'm going to be honest. I thought True Rippers should still have the edge. Unfortunately, for some reason, it just felt like the mental of True Rippers players wasn't exactly there.
True.
It should have been much more jolly. It should have been much more enjoyable, but no, True Rippers, they just seemed like they were not focused properly on the game. They had a battle in their head going on.
I wouldn't say it should necessarily be jolly because, I mean, there is a lot on the line for the players. It's just Marcos Gaming that is an exception to this rule because I believe it's just the vibe that is there completely different with Shocks just gelling up with the team very well over the last 2 days. But on the side of True Rippers, I think they're focused on winning. And the reason for what happened or what we witnessed on Ancient was the fact they accepted Marcos Gaming to try extremely hard, but we didn't see a lot of the things being complicated for the side of Marcos. They kept things as simple as possible. Even on the CT side, you have one man always anchoring down on the A side passively. You have a lot of aggression down mid, and that is it. That is the max of their strategies. From there on out, it was just Elvis popping off quite nicely, and Shocks as well being extremely consistent. And True Rippers did not expect this this sort of rigidity in Marcos Gaming, I believe. I mean, they expected Marcos to be anchoring out properly, counter pushes, and all of the complicated stuff happening. None of that. They just kept it as simple as possible and just walked away with the win.
And Shocks' op on the CT half was incredible. The way he was able to strike down the players of True Rippers, and on the opposite side, True Rippers, they just did not really have enough utilities to back themselves up on the pushes they were trying to make. Once again, as I mentioned, it just felt like the players of True Rippers, they were fighting their own battle in their own head. As I keep on mentioning, fighting their own demons in the head. That's what was exactly happening with the players of True Rippers. But hopefully now, moving inside of the Decider, things will be sort of back on the clean slate. You will be able to get the mental on that reset. But it's going to be a knife round for the Decider for these sides.
Exactly. Before we start off clean, we have to get down and dirty with the knife round itself. Decide which sides to swap, which side to play from. On Inferno, I think
CT, I would start off with CT.
Of course.
It's better to start off with an advantage.
No. Depends on the team I have, actually. With a certain few people, it's better to start T side, especially you and me on the same team.
I mean, okay, but Inferno is also CT-sided, man.
Not that much.
There's a lot of choke points. Imagine Banana, Apartments, Entrance, and then even if you try to go towards Arches, even that's a big choke point that you have.
There have been pop flashes utility lineups for those positions for ages, man.
I know, but you're speaking about our region.
But that is why this map becomes both easy and difficult to play at the same time. Easy because you know what you have to do. Your strategies have been set up for years and years, and you have had time to perfect it. Players like Defaulter, players like Mikil's, players like Ember, Bhavi, all of them, they've played this map for a long time. They know exactly what they have to do. But that's where it also becomes the problem, that now the opposition also knows.
I have a better way to put it.
All right.
On CT side, you need teamwork. On T side, you need advanced teamwork, if that makes sense. You would need to set your players up with the pop flashes to entry, on the T side especially. But on the CT side, you can hold off the entire kill point with just a crossfire. Before now, the round's already kicked off, and Defaulter has managed to get a 2K. But then you've got a man like Shocks who's feeling himself and just tapping away the skulls of the players. He cracks them open like an egg, and even the last man just falls down in front of him. A 4K inside of this round.
What was that? 2 players pushed up mid, and they just clean up as easily as you could imagine.
I'm not going to lie, Shocks just has some different confidence.
Yeah, it was just single taps until this last kill.
I swear to God, Shocks and Kenias, they have one of the longest histories, right?
Yeah.
You've got Titan, you've got Envy, you've got G2, where these guys have played with each other. And because of that, it's also like that friendly banter going on at the same time.
Exactly.
And Shocks just wants to defeat Kenias. You know, between friends, there's always that thing going on. And Shocks is on another level when it comes to confidence.
I think that is another layer to this match, right?
Yeah.
Along with Marcos Gaming and True Rippers fighting for their survival, fighting for that spot in the finals, they are also right now fighting for the satisfaction of Shocks and Kerry S. on either side. It's the friendly rivalry between the two individuals.
Oh, man. I mean, it just feels like Shox is smurfing at this point. Not gonna lie. Okay. Well, there goes the man towards pit 2. And now you've got the final 3 players. Make that 2, make that 1. Falter with just a Tech 9. We have seen one incredible clutch from Hiko on Cash with a Tech 9, a 1v5.
I miss Cash.
I too. Why did I say I too? I could have said me too.
Yeah.
English 404 error not found.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. Anyways, I mean, finally, I think Marcos Gaming looking extremely comfortable on the CT side to kick things off, at least in the initial stages, but it's Inferno. It can slip out of your hands at any time. Plus, I think True Rippers, if they manage to keep this a 7-5, 8-4 half in the second half, when they come to the CT side, they will have that slight advantage of having the fact that now you have Kenny as one of the legendary oppers of the world and Ghost on the same side. You have that double op option available to you. Marcos Gaming, not necessarily.
This time, going for the banana control. Respectable.
Team players.
Yeah. Bringing that variety inside of the play style. As I said, all you need to do is hold the choke points with a perfect crossfire. And that's what these guys did. A double peek to back it off. Beautiful team communication. But the advanced setup from True Rippers did not really come through. The pop flashes weren't exactly on the point. Even the team backup wasn't exactly there. And that's why they crumbled down in front of that double peek. Marcos Gaming, they just seem much more technically better at this point when it comes to True Rippers. Mechanically, yes, they're there. They're connecting those shots. But unfortunately, True Rippers, when it comes to that pinpoint team play, that's where they're lacking.
I don't call it pinpoint team player. I think there's a lot of mistakes from the side of Marcos as well. But True Rippers just failing to realize where the gaps are and just failing to punish. And of course, I think a little bit of a communication error as well, because the kill that we just saw a few moments ago towards A shot, there was a complete dry peek, just moving towards the side. Not even like he's clearing angles. He just pushed in A shot to take control. Gave away an easy kill to Shox. The trade did happen from Defaulter, who was playing apps. But now these two T-side players are stuck. Balcony one on A shot. There goes A shot. There goes balcony. Clean up from B2.
Yeah. Easy stuff. Marcos Gaming. I mean, look at their faces. This is the difference, right? Marcos Gaming, they're enjoying their time in here. True Rippers,
everyone
they're suffering with their time in here. That's what it feels like.
Everyone from Marcos is enjoying except Ember.
I mean,
it's been this is the third map. We haven't seen the man smile yet.
Yeah. Have you seen one of those clips of Shroud where Mo is talking about Shroud like?
Yeah, on the happiest day, on the saddest day. Yeah.
This is Shroud when he gets a knife. This is Shroud when he wins a lottery.
Yeah, that's Ember. Oh man. Deep control on mid for True Rippers this round. Two CT players waiting for them on short.
Sandwich.
Ember. Oh, can go big.
Ooh. But instead it's the hopper who strikes the man down. Shox. Stealing the food away from the plate.
No wonder Ember isn't smiling.
Okay, shots. Missed some shots, buddy. But at least the return is there from True Rippers.
The movement from Arches, take control of this A side. Elvis with a nice deagle headshot.
He just switches up and then readjusts an instant shot to the head. Domes the player down. Beautiful nade. Could have found the confirmation too. His squad softened up. Elvis.
The one more man on short.
Yeah.
The CTs.
One more. Okay. Headshot angle this time. Instead, the man who wanted to use it, he gets headshotted. Okay.
Yeah.
So, once again, Marcos Gaming, this is pure confidence, but at the same time, they're showcasing that controlled confidence, if that makes sense.
It is, I would say, control confidence after they get the first kill, but in order to get that first frag, they are committing everything and catching, and that is why they've been catching True Rippers off guard. Because you see Ember and Shocks, they were also positioned up very aggressively, and had this been True Rippers just moving in through mid, maybe just a few players moving up Boiler to try and fight out for apps, or maybe just bursting out through apps and A-short, it could have been a different scenario if Ember and Shocks both went out.
Let's be honest, though, right? Kenny's is not able to pop off at the same level as Shock so far.
Yeah.
We know what he's capable of. We've seen, of course, enough highlights. That's not even a question. But, yeah, I mean, off the bat, at least he's able to kickstart things off in a great note. B2 taken out of the contention, so already the man advantage in the hands of True Rippers massively. A 4v5 upcoming. Kenny is his op. It needs to find a little bit more blood. It's not that hungry yet.
Yeah, this is the first kill that he has gotten on this map so far. But I do agree with you. I think, and one of the reasons for that might be the fact that True Rippers was one of those teams in the Indian circuit during the group stage as well that we noticed came in with very set strategies, game plans specifically built to help them win. And I think they are struggling to incorporate a new player into these game plans, and this might be an eye-opener as well. What if the team goes through a roster change in the future? All of their firepower, all of their success can fade away in an instant. But look at this, mid-aggression coming in, Bhavi with two, well, one early kill, and Ember with an important frag as well.
Smoke's getting disrespected. I mean,
they were already pushed up from that smoke though.
Yeah. Okay, well, first shot missed, second shot missed too. Third one did not even get a chance. Those are the two shots so far Shocks has missed with the op in the map of Inferno. I'm going to keep account of that.
All right. What? McGills!
And then that happens. Overcommitment. I don't understand why is True Rippers trying to do that.
Desperation.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, it's better to play with the teammate, right? Okay, Kenny S misses the crucial shot. And unfortunately gets caught by Bobby. What a perfect timing that was.
Is something wrong with the op itself? Both the oppers missing their shots.
It felt like Kenny actually could have connected that shot. I'm not going to lie. It was on the body. That's what it felt like.
Well, Shocks would have connected as well.
No, I mean, Shocks clearly missed.
He was right there in front of him. He stood there before he finished him.
That shot from Kenny, if we are able to see that in the replay, it should have actually connected. I'm not even kidding. But for some reason, the hit rec, I guess, just did not register.
Doesn't matter. It's 5-0. That is registered on the board.
I like the new animation of the knife, right? He pulls out the knife in his hand like that, and then maybe he actually cuts himself. That's why.
Maybe it's too high.
Bloods of the raging enemies! And Shocks, once again, the op barrel gets bloody.
Heavy stack outside B. Shocks rotating towards Arches. Elvis and Kabi. Oh, if he stays hidden, he can convert into a 2-frag. Did they see him? Yep. Yes, they did.
Elvis taken down.
Shocks is there, though.
Interesting smoke. What is this? Oh, but I mean, the foot cues have been given away anyways, right? Because Kenny S, he accidentally jumped. Or maybe he jumped for a reason, considering he thought that the op can be holding the cross as well. And yeah, Shocks, he's just there. He hasn't moved. He's pinned down in that same spot. It is an awkward angle. And over and over again, he doesn't exactly know where the enemy's going to be at. Kenny S, he goes huge in this round and manages to squeeze around for True Rippers all the way from A Arches. Now, once again, it's because of that heroic play from Kenny S. That's why this round came off. You cannot rely on those heroic plays all the time.
I 100% agree with that. This round has been brought back all thanks to individual brilliance. But Ember can steal it back again. Has a lot of utility to clear out positions on the B side. It's the first kill in the bag. Now has to go up against Kenny S and McKills. Kenny, having recovered that op, will definitely look to cause some trouble. The Molotov to force the D-side player back, but McKills doesn't know how to fall back. Just pushes up front, walks away with the first round for True Rippers in this first half. A good retaliation, I think, still a good start. They can still bring themselves back into this matchup, but if a few more slip out, then maybe Marcos Gaming in complete control of the first half.
Yeah. I mean, look at the way Shox is able to find these kills. Yeah, it's a whole other story that they still lost the round, but I guess 1 round sacrifice is fine considering they got so many rounds back-to-back, 5 rounds back-to-back.
Yeah.
So yeah, the 6th one just sacrificed up. But True Rippers, all they need is that one single trail, and they can keep on falling onto that. Once they get the momentum in their hand, everything can swing back. For Marcos Gaming, I mean, they've already got the torch. They just need to keep on marching forward.
Let's see. Back-to-back wins. Still being able to buy back into this round. And now I think they're finally taking a step back. We don't see that initial hyper-aggression towards Banana. Alright, as soon as they start to move in.
Good pop flashes. True Rippers. They've invested a lot of utility, but they still do have more. They did not burn through every single piece of utility they had. A man in the sewers. And then you've also got Miguel slowly and steadily stepping to himself. Just looking to catch someone off guard. Maybe diverting the attention onto himself. That can be the game plan there. And that's why you see the op being rotated as well. But there's still 2 players playing with a bit of a crossfire. So A-site is not going to be that easy to take whatsoever. And Shox's op realizes one fact, and that is going to be that he is sort of on the right track, but then an instant rotate comes out from Shox as well, because he realizes the smoke for the cross is there, but we do not hear any footsteps. So that means it is a fake. So much patience, Johnny.
Yeah. But it's finally time to call the shots. 25 seconds on the clock, and they pull the trigger. True Rippers looking to move in, but Elvis is going to be the first casualty from the side of Marcos Gaming. And Ember looking to go big, finds 2 kills. Pavi with the 3rd one on the board. There's 2 men left from the side of True Rippers. And even though they have the C4 planted, it's not going to be easy to secure this round. Yes, moving towards shot, but Shox is already there.
Just better.
Quicker, I guess.
Yeah. Kenny, yes. Oh, his op really isn't able to find that blood. And on the opposite side for Shox, everything's falling into pieces.
Yeah.
In the right way.
He's very happy, B2, today.
Yeah, I mean, he's beating one of the top teams in India. He should be happy. Makes sense. Look at Kenny S. I mean, he just seems frustrated. From the start of the series up until now, he just seems frustrated. And I'm going to tell Shox that. I was like, you know what? When you were winning those 2 maps back-to-back, Kenny S was
no.
frustrated.
Rossi has pulled out some papers, some books are out, some strat books. Can you read that, Necro?
It's blank for now.
We're not seeing the right side.
What is he going to do with those papers, though?
Pull out some secret strats, maybe?
But, I mean...
Mikhail's, it feels like he's just wondering what is going on. What is this man doing?
Will a strat on paper really help you in the upcoming round?
Notes, man. Homework.
I know notes, but we're seeing a lot of changes in these recent 2 days. No matter how many notes you try to bring, the change will always be there every day.
The one team that's been doing really well is the team where I think the only advice Shox gave to Marcos Gaming was just like, stay calm, relax, and enjoy.
Yeah. It's all about adapting on the fly, and a team that's better to adapt will come out on top. Because so far, the Indian meta of playing CS has changed a lot. You need to agree on this. Inside of the Super 6, the way these players are playing, it has changed drastically.
Yeah, I mean, true, but also, what meta?
I mean, listen, man, these guys were just gunning each other down.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, but now, you just look at this. It's so slow, tactical.
At least
they're thinking their actions through.
All right, so here's the thing, right? the draft, the reason this is like a big deal for us and the community itself, it's kind of a rebirth of the Counter-Strike scene, not just in India, but South Asia in general, right? And I think you are witnessing a lot of new talent, a lot of young talent step up, and with the experience and the exposure that they get from the legends, I think this is what the newer players need to evolve and take their performance to the next level. They've already learned the tricks of the trades, the basic, the fundamentals of competitive pro play from the OGs of the circuit, people like Ember, people like Defaulter and Mikhails. But I think again, right, what went wrong for Marcos this time? We saw that push on A, and all of a sudden True Rippers are on site.
Yeah. True Rippers, they're gaining that momentum, I guess. Big round indeed. Solid round. So, once again, a 6-2 scoreline on the board. I guess the strat book really did work out.
Yeah. Pull it out again, Rossi. You need a few more rounds. But why does Rossi have the strat book if Defaulter is the IGL?
I don't think so. It's the strat. I don't know what it is. I genuinely do not know what it is.
What would that be? His CFG file? Printed out on paper.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the question to ask in the interview. We can ask Kenny if he does win that. But so far, I mean, it's quite a fiery start. A lot of things being exchanged on Banana, utilities, a lot of lead. V2 lost, but Kills lost in the process. 6-2 being the scoreline for True Rippers. They're on the verge of making the comeback. 4 rounds away from equalizing the scoreline. And Pavi is pushed back a little bit. Give those T's what they want is a little bit of space. And Pavi, he will go back and fall back into his comfort zone.
Yeah, and this round is an important one for the side of Marcos Gaming as well. The economy almost on the verge of getting shattered completely. But look at the T's.
Patience.
Patience and the brilliant counter rotation towards the A side. They have to dodge the aggression on A. Right, the smoke of Arches, the smoke of Avs, and a fake. They're trying to sell a fake for A, but the CTs aren't buying anything.
Yeah.
2 players still positioned on. Oh, as soon as I say that, I think there's a counter rotation being called, but this smoke will draw their attention. Shocks and Bobby. Can they go big? And they do, in fact.
Oh my
3
God.
kills for Bobby. Ghost with a shutdown, but it's a 1v2.
The job's done, my friend. And yeah, the Ghost is going for the plant. Both the players moving in from Banana. I mean, they've already found a lot of space. Yeah, it's impossible. Considering both of them are playing together, they have got the generic idea on how to counter this op. So yeah, as long as you're going to play together, it'll sort of work as a trade-up. And if you're able to get the traits, it's all good in the hood. The op will be able to find one, and then he needs to pretty much, once again, reload the chamber.
Oh.
Okay, well, isolated duels is something you cannot afford to give out.
Oh,
and
no.
The man's still in the smoke, but he gets knifed at just the nick of time. True Rippers, they barely squeeze another round on the back of that. And Kenny S once again locked inside of the game. Maybe for him as well, the hopes are back. But he's still not that happy.
Yeah. Because they barely won that round, Necro.
Even Kenny S does not want to lose against his own friend, Shock. He's
Of
like,
course.
I cannot lose. It's all about, like, the...
He doesn't want
It's friendly ego, you know? Because,
Yeah.
Because maybe Kenny S knows if he does lose, Shocks is probably going to taunt him.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Random phone calls like a few days later. Hey, man, remember this time?
Remember he got destroyed?
Yeah, we
and,
were in Kuala Lumpur, the draft.
And you got the best team too for that reason.
Yeah, I still won.
I still won. Look at the scoreline.
No one wants that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is for fun, but still, it's about that friendly ego. You know what I'm saying? 4 players just left over from MG. Now this should be an easy round converted. And if TR do not even drop a single body in this round, that's even better. Icing on top of the cake.
True, but I think Marcos. Oh, look at T-Ramp, Necro. Look at T-Ramp.
Oh.
Am I seeing that right?
Oh yeah, trigger discipline play. Okay, free kill and a gun in the head. Okay, maybe not.
No guns in their hands.
Oh, but there's another man pushing through Banana. Watch out, Ghost. He's heard you. Approach him. There's two players in the same side. Another player in the front lines will catch you. Two bodies drop down. Okay, another one should not be dropped, and this Deagle should not find more blood. Shocks the man has been feeling himself, but he still shuts another man down. Shocks with a 2K. The Deagle once again just hunting through. He's on the prowl, but even the T's now are a little bit more scared. So they're going to suppress themselves instead. And Shocks, he gets his hands on that AK for free. So yeah, I mean, save.
Yeah. I think save or exits if possible. A few more. But as we started things off, I think True Rippers have still recovered quite nicely, Necro. Because earlier on, Marcos Gaming, they had a massive advantage to work with. Now it's just 2-round deficit that True Rippers have to cover up. And they have 2 more rounds left in the second half. Any more advantage or any more rounds given to True Rippers will just make things tougher for Marcos Gaming in the second half. Marcos Gaming, they need to eye out for that 8-4 swap any way possible. And this is going to be the buy round that either makes it or breaks their dreams. And ever since True Rippers have slowed things down, not a lot of aggression down mid in the initial stages, not a lot of aggression in Banana, it's been working on wonders.
I mean, they're getting a series of rounds.
Yeah.
4 rounds back to back, Johnny. Big. The lead almost getting compromised, only 2 rounds away from neutralizing and equalizing the score. Now look at this. This is not a great start for True Rippers, honestly. 2 of the players softened up, Defaulter and even Rossi. So for True Rippers, yeah, those 2 players, even if they get 1 for that's really good. I mean, the first one's found, so Defaulter's done his job, but this time the second one does not really get a lot done. Rossi still softened up. McKill's got taken down in that duel. It's a 3v4, but 2 of them are decently bruised up, including Ghost.
Yeah, and with the clock ticking, they quickly switch things up, move towards A. But Elvis is already waiting on balcony. He has a nice little crossfire with Ember. Both of them looking to swing. There's the first and the second. Last man left alive on short is going to be Ghost. And the cleanup from Ember and Elvis.
Okay. He has been playing on that same angle.
Yeah.
Towards the app's entry.
Yeah.
On the site. And no one's checking him.
Yeah.
Everyone's just jumping in the site. Yeah. I'm the one who said yeah. But how is he getting away with kills like that? You are supposed to check it. It's been twice that you guys have died, and then even the 3rd time you repeat the same mistake. Then you really got to question yourself.
I think what happened the previous round was kind of hilarious because they flashed him and he ran inside apps. And then he came back out.
Yeah, but whatever it is, you're still supposed to check that angle. Yeah, it's an off angle, understandable, but does that really give you the authority to not check it, considering you have been getting taken down from that same angle over and over again?
Oh, no.
Oh, first, second, third. I thought it's going to be a lineup, but it's fine. His teammate in the back's got the job done.
Yeah, there were 2 of them, not 1.
1v4.
Let's go.
Clutch. Ooh. Highlight of the draft.
The tournament, yeah. But, I mean, let's be realistic. It's tough. Close to impossible for Ghost to pull this off. Has spotted 1 player top of mid, but I think even True Rippers, they realize it's a round loss already. And with that, the first half comes to an end. Marcos Gaming in the driving seat, 8-4. A massive advantage to work with. And Shocks, like always, like he has been in the second map, in this map as well. Massive smile on his face. He's very happy. I think he was happy in the first map as well. It not really seemed to matter to him or Elvis that they lost on Mirage.
Okay. Dual Berettas On McKills. Have you noticed one thing? McKills has not been able to perform that well.
Yeah.
Like how he was performing in
Throughout the
group
tournament.
stages. Yeah.
I mean, and I think that might also be one of the key reasons why we have seen a dip in True Rippers' performance. Because McKills was always that key important early fragger. Always finding the opening, but now Kenny S and Ghost with the second tap. Ouch!
Big one needed. Yes. Do not go for the repeat, no way. Listen, Glock's got a lot of bullets. He can keep on spraying you down. It's better to not go for the repeat. Ember and Bobby time to reroute towards the opposite side. And McKills, all he needs to do is just stay tucked behind the site. But Kenny S is just going to find that haircut onto the player. Now, if they do get this pistol round in the hands, once again, the hopes will be risen up from the ashes of making the comeback, just like the previous map.
True. And maps like Inferno, maps like Mirage, it's not that difficult to pull yourself back together.
Especially if you're on the CT.
Yeah. They could have showed up to the second half in a much better position. I mean, a 7-5 would have been even better, because that would mean winning the pistol gets you that equalizer automatically if the other team does not force and just stick to a hard eco. With an 8-4, you still have to put in the little bit of extra effort, but winning the pistol definitely can be the kickstart that Marcos True Rippers are looking for. There it is, a clean round, a clean pistol round for True Rippers. Not drop a single player. The 8-5 is on the board. What do Marcos Gaming do? I think definitely do not force. Go for an eco now, early on. Go for the buy, win the buy, and then shut down True Rippers early in the second half.
Those shots felt good. Well, Eco on MG, buys on TR. But, okay, well, Kenny's getting body blocked, and he's now, oh, he is pissed.
Yeah.
He slammed his desk. Oh my god, he is pissed. I can already imagine the comms of True Rippers.
Why you block me?
It's gonna be much more secure. And you know what I mean. You know. We have heard those Kenny S comms in the past.
I wish I could hear them.
No, I don't want to hear them. I don't want to see a raging Kenny S. It just makes you nervous as a human being.
Yeah, but I don't think he would rage on us next round, because we also admit we aren't that good.
He would rage even more.
Oh, well, Defaulter is definitely quite angry at the players of Marcos Gaming. Oh, important kill for Rossi. What?
Oh my god. Good way to cover each other.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It was a nice setup, and Defaulter, look at it. I think just a few words with Ghost. Right, now it feels like Marcos Gaming are feeling the pressure. It's 8-6. True Rippers starting the second half off quite strong. Marcos Gaming, this is where either they stop the opposition or True Rippers end up making a comeback. Early utility down Banana to stop any aggression from the T side. And the CTs decide to counter push. Not a lot of control gained though, and the nade from Marcos Gaming is going to force them back.
8-6 being the scoreline.
Look at this close, slow scale up down mid.
Yeah.
If so, they have some map control, but not of the important positions. And I wonder what the utility setup is going to be if we have a look at one of the T-side players. Ember is just there in apps. I think his job is just going to be swinging out Boiler, clearing A shot, and maybe a few basic smokes to cover up arches. Maybe throw.
Oh, it's a B take coming in.
Game plan off. Yeah.
It's a B take coming in. I mean, the players moving in slowly and steadily. Shots taken, B2 softened up.
Yeah. Wasn't a B take, it was a B fake.
Yeah, by B2.
Oh. destiny aligned,
By the-
but 30 seconds on the clock. Not enough time to clear the site completely and plant the C4. They will have to be extremely quick about this Marcos Gaming. And I think with the first kill now, even True Rippers are going to know that it will be an AX. 18 seconds left. Kenny S caught off guard, completely off guard. Shocks shooting his former teammate in the back.
Now Kenny S is probably going to be pissed. Why was no one watching Archers?
No, I think they did relay that information that we're going to play. From the start of the round, it was 3B2A.
I know, but then once again, I just want to see the cams.
Wait, what happened?
And no.
Something happened. Something happened.
Yeah. Not sure. I don't think so. It's any technical difficulties.
I think it is a tech thing. Because McKills and I think I saw McKills with his hands up in the air. Like he just doesn't care. No, he's not partying anymore.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, anyways, whatever it is, whatever it is. I mean, 3 players left over now going for the save. And the 2 players taken down from True Rippers. Once again, a wise option to go for the save. 96 the scoreline, still not that bad. Can be withdrawable.
All right, nothing happened, Necro, that previous round.
Yeah, I told you nothing happened. I think so. It was just that.
Yeah, they knew they were going to save, so they were just chilling.
Not save. They were. I think so. They were more kind of like disappointed in themselves.
McKills was still alive, and I saw him sitting there with his hands behind his head, standing in a corner. I think at this point they were like, "All right, either we save this or they kill us all of us together."
Yeah, they just had the surety that no one's going to be, you know, hunting them down. Because even the economy for MG is a little bit shaky. Yeah, it's quite fragile. So even they cannot afford to drop any guns.
Maybe in this round, though.
Yeah, and with the way Marcos Gaming is able to find the amount of picks is crazy. Okay, first initial pick found by Rossi. It's important. It's big. Rossi finds the pick. And now it's been taken down 4v5. There's 2 more players upcoming, and Rossi's position this time will be checked by Marcos Gaming, that's for sure. A big squeeze from the player. Shock's able to squeeze himself so deep, moves in all the way back towards the spawn, and once again, it's a cleanup from True Rippers on the side of A. But Shox is still alive. That's a big red flag. And Shox is slowly and steadily eating the players inside out. There's off angle from Shox. Should be able to catch the player off guard. But no, McKills, he plays that duels perfectly.
Look at where the C4 has been dropped. It's in an unrecoverable spot, and Bhavi does not have any HP to work with. He's all alone, has to face off against Kenny and McKills. And Kenny S, he's still just guarding that C4 with his life. Finds the last kill of the round as well. And as you mentioned, Necro, a lot of map control gained off of Shox' back from Marcos Gaming this time, but one man can only do so much. He drew the attention towards Arches, found 3 kills from there. Did get one on site, 2 of the players rotating from the CT spawn. And yet, Marcos Gaming, all they had to do was just burst out of apps, pick off Rossi, take control of site, plant the C4. Rossi getting those early 2 kills just completely shuts down the momentum.
I could read his lips, and he said, "Why are you peeking?" He definitely said that. He said, "Why are you peeking?"
I'm pretty sure if you go on the other side of Marcos Gaming, Shox would be like, "Why aren't you peeking?
Guys,
Let's
have
go.
Fun. Let's go.
Let's go with me."
That's how Shox is. I mean, I was looking at his Instagram stories, and he posted a selfie with a monkey. I think so he went somewhere in Malaysia. He was probably exploring. He's having a great time with the teammates.
Wow.
And he posted a selfie with the monkey, and he said, "I just found my brother." Or maybe, I think so he said, or I made a new friend or something like that. It was something like that. But yeah, it was nice. I like the fact that they're having fun
They're
together.
having fun, yeah.
Yeah. And that's what you need as a teammate, too. Ember towards the app. At least 7-9 is the score line. So for True Rippers, they still haven't lost the entire bet.
Not too far away. They can make a comeback at any time.
Yeah, need to get their mental in check. Okay, it's the equal trade, but I still feel like Rossi should not have let that happen in the first place. He should have went for the peak. He could have saved his teammate from getting killed like that. So technically, that was a little bit of a bait. But as long as it's equal numbers on the board, you still do have an equal fighting chance. But once again, for CT, even if they do lose on one player, that means the only way they can divide and have equal firepower on both the sides is 2-2 split.
Lining up the utility. This is just to draw the attention towards the B side. Shocks. Just that one Molotov towards Dark, and that was it. All of their eyes are set on this A side. Elvis, this time someone needs to shut Rossi down, but we still don't have an answer for him. Finally, Elvis finds the kill, but then it's too late. Shocks should be able to recover the C4 and get the plant down, but he has to clutch out this 1v2. It's going to be tough. No utility for the post plant as well.
If he does clutch this out, it's not going to be good for True Rippers. Once again, with Shocks how things were. He gets taken down this time.
Hands getting sweaty. Mikhail's wiping his hands. The blood of the opposition off of his hands, I guess. But hey, we were talking about winning back a critical round. True Rippers, they've done that. Reset for Marcos Gaming. No economy, just that one AK on Shocks. But Necro, I think it is time for Marcos Gaming as well to evolve now. Shocks go kill. That strategy is not working out anymore.
It is not, actually. Because Kenny S is finding himself in that groove.
Yeah.
He's been able to wake up.
And Rossi has woken up as well.
Pretty much. And Rossi's also squeezed himself quite deep this time towards the apps. And considering the confidence is going to be there because they know the economy is broken from MG, so you might as well try to go for these pushes. But once again, they're just holding in a really good manner. Communication is over here between these two players, Rossi and Kenny S. Rossi's holding the right side, Kenny's holding the left, and the timing's gonna work against him. So unfortunate that Kenny withdraws, and then the player just goes for the peek. Timing.
Even Mikhail's can be caught off guard. He's expecting the T-side player to be pushed back, but no, the aggression is there. And a quick peek from Bobby, who fails to check the site completely, assumes there's just one CT player positioned towards CT, and no one on site. Mikhail's with an incredible punish. Even on the Seco, though, Marcos Gaming, they can cause a lot of damage, and finally the AK is being taken towards that A side.
.3v4. Kenny S still on the op towards A. So pretty much A side's going to be on the lockdown, I assume.
Yeah.
Moving in from apartments, and overall A short will be a big red zone. And as I mentioned, yes, it will be. Kenny S has got this out on the lockdown. Now even the man towards the apartments, which is Shocks. He hears that shot from Kenny S and instantly just pulls back, and he's like, it's better to go for the save than just fall down in my own death.
The economy is completely shattered for the side of Marcos Gaming now, and True Rippers, they have the equalizer as well. This is getting very intense now, Necro. This is when the game gets real. 9-9 for both these two teams. And True Rippers, they've started to stabilize a little. Marcos Gaming with an important tactical timeout in this game. The first kill was impressive, but I think Elvis could have actually moved down Boiler instead of pushing apps again. They had no information to work with, so it was going to be tough to make that call. See the lads from God's Reign sitting in the audience. Tough defeat yesterday, but an intense series, of course. Yeah, Spark Boys. Though I'm still waiting for that double op to pop out from the side of True Rippers. Hasn't happened yet. They haven't had any money in the second half yet. Hopefully in a few more rounds. What do you think?
Maybe. I mean, a quick push towards Banana from Shocks all by himself, of course. And if Shocks gets that 2K towards Banana, it can be massive. But the players, they once again pull back. So Shocks, maybe even he can try to pull back, and that's what he's doing. He's backing off slowly and steadily. You can see on the minimap. The hit's going to be towards A side, that's confirmed.
Yeah.
Unless from B someone messes up, then the reroute will be there. But over here, it's all booked on Ember. Ember needs to go big. He needs to find Ghost. If he doesn't, then A side take will be tough. And as I mentioned, if towards B something else happens, then things will definitely be different. But unfortunately, he does find one, but an instant trade does come into play as well. Towards Ninja is Rossi, he gets the first, he gets splashed, and then Ghost as well towards Sight. He shuts down another player. Ghost needs to get to 2K, and that's what he does. A 3v1 in the future, while Elvis all by himself on the side. Good spray down in the front, but he gets caught whatsoever.
And Ghost with a 3K on the A side itself is what will be the nail in the coffin for Marcos Gaming. An important round for True Rippers, and they bring it back. And of course, Shox is well caught off guard by Mikhail's holding a very awkward yet incredible half angle on Sands. That was, well, a little hilarious, but also kind of scary. As soon as you pop out from the smoke, you see Mikhail just waiting there for you. Not good for Marcos Gaming. Forced on an eco again. They try to run it down Banana. It's not going to be easy with Kenny S waiting for them with the up. The first kill of the round. Elvis goes down.
There we go. That's the way to kickstart things. And once again, to let the audience know, the viewers that are watching, even if any of these teams do end up losing the game, they still do have another chance in the lower brackets. They're not completely eliminated. So that's lucky for them. But for now, quick flashes on the board. It's time to move inside of the site. Positions exchanged through the smoke as well by the T's and the CTs, but hey, it's still the CTs to come out on top whatsoever. McKills goes huge. Those eco frags being collected.
A lot of support from Ice Dealer for his teammates. Of course, wants the team to towards the finals as quickly as possible, but yeah, I think that might have already happened. Marcos Gaming, the momentum has completely been shut down. All of that effort from the first half not really transitioning on the sneak side. Shox finally has the op in his hands, but needs to find the again to get that impact in. Again, he has this time watching second mid through apps. Has Rossi covering his back towards Boiler. Look at the collapse. If it happens from both the sides of apps, then maybe Marcos Gaming can recover a few weapons, but Rossi kicks things off, finds the first kill of the round. Ember moving in towards bedroom for the second. But True Rippers now. This time they are repositioning extremely quickly. Because look at how they fall back from the A side as well. T's lined up outside B. The banana control is theirs, but the execute is going to be a tough one. They cover up CT with a smoke, but Defaulter is waiting for them on top of coffins. And he gets a 2K from the exact same spot. 2-3.
Oh no. Oh no. This is a big red flag. Ember, even though he had such low HP, still gets away with 2. Shox with the op if he even finds one. Kenny S. The pressure will be on him. Defaulter's low.
Ember's kill came at such a perfect time that made True Rippers think it was going to be an A execute. But no, the C4 goes down on B. Or maybe it just fell back to try and catch Marcos Gaming off guard.
Ember can actually light him up here, Johnny. Only if he holds a good off angle, then things will be better. But Kenny just spams that and finds that kill. Beautiful stuff. And now it's all down to Shox. So 1v2 upcoming. It is the position for greatness. And Shox, he gets one. He hears another man just jumping through in the front, and he connects the no-scope. Dreams shattered, hope shattered in that round to collect the map point. And Shox, he keeps his team breathing in the matchup.
Oh man, that last one we won. Kenny S up against Shox. Takes down his former teammate, former brother-in-arms. Oh, that win, a clutch coming in. But I think this is what completely threw True Rippers off. Ember getting that important frag on that A site and then comfortably falling back with Shox towards B. 10 to 11. An important round in the game for the side of Marcos Gaming. The op also taken away from True Rippers was quite important. So we have a big threat from the opposition moving in from B control, but ECT is waiting for them on the other side. V2 needs to be careful.
He does. I mean, human pyramid boosted on top of each other. Caught, but he still gets one. Good trades on the board.
They get 3 kills.
Yeah, good trades. Really good trades. Still positive for True Rippers.
Yeah.
And there's a chance they can still make it to the match point. Now, Marcos Gaming, Shocks is still up. So as long as he's up, for me, the hopes are up.
It's Shocks and Elvis. It's a deadly duo Necro.
In the previous round, it was Ember and Shocks.
Yeah.
And now it's Elvis and Shocks. Oh my God, Shocks. I mean, for him, he could have found at least 1 kill towards mid, but unfortunately, the timing does not work that perfectly. Shocks, if he turns around and looks back towards Banana, he will be able to get 1 free kill. But Ghost, you need a peek right now. The players have already squeezed away. They've already moved in from Banana. It's time to go towards the site, and Shocks is clearing angle by angle. Time to clear the side as well. Some of the deep angles are not cleared just yet, and Kenny is lurking in the shadows. He gets caught.
Defaulted towards Coffins.
Flank incoming.
Oh, he checks it.
Oh,
no,
no,
and
he
whips.
misses. One of the rare occurrences.
Yeah.
And that gives True Rippers a chance to make a comeback. Match point achieved.
Oh, they close out the series with a win. What a relief it will be for True Rippers and Marcos Gaming. I think this will just boost Marcos Gaming's confidence in themselves. Maybe the next time around they fight in the upper bracket, maybe they can win.
Shocks' face was so happy.
Yeah.
For the first half.
Yeah, because he was winning.
And
now he's going to be on the receiving end of the phone call we were talking about.
Yeah, he will be.
He also realized that now.
Imagine if finals once again this happens. There's a high chance.
Yeah,
There's a really
that
high
is what
chance.
he will want after this. If he,
Yeah.
whoever ends up losing, be it Kenny S or Shocks, they will want to make it to the finals just to get the revenge. Same goes for Marcos Gaming and True Rippers as well.
I mean, Kenny S in the hands. Once again, if Kenny goes huge, if he gets like a 2K or 3K, I mean, already the round's done. It's done. So over here, control and discipline should be the only friend for Marcos Gaming.
We're going to need a little bit of luck with that, as this time there was no fake. It was just a 5-man push down B, and they find both those kills.
You spoke of luck, and they got that through the smoke. Danger man out. Still Kenny S is up. 3v4. Smokes are out as well. And look at Shocks is just suspected that his own smoke. And is pushed up towards Coffins. Looking down all the way towards the church. Or the construction. And now looking forward to explore a little bit more. And yeah, at this point, Shocks, he spots the Opera. Kenny S has been spotted. And the fact that Shocks is still going for the re-clear on the same angle is actually quite gutsy.
Terrorists win.
CDs fall back, realize the priority of the weapons that they have, and last round they win this, they still end up with series in hand. Marcos Gaming take us into overtime. What does that mean?
I don't know. He was doing some hand signals. Maybe it's about like colliding?
Collapsing together, maybe?
Colliding together.
Pinching on the ramp?
Sandwich.
Not the right map, Necro.
But still, two players can sandwich it. 2 CTs can sandwich one T in the between.
Are you hungry again?
Okay, going back towards the serious things. Once again, for True Rippers, just 1 round away. Just 1 round away.
Yeah.
Marcos Gaming 2, just 1 round away.
1 round from the OT. I think that is what all Marcos Gaming wants at this point. First, we take it to the OT, and then we figure it all out.
A fighting chance, that's all they need.
I think one thing that Marcos Gaming can definitely try is, because Shox has been very consistent in getting those opening kills. Ember, even though he's been left as the solo lurker a lot of the times away from the team, and he does manage to throw off True Rippers with his late round, mid round lurks. I think it would be interesting to see what would happen if they try and swap either Shox with Ember, get Shox and Ember together, and then get the entire team, the other 3 players, to just hold off on the opposite end of the map. Can be either a aggressive push from Apps. Mid.
Changing utilities on the fly. And look at with how they've been playing as well. I mean,
yeah.
Kenny S now starting to get a little bit overeager. You can tell that his senses are tingling. He just wants to push through the smoke. But he knows there's someone right on the other side.
But he's on the opposite end of the map. He's on B side, and now the T's are moving towards A. They have a false control of arches. Will need a few perfect pop flashes to actually win and take control of that area. Finally, they start pushing in. Bhavy and Elvis need to be careful. There's a man waiting for them on the swing. They find the kill. Ghost and McKill's going big, but there's a trade. Shox and Elvis bringing it back 3v3.
This is a big comeback in the round. And if it goes OT, it's really gonna hurt the mental. I thought he's gonna get a 2K. And somewhere down line, it's almost done too. Kenny S with the op. Now, if the players do move on forward towards some advanced positions, Kenny S will be caught off guard. And that's why he switches on forward to the AK. Drops the op. And the drops definitely hurt. So now the players know the op's not in the hands of Kenny anymore. It's the AK.
There's 2 of them. Look at that setup. 1 waiting in graveyard, watching short. 1 on side, watching library. No matter where Kenny has come from, one of the players was going to be ready. B2 with a cleanup. And 12 to 12 overtime is where we go, Necro. And a wall cry from B2.
Intensity. You can feel the intensity in the arena.
McKills and Ghost definitely have a lot to say.
McKills is just showing the hand. Is like, just stop. Don't tell me anything. Just stop. We need some time. I think so. That's what he meant by those gestures. I mean, we're over here just trying to read what exactly the players are saying because it's the intensity. It's the intensity that's going on in those booths.
I think McKells need to be let loose as well from the side of True Rippers. I mean, he has been the most impactful player from their side throughout the group stages till now. And
yeah, but
we always know, I mean, his play style is just getting into the faces of the opposition, getting that first kill, trying to get the second if he can, otherwise sets up his team for the trade.
There's 2 ways to look at it.
Yeah.
Since Marcos Gaming has got the legend on their side, this is playing much more better. And since True Rippers, they have got the legend on their side, of course there are changes, which they're struggling with. But it's, even if now, if McKills tries to pull off that aggressive playstyle, it's not going to work. I genuinely think so. If he does go towards the faces of Marcos Gaming, they're playing much more held back.
Yeah.
They're waiting for those pushes initially. They're playing much more defensive, even on the attacking side.
Look at how they are scaling up towards the A side, collapsing both arches and A short. The 1 man waiting in Apps Elvis, but I think the biggest threat on A has always been man holding Apps, Rossi, but it's going to be Bhavy, the first casualty of this round. Ember with an impressive trade.
Free peek this time does not come through. Shox. Once again. Oh my god, man on the side catches another one. There's a big crossfire, but it gets broken with that off shot. And now Shox just desperately searching for one more. He shuts down 3 players single-handedly. 1 more to go in the front, and Shox.
And Kenny S.
Yeah, it's a 1v1 for the round win as well, but Shox gets spotted. Kenny S much more quicker on that reaction. He saves the day for True Rippers, and Kenny S, oh my god, even he could have felt the nerves on that moment. Shox was so close.
Yeah, off versus up. Kenny S versus Shox. But what a round for both these 2 players. Of course, True Rippers happy. And that one as well sets them up at least a little bit of momentum for the first half of this overtime. Now that one particular position was easy for Kenny. He knows what Shox is going to do. He knows how he thinks.
$13 True Rippers. They barely squeezed that round away, but you speak of the economy for both the sides. It is still in quite the fragile condition. The double op setup in the past, it sort of worked out because Ghost was able to squeeze the first kill away, the first ever clear kill of that round. But then Kenny S was able to clutch it. So this time the decision's been made that it will be only Kenny to wield the op in his hands. The amount of utilities we've seen towards Banana are huge. Shox is softened up, so that's a good thing.
It can be a good thing. Problem is they still have B2. It's equally menacing, doesn't matter. Ember goes down first. Goes looking for the second on mid. Doesn't really find anything, but he has a lot of information to work with. Elvis, an impressive trade.
No. Op still there on the site. Kenny is just looking down towards Boiler now.
He's pushing aggressively, wants to check mid as quickly as possible, and I think now they get an idea, True Rippers, that the T's have fallen back and maybe it's time they make a play for B.
It indeed is. Interesting. Fake smokes, fake Molotov. Shox once again just faking out the take, I guess. Pulling out the rotation. One man's rotated towards the side. And it's Ghost all by himself. Left in the 1v3 on A. He does catch one. And softens up the second player. Coming down line, Ghost. He tried his best to pull off at least a 2K. If Ghost would have gotten a 2K in that position, things would have been much more easier for the rest of them. But now Kenny S over here, he needs to get at least one and stay alive.
Oh, gets the first, gets traded out. So the first box was checked off Necro, but the second one, not really, but still doesn't matter. Defaulter and Mikils, they clean up quite easily on this A side. Another round in the bag for True Rippers. The game slipping from Marcos Gaming slowly and steadily. True Rippers, my goodness, so focused. So many words exchanged after every single round.
Kills as well as being quite expressive. Ghost has got a lot of kills. Kenny S as well, backing him up instantly. While the players you usually expect to pop off, players like Defaulter, Rossi, McKills, are doing okay. Kenny S this time forced back because quite an aggressive push towards Banana was there. Unfortunately, the man towards Sandbags wasn't able to back away, which was McKills. He gets caught. Once again, McKills is not going to feel happy about that, but Ember's quite softened up. One single nade towards that direction can catch Ember, but it's a withdraw from these players. They're backing away.
Backed off completely. Well, not completely, in fact. They still have a little bit of a aggressive position on Banana, and that is going to be spotted out. Kenny S taking so much damage. Getting punished for the aggression. Banana falls back. He's still lined up outside B. There's just one CT waiting for them. CT smoked off. Kenny S put out of play. Faulty hiding in coffins. And just a Molotov grenade towards him to flush him out. Would be enough, but the back and forth trades from either side. 3v2. Marcos Gaming, they have control of the B side, and True Rippers forced to play the retake.
Indeed. 2v3, True Rippers. They need to maintain this lead. Ghost with the op. Needs to go huge. Smoke off the Banana. And now find yourself clear path. There was still a little bit of a gap left over. But it's fine. The team play is still on the point. Marcos Gaming. 13-14 is the scoreline, and now we're going to see that switch up coming in. Of course, the struggles will be there from True Rippers on the attacking half.
What was that? B2 and Bhavi having an exchange of words? A lot of passion with what was being said, and Ember steps in to calm both of them down. Finally. Hey, the moment Ember started taking control of the game, they won Ancient. I'm just saying.
Man, a few words.
Yeah.
But maybe that might just be the problem.
No, Negro, you can't do him like that.
I'm just messing around, guys. Come on. Don't flame me, please. You got to crack a little bit of jokes, right? I mean, it's such an intense action going on. Even the audience is getting anxious. You got to crack some jokes to lighten the mood. 13-14. And everyone can start feeling the nerves at this point. They're playing so disciplined, so defensive. Ember towards the shed. Yeah, even he's just playing for the contact. As soon as Ember finds the first, even if he's able to get one, that's going to be massive. It's a one-and-done angle, and there was a little bit of crossfire.
Oh!
But hey, it's a quick burst on the A site, and the burst actually comes through as well from the apartment's entrance. That's big. Site control taken away. The C4 is going to be planted too. And now those two players, all they're going to do is just tuck themselves in the site and play for the post plants. Now, once again, it's all going to come down to the crossfires and the team play. We're going to team together, go for the double peaks. It's all going to fall into pieces. But if the duels will be isolated, that's when the real problem starts to hit the deck. And just like that, True Rippers, they squeeze one more round away in the attacking half. One more needed to secure the series in their hands and send Marcos Gaming down in the slumbers.
I think they have it. True Rippers, they are going to close it out in the very next round. Marcos Gaming, all the momentum is shut down, and in the last few rounds, it's been clearly visible they are being extremely cautious in setting themselves up for these duels. And so far, the only time, this round they might win. A lot of aggression down second mid, and they find, well, the first, almost having the, oh! Misses up, whips the entire spray, but the trades are still there. It's a 3v3 with McKills barely on any HP.
Now, if McKills is even able to get one before he gets taken down, he's done more than enough.
Yeah.
Defaulter, though, he gets the first. Unfortunately, McKill gets taken down. This is not good. Kenny is all by himself in a clutch situation in 1v2. I mean, we still remember some of the legendary Kenny S's clutches. This one will be an important one to seal the deal. If this one's lost, it can be quite hefty in the future. He's holding construction, just waiting for someone to enter in. But even the CT, they're playing this one quite safe, and Kenny S is quick. He's softened up, taken down to 24 HP. Coming down line, even the last man spotted. And Kenny S, he keeps his team's hopes and dreams alive, and they move in the upper back brackets, and they're also going to be your finalists for the Super 6.
Yeah, made it look very easy, but what a game, what a series between these two teams, True Rippers and Marcos Gaming. An impressive match, an impressive set of 3 maps. And as you said over there, towards the end, True Rippers, they almost had it in the bag. But it was Danger Man, Kenny S left alive from the other side. Although Marcos Gaming, they don't look too upset with this loss. As you mentioned, the lower bracket run can still make it work.
They indeed can. And, I mean, Shock still having a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He knows. It was a super close game. It could have went any side. But one thing is for sure, Marcos Gaming is going to be looking for a rematch.
You know when the game ended, who had the biggest smile? Defaulter. He was happy it was finally over.
Yeah.
It was such an intense series.
Sometimes when things get too intense, as a human being, you just do not really want to fall into those. You're like, oh man, it's too intense, you know? You just feel like giving up. But True Rippers, they did not give up. They kept on fighting till the end, and that's why they pretty much came out on top.
True. And from the side of Marcos Gaming, I think towards the end, we also saw the fall off of Bhavi and B2.
Yeah, there was a shift in the mood too.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that shift in the mood maybe might have been the trigger for True Rippers, allowing them to take control of the game, and Marcos Gaming just collapsing like a house of cards. And of course, one more thing I would like to mention is, I mean, as soon as they started playing on the back foot, as soon as they started playing passively, Marcos Gaming, I'm talking about them, is when they started dropping a lot of rounds. Early on, we have the highlights in front of us. Earlier on, they were getting very aggressive, hyper-aggressive, taking fights in front, moving towards the T players, very aggressively on banana into abs, taking control of second mid, taking control of mid as well. And it was working out quite nicely. It was on the second half on the T side when they just started holding themselves back, where Kuruba started putting up a tough fight.
I mean, with the way this entire game proceeded on, with how this BO3 series was looking like, the game just started off with quite a lot of intensity.
Yeah.
And in general, with how even Kenny S was trying to deal with the pressure that was in front of them, it was interesting, right? He was quite vocal. He was telling the players what to do, what not to do. So you can pretty much say he was the man who was taking the main control in his hands.
Look at this. This is where things sort of got extremely awkward because True Ripper is in the driving seat of the match. And then we saw impressive clutches from both these individuals. I mean, both the individuals on either side. The last one from Kenny, few from Shock. B2 and L was definitely the dynamic duo that was doing quite well for their team today. But in overtime, it was True Rippers who were able to close it out. They got quite comfortable in the first half of the overtime, second half almost slipping up, but by then I think too big of an advantage to lose.
Pretty much. I mean, in general, it was quite a tight-knit affair, as I mentioned. It could have went any way. If a game goes OT, you know both the teams are equally matched. And that's why it is going super close. If you look at the scoreboard as well, McKills with 19 kills, he's got the most amount of ADR. And then Kenny S over here with 24, Ghost with 26 too. Move on forward towards the MVP. It's going to be Rossi.
Yeah, and Rossi, I mean, the stats always look good. And I think we were asking the question as to why he was subbed out on the opening day and Dice Dealer was there. I mean, nothing taken away from Dice Dealer. He's an incredible player as well, but Rossi, it's Rossi.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around for a really long time, right? I mean,
he's not just been around, he's been around and he's been good consistently for a very long time in the domestic circuit.
That is true. That is true. Even in the group stages, Rossi had impactful performances. Nothing taken away from Dice Dealer, even he did. But still, it's more about like that trust that you have for the teammates, if that makes sense. And I'm pretty sure the players are probably going to be much more comfortable around Rossi. But that's just speculations. We do not exactly know what goes on behind the scene. And the average kills you can see per map, it's 16.33 from Rossi. So once again, in general, we're seeing some good stats on the board.
But talk about good stats, and we have the good stats of the previous map. Ghost up against Shocks. KD ratios, I think Shocks taking a massive lead, ADR as well, and in terms of average kills per map as well. But Ghost, I think, huge props to this man, being the primary operator of the team, having to take two responsibilities a few times, switching up with Kenny S, and then also switching on the op. He has been incredible.
Indeed, he has been incredible. I mean, you can see the KD ratio from Shocks 1.53, and then you compare that to Ghost 1.13. Once again, Ghost is one of those players that is trying his best to sort of live up to the expectations of these legends, right? And somewhere down the line, he's doing quite decent. I'm not really going to be, saying that he can do better. He's doing quite okay. Of course, he himself knows that as a player, he can do even better, and there's still a lot of room for improvement.
And at this point, I think you put any player against Shocks, and it's going to look different, because man just runs around opening the site for his team the entire time. But this, I think, a map was for True Rippers. This entire series, that first map on Mirage was quite impressive. Then a tough fight on Ancient, and then walking away with a win, an impressive win, a tough fought battle on Inferno. But ladies and gentlemen, let's find out how they made it work. We're going to have Kenny S joining us for a very special interview right now. Kenny, welcome to the broadcast. Once again, it's a pleasure to have you here. How are you feeling? I mean, it was a tough fight against Marcos Gaming today.
I feel a bit tired. I'm not entirely satisfied because I think we are 10 times better and we should have closed it out 2-0 like really easily. I also think that the issue we have right now is that I'm not able to perform as much as I should. But Rossi was a great addition today. He's really able to. First of all, he's a really great anchor, but also he's able to calm the team down because the active listening is really tough. But yeah, once again, show a lot of resilience. The team has been playing really good. We won a lot of kill rounds, lost plenty as well. We have players like Ghost that are playing that are playing not their usual positions and jobs in the team, and they're still managing to perform and deliver like important clutches. So no, overall I'm really happy about winning. But I think that if I step up and I play the level I should be playing at, tomorrow we're gonna win the final 3-0 without any issues. We are better than anyone here.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare this True Rippers to what we saw back in the group stage, it's a complete different True Rippers, because this True Rippers, it seems like they're playing much more disciplined, they're playing much more defensive sometimes as well. So I assume you're probably making the main calls over here as well.
I do, and this is one of the reasons why I'm really struggling to play on my level, because I consistently schooling them, I would say. So I need to try for tomorrow's final to detach myself from the game and try to be more focused on myself, which I did a little bit better today compared to the 2 days ago. But I'm definitely telling them a lot of things what to do and stuff. I wish they were a little bit more like autonomous, I would say. But once again, I'm the one that played Tier 1 for 15 years. They are not, so it's normal that I have visions and some in the game sense that is slightly different. But talking to Shox, I know that himself is really not putting as much effort and energy as I do, and you can see it on his on individual performance. And I really need to try to not get into micromanaging too much, because right now I'm literally watching my radar all the time and telling every single player what to do. While I should maybe trust them more, because they're actually doing great things. But I know that like we've been losing a lot of clutches and advantage situations, and that's the kind of things that are frustrating me a lot. So this is the kind of things I'm trying to make them super rigorous with, and I think they're understanding that, and they're doing better and better, which can make me rely more on myself, which is something I can't really do right now.
Yeah. I mean, you and Shox, you guys go way long back, right? And Shox, especially when we took an interview with him, he was super excited to face against you. And I think he was pretty confident that he's going to also defeat you as well. So, I mean, you finally proved him wrong, I guess.
Yeah, no, I was also really confident. Like, it's really nice to see that we can be winning without me being super good individually. I do have the input in the team, but honestly, I have the feeling that the team is doing better and better, and I'm once again really happy. It's a great event and it's a great team. They showed like a great mindset, mentality. I'm not the easiest guy to play with. Like I'm super exigent towards them, and they are trying their best. And despite that, they keep a great mindset. They manage to. Because the pressure is there, like it's a tournament. It's a final spot. There is cash prize on the line. We all want to win really bad, But yeah, I knew I would win. I just didn't know how I would perform, and I definitely need to find my fun into this,
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Kenny S, for this lovely interview. Best of luck for the preparation for your team for the finals.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
There's so much effort being put in from Kenny S, I believe from the entirety of True Rippers. And I believe this is going to pay off when they make it to the finals. It is going to be so exciting to see. I think this will help True Rippers evolve to a next level. And one thing that he mentioned, that Rossi, and I do agree with that, the man has a lot of experience. He's been in situations like this again and again. And he knows how to make sure that the team handles the pressure and can be the missing link between Kenny S and the rest of the True Rippers. I think that is one of the reasons to keep Rossi.
Another point we need to focus on is that Kenny has clearly mentioned that he's also schooling the players, he's also IGLing, and at the same time he needs to focus on his own playstyle. And that's why he's unable to perform individually that well.
But also, I mean, I like Shox's strategy as well. Let's have fun. Give me a weapon. I'll find the opening. You guys take care of the rest. That's our plan. And it works out. It works out quite nicely for Marcos Gaming. They back each other up quite nicely. Let's find it out if that is actually the strategy for Marcos Gaming, or have Necro and I miscalculated everything. Let's get the man, the myth, the legend, Ember on the board, ladies and gentlemen, with us, joining us for a special interview. Ember, first of all, welcome to the broadcast. How are you doing? How's the experience for the draft?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And the experience has been amazing. You know, competing in a different country in the game that you love, it's amazing.
First of all, Ember, I have followed you. I mean, we have known each other for years now. So I know, like, sitting there on the same panel on the desk with Shocks, Kenny S facing off against him. It's a huge deal, man. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, it feels unreal. You know, 2 or 3 years ago, I would have never thought that I would be playing with these guys one day.
One thing is for sure, you guys are learning a lot from Shocks. I mean, I can see much more of a refined and better Marcos gaming than what I saw in the overall group stage. You guys just seem much more polished. Like, I'm pretty sure Shocks is also helping you guys quite a lot, huh?
Yeah, definitely. He's helping us a lot in mid rounds and in general, like making the calls. He's helping a lot, and even like the plays, he teaches us a lot of new things. So yeah, we are playing much better with him.
Ember, I want to know from you about Inferno, because normally we see your POV, your player cam, and you aren't that vocal. You always do whatever your team requires to do, whatever they ask you to do, you do that. You are the sacrificial member of the team, willing to do whatever it takes for the win. Today we saw you get extremely vocal on Inferno. Did it get extremely intense against True Rippers today for you guys?
I would say the team atmosphere was normal, but I was getting like heated up. Because I felt like we were missing out on each other's info and like making mistakes that we should not. So that heated me up a bit and nothing else.
Yeah.
Who helped you calm down from your team? Who usually takes that position?
Everyone, I mean, everyone, and me as well. Like, I just told myself, okay, let it go. I'm just going to communicate a bit more, help them, and that's it.
And once again, I mean, I like the fact that you guys are not just having fun inside of the game, even outside of the game. I was looking at some of the stories that Shocks posted. It seems like you guys are having a great time in Malaysia.
Yeah. Yesterday we went for sightseeing. It was nice.
Yeah.
We are having fun.
I like that. I like that. You always just have a good time, and in general, you guys are enjoying the entire experience of the draft. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining us, Ember, for this lovely interview. Best of luck to you and your team for your upcoming match. Hopefully, you guys, we see you again in the finals.
Thank you.
That was Ember, ladies and gentlemen. And again, as we said earlier, he's a man of few words. He's always been like, I've known him for almost 5 years. And he's always been like that, a man of few words. But his performance, like he speaks on the numbers, the scoreboard itself. That's what he likes.
He lets his performance speak for himself. And Ember's done quite nice. He's been performing consistently, as you mentioned. He's also providing quite a great support for the team. But let's move on forward and look at the brackets, and let's see what the conditions looking like over there, because quite massive changes have been made. We've found our first ever finalist inside of the brackets too. True Rippers moving on forward. Marcos Gaming moving down in the lower brackets. Now the upcoming matchup's going to be between Pack Boys and Vava. Even Pack Boys, they have been looking super solid.
Exactly. Today is the most unpredictable day. Who would have thought that Marcos Gaming and True Rippers is going to be a 2-1 result with such a close last map, and now Pack Boys and Vava? Oh boy. We've seen this in the past before, and Pack Boys did not have a fun time the last time these two teams matched up in the group stages of the Pakistan qualifiers. But maybe today is when they get their revenge, especially with Freiburg and the loosey-goosey playstyle that he has brought in with Pack Boys.
Freiburg and Olaf, these guys go so back. These guys have been friends, they've been foes. It's going to be an interesting one, Johnny. I just can't wait.
It's going to be a fun one for sure. But we're going to have to wait for a little bit, because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break, and we will be back with match number 2 of the day. Pack Boys taking on Vava. Don't go anywhere.
excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right, okay, and he can't believe it.
Oh my god. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Yakinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get the show on the road.
Yes, let's go!
No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my god! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
After the first interesting series, now it's time for us to move on to another one. Now, once again, such a tight battle between two of the top dogs from the Indian region. Now we might just expect the same from the Pakistan region as well. Wawa versus their opponents, Pac Boys, which have been looking quite formidable. There's a chance we might just see another tight-knit affair.
It is highly possible, but then there's again one more point, right? We have seen this matchup already previously, and Wawa were able to dominate them in a very solid fashion. But at the same time, we had one new appearance in both the teams. Now we have that, and that's one Legends edition. And with that, we have seen Pac Boys performing brilliantly, specifically against God's Reign.
Yeah, we have seen them without a doubt. Pac Boys, with the way they've been playing, especially with the addition of Freiburg, sometimes some players can be a little bit inconsistent.
True.
But then some players do tend to pop off in quite a good way. But hopefully that inconsistency is going to fade away because Wawa is another good defensive and a tactical team. So you never exactly know what the game style and the gameplay is going to be like. And considering so many things have been changing on the fly, things can definitely change in the map veto as well.
It can potentially, but I would still feel maybe Wawa would want to end up being on the same maps that they have played. And I think so. We have also seen Pac Boys being pretty comfortable with that. If you talk about the maps of Mirage, maybe you want to have a look at the map of Ancient, or one new addition could potentially be Nuke. I know that both of these teams, they love to play on that map, so it could be possible that we might see a Nuke into the mix, but you never know, right? You never know. It's Freiburg. We were talking about the banana yesterday. We might see an Inferno, and fans would love to see that.
I mean, we might. Once again, there's a might there, though, because Freiburg mentioned that he's not really a big fan of the banana or the entire Inferno map inside CS2, but he might as well just get used to it and once again start popping off, because once again, he's a man that you can rely on quite nicely when it comes to Inferno. You can just let this man handle the B side, let this man handle the banana, and it will do everything that is required for you. In general, so far, the Legends have been the one to sort of make those quick adjustments on the fly with the teams. Yes, the rest of the players, they're struggling definitely to adapt. But the same thing can be happening over here as well. And considering Olaf Meister is a player that is sort of laid back, chilled back a little bit, the same thing can be said for Freiburg as well. Maybe you might see these teams in a less of a pressure.
That's one thing I was mentioning from the beginning itself, that the way teams were able to adjust to the gameplay of Shocks, Freiburg, Guardian, that was absolutely good. I was enjoying all of these teams play. The reason was they were not taking any major pressure onto them. For Come Mid, yes, they were taking pressure. For True Rippers, we could also say the exact same thing, that because of the addition of the Legend, they were just thinking that, oh, we have to perform, we have to do good, and on the back of it, they were just not being able to play their natural gameplay. But yes, now that even they have played a few extra games, they're being a lot refined, and that has happened with the side of Wawa. You already mentioned about Olaf Meister, and he has been such a great addition because he's not making the team revolve around him. He is revolving around the team as well. So that kind of addition is something that we always look forward to, and I want to see what strategy they have cooked up for the upcoming series.
The Legends clearly mentioned this as well, that the playstyle over here in this region compared to the region that they used to play in is completely different. And they're still trying to adapt for that. But if you do move on forward and look at this graphic, Wawa is over there as well. In general, Olaf Meister has been a great addition. Freaky has been performing quite up to the mark recently, including Bullet. These guys have been doing quite good. In general, the entirety of Wawa, they seem like they're on the equal footing.
Does seem to be that they are on equal footing, but at the same time, again, man, Pac Boys, it's again a team that you always have been watching how far they have gone from the day one itself when they entered in the group stages. We did see that they were not that refined, they were having those ups and downs, but again, after Freiburg, after that first best of 3 series, after that, I mean, they have been working so very hard to play around Freiburg, and Freiburg has done the exact same thing. So that synergy is definitely kicking in. I still remember that 2 overtimes that went on to the series against God's Reign, and that too on the back of the first map loss, and that was a disastrous loss. Making sure that you're coming back after that, it clearly shows that you have got a very solid mental. But we're talking about mental, might as well have a look at the map veto itself.
Exactly. Let's move on forward and look at the map veto. Vertigo being banned out, then of course another ban will be there in front of us soon. Vertigo is like the classic ban at this point. We just know that Vertigo is not going to be played in the veto whatsoever. Inferno instantly being banned out by Wawa. They just do not really want to take chances against Freiburg on that map. But then an Ancient pick comes through, so that means the side will be chosen by the players of Wawa. And then Wawa going for the Mirage pick. Once again, Ancient, at this point, it's also one of those maps that the players are really loving to perform on. And every single player, it also seems like they're quite comfortable on that map. But in general, if you speak about the bans once again, even Nuke being banned out, interesting ban from the side of Wawa. Wawa are really going for these attacking bans. They're really going for these counter bans.
Those counter bans are something that we always look forward to. I love to put a lot of emphasis on map veto itself because it gives you a driving seat, or at least it gives you a comfortable zone to be at. Whenever, even if your opponent is the one who are trying to make the play, if you have a map that you're comfortable on, you would realize, you would try and figure out the plays that your opponents are trying to make. So we're going to be moving on to Overpass, but that's the third one, as the first map, Ancient itself, is on the board. It's going to be Wawa on the CT side, taking on Park Boys on the T side. Olaf Meister up against Freiburg. Let's see which legend pops off.
Indeed, and off the bat, an aggressive start towards B. Every single player just lined up behind each other, and Freiburg, too, is going to be the one to lead the pack. And off the bat, they're also going for the sunroom control. 3 players moving in from sunroom, 2 players from the ramp. It's going to be a pinch towards the site. The site control's found. The players are now also going to try to overextend towards the back. And Freiburg's going to be the one to lead the pack once again. He's catching a lot of shots. He's catching a lot of damage upon himself. But Freiburg just does not want to fall back at all. And finally, he decides to fall back out of that position. It's a 4v5. Man advantage in the hands of the CTs. Blocks in close range can definitely count. And they're, of course, doing a lot of damage on the back of that. A 3v1 cannot be executed by the CTs.
That is Freiburg for you. And the way he was able to do that, absolutely phenomenal. But yet again, we'll just have to wait and see how this will pan out in the longer run, right? Because you cannot just keep on going in for these fast-paced executes. You still would have to add those slowdowns in the mix. But yet again, a good round. I love that they are all playing on the back of each other. On the back of that first contact, they all went in forward, flooded in, and made sure that all the angles were checked out, cleared out. That's a good execute coming in right there from Park Boys.
All the players moving in towards ramp. Actens leading the charge. Great fight. Okay, another one taken down as well. Flying back. Freiburg just pushes up all the way deep site. It's the first. Yeah, I mean, it's done. It's demolishing. Those guys line up, and it's going to be a single spray. So in general, easy round collected. Once again, Pack Boys, 2 rounds back-to-back. Freiburg as well, starting to feel himself. I like the fact that he's showcasing a little bit of more confidence. He's actually trying to understand our meta and how things do work in South Asia, and he's trying to adapt accordingly.
Yeah, because it's honestly going both ways at the same time. Normally, we would see very pacey executes. There would not be a lot of mixture, and even if there would be, you would just see the slow approach, but a direct one-dimensional approach. So with the addition of Freiburg, we are also seeing some good util dump. We are seeing those executes, the fakes being brought in perfectly. And at the same time, we are seeing Freiburg as well going in forward, making sure that if that's a rush, they are going in together. And yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this one round is going to pan out. But a quick opener being found out from Wawa.
Yeah. All the players up. Executors taken down quite low. I mean, once again, Wawa. Oh no, you cannot afford to overcommit like that.
Oh my God.
You cannot afford to explore the territories that you have not explored in the past. But a good pick though. Wawa once again getting things back into control as soon as they get their hands on the buys. And that's what we'd like to see. PB, this can be a little bit of a stark statement made against them, and PB for them to recover against this can be a little bit more tough, considering Dynamite's on the site. And with the way he's moving towards or around, it's quite good. Sharpshooter, fake tap comes in.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it gets caught. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's...
Ooh, okay. Well, if you get 2Ks like that, then maybe once again the hopes will be restored. And he's just looking forward to line up the players. Oh, that was way too close for comfort. He still managed to take down 3 players. So at least the economy will stay humble.
That is true, but I love the fact how Wawa went in for the double peek at the last bullet, and Olaf was the one who was low in the HP, so he went forward first, realizing that bullet would have a much better opportunity. But a very valiant effort from the side of Dynamite. Those were the two picks I was not expecting him to take. But yet that spray control, it was phenomenal, realizing where the players would be again. Now, Park Boys, they need to bring in their adjustment. That's the first round that they have lost. So, we'll be seeing a change in pace, a change in setup. Slow crunch towards mid.
All the players just towards mid. Okay. Well, even Freiburg now is there to back their teammates up. Unfortunately, the kill cannot be collected. Khalil does not stand that straight against an AK, especially when it comes to the headshot duels, of course. And it's a 4v2. Angelo is way too low. If Angelo is able to get a 3K, then maybe the hopes will be restored. Unless Dynamite gets a 3K himself, then there's a chance. A man towards ramp, collects the kill on Angel. Angel falls down. And Dynamite, he catches him through the smoke. Hold on. 1v2, gets caught with the hands. Busy.
Busy with the knife. Olaf. Moving forward out. That was a smart play, yet again. And a good timeout being called in by Park Boys, because I think so their mid-crunch strategy was pretty good, but the timing was just a little bit off on that. So not quite sure if it kind of ended up in the way they really wanted it to, but still, at the end of the day, I think so it's absolutely fine. There are a few rounds that your opponent would also take. That's the only way to make the game competitive, right?
Indeed. Wawa definitely having some words with each other, but in calm, composed manner. They know there's still a lot of room for error. They've got a lot of rounds upcoming. It's just been 4 rounds so far. The series has just started. True. You can adapt, you can readjust, you can play accordingly. While the opponent's PB, they've lost 2 rounds back-to-back. That too by rounds, and now PB's economy now in the grade. Ouch. All the players just looking to push up ramps, and it's going to be a quick mowdown. Yeah, the players just don't even stand a chance. Now USB in the hands. They haven't even dropped a single body so far. That's really good.
Now here's the thing. Every single time that we've seen them go in for the flood on B, on those eco rounds, they have been mowed down. And this is not just once. This has happened multiple times.
That's what's going to happen. I mean, ramps, you cannot all 5 just push together. You will need a line behind each other, line up behind each other. And once you're going to line up, automatically for the player in the front, the duels will be sort of isolated. So he will come out on top whatsoever. And considering it's eco, you have no armor. It's not going to take a lot of bullets to shut you down. So yeah, mow down, eco fragging can be easier.
But then again, you've got to make it a little bit difficult for your opponents, at least, when we going through the queue.
But maybe the intention for them was to sort of not really exactly care, but if they do get the round on behalf of that, or maybe some picks, it's better. But for now, Angelo and Freiburg working in tandem, getting those kills, and just like that, the round just fell in the hands of PB. Wow, that was a quick one, no?
Indeed. At a point where we were discussing if they should continuously run on the B ramp on the eco. They ran up, I guess they got a couple of picks towards the cave area as well. But yeah, a smart maneuver, a smart move. The crunch should come in later, maybe finding one. Nope. Absolutely not. Dynamite is feeling himself, I'm telling you. If he keeps this performance on, and Freiburg kind of starts to pop off as well, which he is right now, it's going to become even more difficult for the side of Wawa. And on the back of that timeout, Park Boys come out on top. Realizing they needed that base change. Yep.
I mean, you saw that in the replay as well. 3-3 being the scoreline. Time to move up once again. I like the fact that PB, they're really bringing in these pacey hits. They're being quite aggressive. Good Molotov, but the smoke's probably going to be on the way. And the smoke sort of did make sure the Molotov's getting extinguished. The players could have lined up, but then through the smoke once again. Another skull being cracked like an egg. Olaf Meister all the way back towards spawn, just holding it down, waiting for someone to overextend, but that's not going to be the case. Bomb gets planted, bullet from the lurk, catches a man, and now it's there's 2 men in the front lines. Bullet softens one player up. Bullet himself is quite okay. He can get that kill confirmed soon enough. The only thing he can do is play on an off angle, and beautiful stuff.
Save.
Yeah, that's the only option they've got left over.
Got some decent utilities, but a lot of angles to clear and not a lot of HP to work with. So, good call coming in. Wawa going in for a save. Oh, wait a second. Olaf! Alright, he's vigilant.
It's okay.
He had an idea.
Yeah.
It's the upgrade.
Gun saved over. It's completely fine. Considering the man was low, they were like, yeah, you can go for the take if you really do want to. So, BKB, solid stuff. And for the opponents, I'm not sure what they can do. Because, once again, losing out on this round is really going to keep their economy in a dire spot. Yeah, they did manage to save 2 guns, so there's always going to be those 2 M1s that they're going to rely on completely. But once again, those 2 M1s, or 1 M1 and 1 AK, will be sort of like the hero KDs that they need to rely on.
Heroes. Much better upgrade than a Hero Tech 9.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if that's a strategy, but for now.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a term made up just by me.
Angelo is quite low.
Ooh, the timing.
Rough.
Yeah.
Needs to back away. Needs to evacuate that entire donut. But once again, the CTs will be aware of the fact that the mid control's gone. As long as top mid's going to be in your hand, it's all in good. But one go for the check. He does, but he still gets shut down with that USP. I'm not sure I came out on top in that close quarters, but definitely it's a big problem. He's quite softened up when he comes to the game. Once the bullet will seal the deal, and he also does not do a lot of damage on the opponent, so that's a good thing. But the way the players are falling down, it's really a big problem. It's supposed to be broken buys, or pretty much like a broken round from the side of WW, but still, they're actually coming out on top from those saved guns.
That is true, but the noise that was cut off could potentially help them get another pick. Quite sure of that need. Oh, all right.
It could have been so bad for Sharpshooter. Angel, he needs to get at least 1 with the angle that he's holding. He's holding quite a tight angle.
Oh,
once again, it's all going to be down to the communication. As you mentioned, even there's a lurk through Sunroom. And Olaf Meister, he finds a lot of space to work around with. Angelo needs to catch Olaf right here. He switched on over towards the rifle, which is the AK. 1v2, Olaf does not have a lot of time to work with, and a beautiful peek from both the sides. Good communication.
Freiburg up against Olaf. This happened previously multiple times as well. Both the legends understanding the play style, understanding the name of the game. But yes, this one opener from 3 definitely good amount of damage as well in that one pick. But Sharpshooter, the way he was just able to connect that important shot, that was very crucial.
PB now starting to run away with the rounds. Oh, up in the front. Crucial shot missed. Olaf is not going to forgive himself for that. He might just catch another one, but this time he gets shut down. Olaf stop, not able to find a reply. But it's still going to be a good spray. I'm not exactly sure what the T's were doing. The Donut Man could have been shut down easily. It was an easy pick for them. But they pretty much just gave up on that. But hey, it's a 4v4. One man softened up. The same thing can be said for Wawa as well.
I mean, the man is literally just 1 HP. But again, a decent post plot because there's also a lurk coming up from Bloody himself. A good pick coming in Smooth G.
Top needs to go huge. Okay, Angelo. I mean, he had the momentum from yesterday, and it's just converted on forward for today.
You asked for the op to go huge, and that's what he delivered. And also, Bloody on that lurk was also able to find that last one pick. So, another good round from Park Boys at the end of the day. Going in towards the A. Yes, Olaf, he needed to connect those shots. At least one of them. Not going to forgive himself for that. but it's fine. Still going 7 and 6, so pretty decent. On the other side, a quick A push. Oh my god, this is going to get messy.
Some take, just like that. I'm just sitting down and wondering what exactly is going wrong here. In the previous round, Olaf missed those crucial off shots. Now over here, yeah, it's understandable, it's an eco. But once again, the same side just falls in the hands of the opponents. PB, 3-6 being the scoreline. Yeah, these two players, considering they've just got the deagles, they definitely can try and go for the retake, and that's what the game plan seems like. If they're able to find some crucial haircuts, then definitely things can change. But unfortunately, the first man gets caught, and the second one as well by Sharp gets caught.
He's pretty sharp as of now, but so here's the thing. Park Boys are getting a lot of space. They know Wawa has not shown any kind of mid presence, so they've got an idea, right, that they can easily go in for those rotations as well. There's no problem for the lurk whatsoever. So the best part about that entire push is that just take that space and quickly push forward. And there's no possibility of a lurk, so all they need to do is just focus on towards that backside, maybe towards the temple as towards the CT. And they've been doing that time and time again. So Wawa, I like this approach even better. They're trying to go in for a mid push, at least taking that space away. A shot, connecting, but just a little bit.
Okay, he moved away in the nick of time. He's lucky.
Oh!
But he still gets caught. Doesn't matter. Wawa, lifeline fading away from their hands. And keep this thing in mind. This is happening on the T side, by the way. PB's able to get such a big advantage on the T side. Imagine if they move on towards CT. Things can be different. The mapping will be different. 4v4 execution coming through. Good pick from the CTs this time. Make it a 3v4.
Got an advantage.
And Freiburg's moving in from the ramps.
He's got space.
He indeed has. But cleared. Freiburg was a little bit too paranoid about the close ride and forgot to check the sunroom. And the man's able to squeeze away a 2K, all off with the last one. Wawa, clean round in their hands, and now PB will probably try to make it an 8-4 half. If it's 7-5, still Wawa will be in their comfort zone. But if it's going to be 8-5, they will be pushed out of that comfort zone just a bit.
True that. And here's the thing. They went up, pushed the mid, tried to take the control away, but I still love the idea that came in from Park Boys because they took the control of the cat and were ready to fight for that space from two different angles. Also getting a pick. But now at the end of the day, it's just the util dump that came in clutch. Even though Freiburg was able to find an opening, yes, being paranoid about multiple angles, he needed another pair of eyes. Try and watch one of those. And he could fully commit to the sunroof fight, but that's not how things happened. At the end of the day, good round indeed from the side of Wawa. If it's a 7-5, then I think so Wawa will have it in the bag because their T looks phenomenal. If it's an 8-4, then things might get a little tricky.
Then. There's a big then there. Okay, off the bat, once again, aggressive take towards mid. Oh man, the amount of nades and utilities we saw. Smoke as well to back it off. And speaking of utils, I mean, the CTs, they still do have a decent open. Good start inside of this round. At least that's one step forward to stop it from 8 to 8-4, but then this happens. Once again, the equalizer's found, and Freiburg just returns back with a 2K. This is what you call the impact fragger. Stepping things up when it really needs the most.
I like how Wawa actually changed some things up in this one, going in with the same early util dump, but not following it up just like the previous round, because they went in towards the cave to take the control of that area and then pinch the players on the catwalk. That worked out for them in the previous round, but this time around found the first opener towards the ramp. But again, it's just Freiburg with his adaptability. Good shot by Olaf as well. Realizing there could be a lurk play. Equalizing the numbers. So, again, the adjustment coming in from Park Boys, it is impeccable.
It indeed is. Sharpshooter. C4 planted. They found the side entirely free for them. Plant goes down. Utilities all the way at the back as well. Oh, nice nade. Good lineup. But then, Angelo. Still just looking at the back. And the players slowly and steadily moving in. It's all about timing. First spray goes down. Angelo was sort of like a bait, the sacrificial lamb, but at the end of the day, it's going to be PB to make it 8-4. Once again, now, as we speak of the scoreline, it's all going to come down on this pistol round for Wawa. They really do need to win this pistol round. If Wawa don't, then double digits on the board for the opponents, PB, and they might just start running away with the lead and the victory.
But still not be that sure, but a good discussion going on between Freiburg and Dynamite.
One thing is for sure, man. PB, I mean, yeah, in the first matchup, they looked a little shaky, but in the second, in the lower brackets, these guys have been looking like a whole new team, much more refined.
Telling you, man, it's all about how well you're able to adjust with a legend in your team. That bonding goes a long way, but for now, the bonding of Wawa is also impeccable. Having a site of their own for entirely free. The stack was towards B. Couple of players in mid should give out the information. The execute has already begun. It's going to be a full retake towards A, and on Ancient, that is comparatively easy.
Angelo. Oh, good USB headshot. First one begins. Angelo, he just keeps on following it up, but unfortunately, the players are falling down like a house of cards. And yeah, PB, they're probably going to come out on top inside of this round. Hold on, not just yet. Oh, this was way too close to comfort, and the defuse comes through. Now, this is the start for the victory. There's a chance. So your prediction was Wawa, correct? And I said PB. Hey, stop lying. You literally said that Wawa is going to be a strong opponent. And I mentioned this. PB has been looking in form. Angel has been performing better as well.
As a strong opponent, yes, I did mention that. But at the end of the day, I still said that Park Boys might be able to take it home.
And with the way it's looking like, it's also looking like 2-0 if the same pace continues on forward on the second map.
Now that's where I would like to contradict. I think so it still would be a 2-1. And if it's a 2-0, we'll potentially see an overtime, at least on one of those maps.
Okay, now you're just starting to make your predictions also the exceptions.
I mean, I'm still gonna say it's going to be a 2-1. But again, for this one specific map, love the way how the rounds are going. Goodbye now. Takes the control of the B ramp, slow approach. They still want to end up at A because look at the amount of players and the bodies that they've invested. Olaf is only there to try and gather some extra pair of eyes, and the execute begins.
Well, sucked up on the site. And okay, well, a quick mowdown. It's a shutdown. It was a 4-5 for the opponents, but unfortunately, Angelo, this man, is feeling himself. And just like that, they've been stopped in the tracks. Olaf Meister on his way to try and clutch it out. Here's the man move up from the back. And yeah, beautifully done. Bloody to shut down the last player as well.
Small micros as well, the way these players play, right? Not going in for a direct dry peek, just making sure he peeks a little, goes back in, then again, and goes back in. He was also ready for Olaf being ready. That was actually a smart play, but yes, the early attention that Olaf was trying to grab towards the B side, it just did not work out at all. They did not buy the fake.
He was strafing, okay. He was not jiggling, he was strafing.
That's the exact correct term.
So once again, ooh. Dynamite. Once again, the way he found the first pick. Now, once again, okay, from the ramps, the mowdown, another one. Yeah, these guys are finding some insane kills now. Really. It's looking like a one-sided game out of nowhere.
So, here's the nerdy me. The previous stats on this map showed that Wawa won 13-6 the last time these two teams played against each other.
Freiburg was not there back then.
Exactly.
Legends do make a big difference.
It's a humongous difference, mind you. Humongous.
I mean, the previous match was an example of that. With the way True Rippers was playing, it was an example. And Kenny has himself agreed onto that fact as well, that yes, he's in the driver's seat for the team. He's the one making the calls. And he's also schooling the players on what exactly to do, what not to do. Now, once again, for now, the schooling might seem a little bit tough on the players, but you need to understand that schooling is going to help them out quite a lot in the future and the long term of their careers. But ooh, went for the aggressive peek this time. This round's going to matter quite a lot for Wawa. If they won even a sliver, even a glimmer of chance to sort of move on with this comeback, this round's going to mean quite a lot. One single small step, misstep, and they will be taken down.
2-2 stack coming in, a couple of players towards A and a couple towards B. But they're getting paranoid. They've got to re-clear the mid as well. So with that re-clear through the nest, they should have an idea about what's happening. Wait, Freiburg through the smoke, and what? How does he get one? But the support is impeccable on the back of that flash from Sharpshooter.
It indeed is. 2 Ks back to back. Freaky, quite softened up. Just 3 players up and alive.
Oh my god.
And Wawa, these guys are also looking forward to squeeze in, trying to catch the CPs off guard, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. What a good crouch that was. Throws the crosshair placement off guard, but then is out in the open and tosses the smoke towards Sunroof. The smoke's good, gonna deny the vision, and then Bloody on the opposite side is just ready for this crosshair. Freaky, last man, does not stand a chance. Map point already, ladies and gentlemen. This map of Ancient is way too easy to convert for PB. And now the opponents, once again, with quite a fragile buys on the board, they're not going to have a lot of utility to back them up in the upcoming round. And Freiburg, he's having a great time inside of the game, but he's also communicating quite well with the teammates. You can see he's got a lot of things to say. Inside of this last round, Freiburg knows there is a potential that we've seen a lot of these times where the scoreline is to 12. It's looking like a one-sided game. The opponent team's out and over. This starts hitting back. So Freiburg maybe just keep telling the players to play a little bit slow and defensive, and you can see that happen as well.
Oh
yeah, there's a little bit of an aggression towards mid, but you do not see any aggression from Cape himself.
That's a 1-for-1 trade coming in. It has been lost entirely, but not like what Park Boys have not dealt with previously. Sharpshooter as well. Taking a decent amount of space themselves. Freiburg will take it for the re-clear, and that's a perfect timing. And look at that, again on the back of the utilities. That's what you love to see. Equalizing the numbers. Bomb has not been committed, and looking at the position, it could potentially go towards B. And that's where Freiburg just showed his position.
I love this off angle that Bloody is holding. Oh my god! The flank! Executor helps his teammate. But then Freiburg as well with this lurk can actually catch the man off guard, and he does so as well beautifully. But then all off as well from the back. Knocks on the door. 1v2 upcoming Sharpshooter. With the AK in his hands. Yeah, he does. It's a 1v2. Can Sharp really make it? Okay, he can. He really can. Executor's way too low. The only thing that can save him is the team play, but all off Meister. This time he's not going to miss.
That was still, I would say, a pretty decent team play coming in, because he peeked first and then went backwards. And on the back of that information, after that flash popped, Olaf, he was ready. And he had an idea that the player would be looking in his own direction. But Freiburg, what a play. What a timing.
Unfortunate for Freiburg. And honestly, Wawa just played that really brilliantly. The amount of space they were able to gather, the amount of intel they had, it just felt like they had the control of the entire map. They could peek out from whatever angle, whenever they want. And yeah, this time Dynamite looking to take it up close and personal. The buys are kind of broken in the hands of PB. But these MP9s, they can be the difference maker. You never know.
If the battle is up close and personal, which it potentially is.
Yep. Gets it first. Did not go for the ego peak. Almost would have. I mean, another G is quite softened up. The Deagle finds one. The trades are happening back and forth. This MP9 on the site's going to give a lot of value too. That's what I'm assuming. But unfortunately, Freiburg gets caught. He gets checked in that corner. Angelo, a man who's been feeling himself so far in this series. 12-5 being the score line. And considering there's also this MP9, maybe a Ferrari peak? No.
Not happening today, at least. What might happen is the AWP in this one round. If in case they've got enough dollars in that account, that is. 6 and 12. If one more round goes the way of Wawa, I could see a potential comeback growing up. But they still need one more round. seeing at the economy, they can get it.
I mean, Eagles 5-7 and 1-9. Yep. Sharpshooter. Let's see. One player needs to go huge if PB do want to win. Or Wawa is going to have the advantage. Right? So it's all good.
Good shots through the smoke. It's a stack.
Red push. Yeah, the ace goal, but the second backup does not come through. Deagle. Oh, it's quite a scary requisite time, especially even the players hitting his shots. We do not want to mess around with
look at that
weapon.
look.
And yeah, as you mentioned, there's also a lurk from Smooth G. They crossed each other without realizing.
Oh my god, in Smooth J, he can go big. He can get both of them, and one of them is the rifle.
Okay, good stuff. AK recovered. Bloody. I mean, I guess he's done his job technically by giving the rifle to his teammates, and now they have two rifles in their hands, Angelo and Sharpshooter. Out of nowhere, the possibilities of the retake, once again, they just fall in the hands. Oh no, that's something he should not have done.
Olaf understanding. There was a small gap in that smoke. He wanted to make that smooth cross, thinking that the wall has been created perfectly, but fortunately for him, that was not the case. The second player was also found inside the smoke. Spam coming in from Olaf. That was a nice shot by Bloody.
It's a buy round now for PB.
True.
On the CT side, buys with good weaponry, Angelo with the op as well. So yeah, now the chances for PB to close off are quite high. It seems like they probably will as well. Yeah, the players softened up off the bat with the approach taken. How is he still alive? But they still to come out on top, and then the second nade confirmation found. Oh my god, it's crazy they're getting away with murder like that, even though the opponents do have the advantage somehow. And then bullets quite low too. Oh no, all the advantage is stacked in the favor of PB for now. Executor and in Smooth G, these guys need to go huge.
For this one, fun player found again. Yes, that's another pick. Down to just Bullet and in Smooth G.
It's not good. Bullet's way too low. That means it's pretty much a 1v4 in my opinion, because Bullet will be taken down in just one single bullet right here. Finally spots the man, he takes his time to strike, pulls out the USB, knows the last man's quite low as well, and with that kill, his position's compromised. And he collapses. PB, a stark statement made against their opponents. And this is something we all love to see. Pack boys, they're going to be your game one winners, and not just normal winners. It was a complete dominating affair from them. They've dominated their opponents in complete one-sided fashion.
And I'll still mention it, that was on the map where they first lost the side of Wawa. So yes, there was an addition of a player as well. That made a lot of impact. But on the other side, the way they played that mentally is the one that's most important. Because again, it's a map pick wherein your opponent have already defeated you. They have already won against you. And now your synergy is so good that you are able to make a stark statement, just as you mentioned, because it was not just a random win, it was a convincing win. They ended the half in their favor and then also followed it up with, what, a 12-4 scoreline. And from there, we were seeing Wawa getting a few rounds for themselves, making the possible comeback, but half of them were, let's be really honest, on the back of the enemy's lack buy.
Exactly. It was on the eco rounds and it was on the broken rounds. But let's move forward and look at the highlights, because this will be clearing a lot of the stuff, right? Time to relive the moments. And with the way, in general, Wawa started things off, it looked like Wawa could definitely have the benefit of the doubt, right? Considering they also made the comeback in this scoreline. But then later on, PB once again started striking back. 8-4 half, and then later on also getting the pistol round in their heads. I knew that now PB, they just have the mental edge. It's all going to be the game of the mental. If the players are able to reset that, if the players are able to keep themselves in a healthy mental, I'm speaking about Wawa, then they might just make the comeback. But if they're really going to let the scoreline affect them, then yeah, the comeback will be impossible.
They can take a page off of God's Rain's book, because previously, on the map of Mirage, that's where we saw God's Rain dominating. It's be possible that we might see something similar, or at least the same kind of approach, because yeah, we have seen Park Boys struggle onto that map. On the flip side though, it is also possible that Park Boys might have picked up all the errors on that. Yes, there was not a lot of time to prepare, but there was just enough for them to figure out the mistakes that they were making and then not repeat the same mistakes again, because the way they played Ancient, it was pretty phenomenal, I'll be honest. Even if they were going in for those solo peaks, they were peaking on the back of the teammates' utilities, on the back of those flashes. If not the flashes, they had the mollies in place to flush out the players who were playing close in those cubbies and basically make them throw their crosshairs away from their opponents. So that's the kind of play you always love to see, and it clearly shows the confidence Park Boys have.
Indeed. The confidence in general that Pack Boys have gotten since Freiburg has been in their roster, it's crazy. And the fact that Freiburg's much more, you know, like a big former pro CS player, he also brings in that calm and composed nature inside of the team. Angelo, it just feels like he's feeling a little bit more comfortable. He's able to activate himself in much more of a better fashion. And that's why Angelo is just able to find those picks that you saw with Diop as well. And not just with Diop, we even saw a big AR round come out from his hands with that M1 on the CT side. And as I mentioned, with the way these guys were able to squeeze the rounds away on the T half, somewhere down line, it gives me the assurity that on the CT side, it will be a complete one-sided affair.
Could be highly possible, but again, that's something that we're going to leave on the map of Mirage itself, because again, the decider, that's going to be something you will look forward to. It's going to be Overpass if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves right, and I did have a very bad memory. Again, if things go to the map of Overpass, which I personally think might go, I'll be really interested to see what kind of executes we'll be looking forward to. But ladies and gentlemen, you look forward to the map of Mirage, as we'll be right back after this short break.
I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it.
Oh my God. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get the show on the road.
Yes, let's go! Ah!
Ah! No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God. And as always, it's been a blast.
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nordwind Gaming. The Super 6 stages are underway and we have one finalist already. We are underway on finding the second team that will get to move ahead. But before that, the lower bracket semi-finals are where we are at right now. Park Boys versus Wawa, first map done and dusted. Park Boys with a comfortable win on their own map pick, but do we expect the same on the next map, which is Mirage?
If we are looking at how things went previously, then I am expecting them to, yes, possibly take Mirage home as well. And by previously, I mean the match that they played against Cumbit.
Yeah.
Yes, we could say the team was not very comfortable, their synergy was not on point. So yeah, there were some jitters, but again, looking at their form that they have started on the map of Ancient itself, I am thinking that Mirage could potentially be a possible 2-0 win for their side, but we'll just have to wait and see if that actually pans out or not.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see because you can't really count Wawa out at any point. This was the top seed. Well, what looked like what was going to be a top seed from Pakistan ended up becoming seed number 3 at the end of the group stage. But still, this was the only invited team in the Pakistan group stage. That has to account for something. And the performances as well during the group stage were quite lovely. One-sided results that we wanted to see. The only team that was there to challenge them during the group stages is already eliminated. So today, if they can beat Park Boys in the next 2 matches and bring the series back in their favor, we are going to see Wawa move forward and take on Marcos Gaming. On the other side, Park Boys just one map away from securing a slot in the lower bracket finals.
That is true, and guess who will be they up against? You've already mentioned that. It's going to be Marcos Gaming, and the reason why Park Boys are in the lower bracket is Marcos Gaming itself. So, we might have a sweet revenge story.
I mean, they are hoping for it. They are looking forward to it as well, but the question is, do they get that opportunity? It all comes down to this Mirage and the overpass. After that, Ancient, I mean, I have to say, they look quite lovely. The side of Park Boys look extremely comfortable on the Ancient, and this is the first time that has happened. Usually, it's a very reactive CT side that we see from them. But today, the players got extremely comfortable by the time the second half started. And even then, I think Angel today has been in incredible form. Freiburg, I mean, we have praised this man from the day he started to play with Park Boys until today as well. Highest frag in the game. In the last map, obviously an incredible performance.
I just love how Freiburg has been so patient with the team and with the boys.
Yeah.
Because, yes, you would see even the legends, they tend to get sometimes frustrated. And that's totally understandable because, again, the potential of the teams that they're playing with, they do have the potential. They can play pretty solidly, but that just does not happen because of the pressure.
More than that, yeah, it is the competitive spirit in the legends themselves and the fact that, all right, you're forced to play with 4 new players in a competitive setting with $50,000 on the line. And the Legends also understand how big of an opportunity it is for their teammates for the next few days. So they are also giving it their best so that the team that they are representing walks away with the win, walks away with the lion's share of that prize money. And that is why we see people like Kenny, Shocks, Olaf, Freiburg, all of them so motivated and giving all that they have for the sake of the teams, for the sake of the names that they are playing for right now.
Absolutely. And again, that's the reason why they're still trying to work so very hard, even for that chemistry, giving all their valuable input. And you always love to see, I love to see Kenny specifically. He always is so very vocal. And on the other hand, Freiburg, he does not show a lot of emotions. He is so calm, collected, patient, and he just gives out his input whenever it is required, whenever the team needs it. The same thing is with Olaf Meister as well. And that is one of the reasons why both these teams look so comfortable with their legends.
Yeah, I think we had this conversation with Freiburg yesterday because the only communication we see from him is, well, majority of the time, literally 90% of the time, it is just with Dynamite. And it's not a lot of inputs from Freiburg. It's usually, he also mentioned this yesterday, we keep a very loose playstyle with Park Boys, and it is Dynamite giving majority of the calls. If he feels like, alright, maybe with this adjustment they can get a better result, or maybe if he feels like, alright, this is something we can try, this is the point where we need to try something unorthodox to bring the game back, that is where he lets Dynamite know, and Dynamite definitely listens to the legend. Because a lot more experience, of course, a lot more learning opportunity, but it is a back and forth for the side of Park Boys. Because Dynamite will obviously have a better understanding of what the other 4 players can pull and what the other 4 players are capable of. And I think that is one of the reasons why we have seen Park Boys improve so drastically since day 1 till day 3.
Yes, I am really surprised at their improvement because everyone really thought that it would be God's Reign who would win in their matchup, but no, Park Boys surprised us with that improvement, and they're still continuing to do so because Wawa, yes, a team that was invited, it was very, they were very solid, Wawa. At the end of the day, but we'll have to wait and see if we've got some changes out there, right?
There's a change. So here's the change. It's Muje has been subbed out, and OK is going to be playing. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. There's OK on the screen right now. Just setting up, getting ready for map number 2, and I wonder how this change is going to work out for the side of Wawa, because Muje was a key player during the group stages. Even in the Super 6 stages, he kind of has had decent stats on the board. Individual performance-wise, I haven't really seen a lot change. The man has been consistent and consistently good.
Consistency is the key, yes, that is true. But on the other end of the spectrum, if you're seeing an adjustment at this point, I would still feel yes, could be wielding very high rewards, but it is pretty risky as well. Because again, 4 players are comfortable together, but okay, being comfortable with Olaf Meister and having that coordination with him is also going to be an important factor in those rounds. But you may never know, right? Mirage might be the domain of OK, he might be able to pull those things off. You can never anticipate what's actually going to happen. We can just make those guesses based on what we have seen previously. And I would still say it does look possible that we'll potentially see a 2-0 in favor of Park Boys.
It can happen, but I'm worried about Park Boys just because it is Mirage. Had it been Overpass, even Overpass right now, I think it would have been more coordinated approach on the winning side. But on Mirage, with a few big individual plays, you can definitely put a lot of impact in the game and bring a few critical rounds back. That is one place where Wawa can definitely take this match away from Park Boys, or even with better team play as well. This is a fresh map. This is their map pick. So there's definitely something being cooked up. Let's find out what, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 is live. Wawa on the T side and Park Boys starting on the CT.
And we've always seen from the Pakistani teams a full-on B push in the apartments, but it might potentially be countered. We're already seeing a couple of
aggressive
CTs out
CT positioning.
There. Indeed, Bloody. He's going to find the first contact. Oh my god.
Instant trades from either side. Bloody also played out by Sharpshooter, but Bullet connecting a very precise bullet right in his head. Just shutting down the aggression and the control for CTs or so. We thought Dynamite down mid. Finds the opening, look for the second, kicks off all of himself. And now Bullet, the last man left alive. What a pistol round from Park Boys. He runs it back to the A side with the C4, but not a lot to do now for Bullet. And as we mentioned, the early aggression towards BA apps from Park Boys was something that Wawa weren't prepared. Well, they were kind of prepared for it, but not towards mid. That third kill down mid. And the second one for Dynamite was what changes it all. He finds the last one in the round as well. Opening pistol round in the hand of Park Boys already. Dynamite in this entire tournament has been one of the most impressive IGLs, I have to say. He performs himself, leads the team comfortably, and especially in the Super 6, he has entered this whole new domain where his fragging numbers have just gone straight up. They've shot up quite significantly.
The fragging IGL that he would love to call.
Yeah.
That's what Dynamite has been. A 3K for himself to start things off. Yes, indeed. That is impressive. On the CT side as well, so realizing what Wawa would want to do and then preparing a countermeasure against them. This time around, what goes from Wawa, a good flash comes in, and on the back of it, a good peek. I love to see how Park Boys are just not disrespecting, making sure that they're giving enough respect and putting those utilities to use. You always love to see that happen.
Man, at the top level, the Eagles can be extremely scary. And you definitely do not want to pick any one of these players, even if they just have a Deagle in their hands. But another kill secured by the side of Park Boys. Wawa down to the last 3 players. A few pixels spotted by OK. Tried to connect the shot on Freiburg, but didn't really succeed. Olaf kicking things off. Sharpshooter out of the way. 2v1. Goes down to Freiburg finds one more in connector, and that should be the round. Yeah. Secured by Park Boys. Wawa can't really do much. Bullet the last man and aim in with just a Deagle. They weren't really able to gain any control of any position of the map. The only kill from the side of Park Boys, or the only death from their side, was a sharpshooter picked off by Olaf later in the round. But again, no control of A main, no control in Palace or Connector. They wanted to move to A, but they had no information to work with. Park Boys, an easy 2-0 start, but now comes the bye for Wawa.
Crucial round for the side of Wawa because not having a proper luck into those previous few rounds. So maybe would want to try a fast approach or at least show some mid presence, mid aggression. That does seem to be the case.
Oh,
going to go out in the connector.
But it's Park Boys with a lot of aggression down mid, and it's going to get punished instantly. Executed 2 big frags. Mid control snatched away from Park Boys. Now maybe they can convert this round. It's good for them. They convert early. They make sure that there is no early big lead being given to Park Boys and Wawa. There, the door for a comeback, the door for a win on Mirage will always stay open for them.
I love how slow the approach is.
Spotted, I take it. Should be an easy plant.
Yeah, the call should be of a save at this time, but Olaf Meister pushing directly in towards the nest. Just try and take that CT control to cut off any possible rotations. He should hear the commotion.
Yeah, he hears the players B hop away.
The market.
But even Wawa losing weapons right now would not be ideal. They do not have a lot of money to work with. I mean, Sharpshooter is out of the way. Bloody, the last man left alive. They have enough time to squeeze him up down. Look at that, one more T player. Freaky movement from Apps finds the last kill, and that's the round for Wawa. And I think we realized, like, alright, maybe Park Boys, they're going to be down in terms of cash, so we can definitely punish that if we get all of them out of the way. Force out the money as much as possible.
That flash, it was just a second too late for Park Boys, so they could not peak on the perfect timing. Just popped off half a second late. If they were just a little slow, that could have been an entirely different scenario. That was a good attempt, valiant attempt indeed, but Wawa with an impeccable punish. Want to repeat the same thing again, but just committing 3 people towards the apps this time around. Well, on the other side, though, the stack is towards A.
Start off with pistols, but still find the opening, looking for the second, and Bloody gets punished. Apps control gained. CT rotation towards market right now. Wawa had a lot of time to push onto the side, but I think they are being extremely careful with how they move around the map. Look at that, C4 still in TV room. They have one more player in mid, one just now picking up the C4, moving towards the B side.
Spotted.
Late rotation of the C4. Are they going to run underpass to connect, or are they planning to go B?
Yeah, they will potentially go B. Just looks a little bit confusing. They want to try and find where the stack is and also regroup at the same time.
Yeah, I think they want, and along with that, if they
Oh,
find
good
one
shot.
more kill, it just makes things a little easier. And Dynamite goes down before I finish the sentence. One more man switching up in car, goes down to Executor. It's a nice little 3K secured by this man. Hang on. Gets the fourth. Runs up for an ace. Bullet finding the fourth kill of the round. Sharpshooter out of the way. Last man left alive. Angel is hiding in CT.
Yeah.
Waiting for the exits. They know the T's are gonna come try and hunt him out.
Maybe not. Love the slow clear coming in from their side. I don't think so they've got an idea where he is positioned. So they might think he's anywhere near the T spawn or someplace like that. And since it's just again potential save, they'll be just letting it slide. You know what? You can keep your life, you can keep the pistol that you have. We don't mind that.
Yeah. Good equalizer, good early. Oh no, that's gotta feel bad, but it's okay, they won the round. But I was saying, good equalizer for Wawa, good way to bring things in check early on in the game. But now, Park Boys, they have to answer back. They are starting off on CT. They have to get the advantage in this first half as quickly as possible. At least a 7-5, 7 for Park Boys, 5 for Wawa is the best case scenario. So, not the best case scenario, it's the worst possible scenario for Park Boys. Anything beyond that, if it's a 6-6, then they are in such a tough spot in second half.
True. But I still feel, you know, Park Boys, they kind of feel comfortable whenever they're on the T side. And it's just because they have practiced those executes time and time again.
I think more than that, it's just Freiburg getting the first kill.
Yeah, that is also true. Oh, that's a good molly. Pushing out the player on the back of the van. Couple of shots being fired, but Angelio needs to keep his life. And again, the apartment control has been established, so Wawa will be taking that space happily. They posted up a player in mid to punish any early aggression. And they're also taking away the rotations, or at least the attention, and that's the pick they needed.
Jumps towards balcony, gives away the footstep, and Executor with just a few spam shots finds the opening kill of this round. Still struggling for position towards A. They have mid, quite deep control of mid for Wawa. They have connector as well. But it will be the aggression on A main that needs to be fought back.
Oh,
they have a man. They have a man posted in Palace. They haven't spotted the C4 yet. It hasn't been dropped. It's still on Olaf, and Olaf is dealing with so much pressure. But space opens up on that A side, and as soon as it happens, Bloody chimes in, picks off the man in connector. The man in Palace goes down as well, and now Olaf Meister is the last man left standing.
Oh!
What a shot! Takes out Bloody, but instantly goes down to Freiburg on the other side. Nice way to counter aggression. Nice counter aggression coming in from Park Boys.
Show me that sniper shot yet again. I just want to see how was he able to manage to get that flick. That flick was absolutely phenomenal. Just want to see that one flick. Come on, come on. Ooh. In the slow-mo as well. That's what I love to see. But yes, a good round coming in from Park Boys. Expensive one though.
What nice clips we have.
Beautiful clips. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't back there mentioning how we would love to see those slow-mos.
Well, at this point, I think she would love to see everything in slow, but it is Angelo with an important kill. Pull it out of the way. Now, Wawa, they have the info as to where the AWP is. His site needs to be avoided. Maybe just a little bit more caution while they push. Smoke to cover up Sniper's nest. Early control of mid for Wawa, but how do they convert this mid control into control of the actual bomb sites? That is the question. Looking to move towards B. It's not going to be easy. There's one man hiding in ladder room. Dynamite. He needs to go big, needs to get at least 2 kills off of this. Finds the first, hoping for the second, and he gets it in the bag as well. Easy round in the bag for Park Boys.
believe it was Freiburg as well who provided some crucial support to Dynamite. Just applying pressure from the back, and that's what you need. That was the reason why the push was stopped inside that ladder room and they could not fully commit. And yes, on the back of it, they get another round. And again, it's a full economical reset. Wawa having those troubles yet again, not being able to go in for those executes. The early adjustments were working fine when they were taking the apartment's control. So maybe they could try and do the exact
look at
same
it.
thing.
Oh, he misses it.
Ouch.
Oh, no. Yeah, for sure. But some form of backup at least. Freiburg will deny that mid control at least for a while to Wawa. They have pushed in quite close to connector, so Freiburg needs to back off right now. But I wonder how much information about this will the side of Park Boys have. The answer is none. Freiburg goes down in mid, and Wawa recover an M4. That's the second kill that they wanted. Oh no, Dynamite looking to go big. Finds one. One more man in connect here. Needs to get the second kill in the bag as well.
Oh, good shots.
Barely managing to escape that T-side player.
True, but that's what you need to do. Deal that damage.
They don't have any HP to work with, Wawa. Okay, is low, Freaky is low. Meister as well. Bloody moving from CT, C4 being brought to that A side part. Park Boys are already prepared for this execute. Look at this. First man down, two more left. Sharpshooter knows where Olaf Meister is. Gets a nice little headshot in for that kill. Last man in jungle, okay with the op. Spotted.
Don't peek. Don't peek.
And dealt with.
Alright. Alright. That was still pretty risky. You would agree with me on that point. It's a 1v1 on site.
Yeah, but for the CT, he has his teammates with him. For the T-side player definitely knew that he was getting sandwiched. He had one man pushing jungle from the rear. He had one man. He saw him cross towards triple. So he knew he was going to get sandwiched. For the CTs, I think they were willing to risk it to get that off out of play.
I guess so. Plus they wanted to pick it for Angelio as well. So that's what they did. Flip side. Now this does seem to be the case what they did in the first round itself. Getting a couple of players in towards the apartment. Oh, Angelio.
And bloody at Freiburg, both fall. This could be big for Wawa. Lost one though, executed the B-side lurker, picked off. And Dynamite, he finds the second, finds the third. The IGL denies any hope for Wawa in this round. Dynamite has been incredible in this series.
Olaf Meister as well. Now trying to find some opening, taking the space on the connector, but there's no one on towards the A side apart from Sharpshooter himself, who's playing so far ahead in the ramp. How did Bullet get the pick?
Yeah, I thought... yeah, never mind.
Man, come on.
Still a 2v2. Olaf Meister.
Look.
Yeah, he's quite deep towards CT spawn. But the counter push from the CTs themselves is a little interesting. Angelio is going to get caught off guard. Oh, he connects. Wow.
That was, I would say that was potentially Freiburg giving him the intel that check your 6. Maybe Olaf is there.
Yeah. Yeah, could be. Could be. His Freiburg knew who was alive and runs through Olaf's head. But Bullet now in a 1v2. Dynamite and Angelio both low. And you knows at least one player is CT. He sees the pixel off his head, but still hesitant to pull the trigger. Angelio, though, doesn't think twice. Straight up, see someone, shoot someone, take them down. Simple as that. 6-4 now. Park Boys with a 4-round lead. And I feel the next round is going to be special because this time it was Freiburg who had a few things to say.
Yep.
And maybe just few adjustments here and there.
Oh, that was a quick scope as well by Angelio. Did not anticipate
I think
that
he's
with this one
breaking everything down for Angelio after every round. I think maybe that is what he's doing. So the next time Angel is in a similar situation, he knows what to do. This is what I've noticed with Park Boys. Freiburg, for the first 2 days as well, spent most of his time just with Angel.
Just the legend giving out his crucial inputs, and that's what you need, because with that you will realize the amount of game awareness that the legends have and that anyone else in the region has. That's way different. And if I'm not wrong, even on day one, when we were having the conversations, we did realize, and the legends did point it out, that the map awareness and communication, these two are the key points that we all need to work on, everyone in South Asian region. You need to be aware about what's happening around the map, and you need to be unpredictable. That's what Park Boys are being. They are being unpredictable, but at the same time, I think so the mid push now needs to stop.
They got frustrated with Freiburg again and again, pushing them from connector, and they're like, yeah, we are done with that. Here's a molly for you, sir. Take this and stop.
Oh, he's not
Stop
stopping.
bothering us. Yeah, he doesn't stop. Has one more man push a B shot and still goes for a mid peak. Falls back though. This time the early information has been denied. There's one man pushed up on card in top mid. I don't think Park Boys are going to be aware of that.
I think so either. They're doubling up on towards Van. Off angle by Bloody.
He's the second player to stay there and draw attention. Otherwise this doesn't work. Bloody almost spotted out, the timing working out in his favor. It's two CTs blocking that B site, and the Ts have B shot control. At any time, the terrorists are going to come pouring in for this site. Plant the C4. Angel, though. Early movement towards CT spawn, but even bigger than that is this spray from Bloody. Finding two, takes complete control of Apps, and guess what? That is the C4 lost.
And Archers as well now being watched perfectly. Behind the benches, Dynamite just mow the players down, gets the final pick. A great game, and he's feeling it. Dynamite is feeling it. He's so very happy at this point.
Yeah, this man is incredible. He's like so talented. There's been so much growth within the tournament itself that's been observed from Dynamite, and extremely excited to see the rest of his journey in the world of CS2 as well.
Bullet was, performing in the previous one, but this time he's having the struggles of his own.
I think one key player from the side of Wawa that needs to step up is Executor. Executor was that key man throughout the group stages who was very consistent, but as soon as he shuts off, I think the entire team also starts to fall apart a little bit. And I understand that can be a pressurable situation to be in when you are supposed to be that player who always puts up big numbers on the board, always will be that big threat for the opposition to face off against.
True.
But I think there was a little bit of pressure relieved off of him with Sharpshooter as well. Now with OK, that hasn't really been the case. And it's the same concern as you were mentioning before we went into the map. OK hasn't really spent a lot of time with this particular lineup of his team, with Olaf Meister being there. He doesn't know what the communication feels like. And that might be one of the reasons of the struggle. But anyways, they try to go for a quick flash and burst onto the A side through A main on this awkward buy round, and it all just falls apart. 8-2, a quick round as Wawa run into the meat grinder and, well, just get grinded down to dust.
The round was over faster than the timeout.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's still, I would say the utility that was used by Olaf, that was pretty solid. But on the other side, this still does look like Wawa now getting desperate. They're trying to find something, and in an attempt that they're just not understanding the defensive setup that Park Boys have been holding time and time again. Apart from the first two rounds, they haven't got any.
Yeah, I think the only thing that is consistent this time from the side of Park Boys, are two things. One, Dynamite on that B side watching Apps, and the other is Freiburg pushing.
I would still say that Freiburg pushing mid was kind of dealt with. Oh my god, just a pixel. That's what you need. The shoulder blown apart.
Freiburg also chimes in. Olaf Meister shut down.
Flash.
Flash, but doesn't really work out. Bullet. Nice little bullet connected onto Freiburg. 3v3. A side handed over to Wawa, but this is how you need to go. How this round needs to go. They take that side away. Bullet, the last man left on that A side, brings it to a 1v1, but look at where Bloody is. He's all the way towards A main. And Bullet, does he have the read? The answer is no, but he has the time. He goes on to check CT spawn. Is it just to clear it? It was just to clear it. It seems like he wants to plant the C4 on A, but That might backfire. Both the players. Bloody knows exactly where Bullet was last. Look at the radar. He's looking towards Ticket. He has not taken his eyes off of this position. And as soon as he peeks, Bullet is going to take a bullet to his face. Out of the picture, out of the round. Another one for Park Boys on the board.
10-2 is a heavy possibility.
Yeah.
Economically, it's just not looking good for Wawa. And again, that I would still say that was a very good dodge of the flash from Bullet.
Yeah.
Because I thought that Freiburg's flash was on point. But he still managed to dodge it and get the peak, finish him off. On the flip side though, they've been able to squeeze a buy. And in terms of the utility, it's pretty decent. But they can't pull a fake.
Nice
Oh my god,
C4.
this brawl.
Well, they do fight those 2 report kills on mid. And I think the third one can also get them a lot of early mid control. But Angel, as soon as he thought he could safely move to jungle, gets killed off. 2v2, Sharpshooter and Freiburg, all that remain. Freaky goes out and checks Palace. There's one man right outside Palace, but Freaky is giving away info to Freiburg about the presence on A.
Yeah, that is true.
C4 is going to be picked by Executor. He's going to...
They'll go B. Possibly.
I think it will continue
No, wait.
towards the A side. There's a late deep push coming from the CTs as well. And I think Freiburg, he needs to find that
He will.
first kill. Finds the first, hopes for the second, and that is also in the bag. As you said, 10-2 on the board. And now is when panic sets in.
They were moving in circles. I love to see the legends being so very happy with the players. And
Yeah.
just shows you how well they have bonded. And it's not only good for these players, but also for the future players to come. Because these players will be the ones who will be coaching the future generations.
Yeah.
And the more intel they'll get now is the more intel they'll be transferring forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a very strong team when they eventually move forward. The players, they're going to, as you mentioned, teach the other lads what they learned, share experiences, share the mistakes they made, how they fixed them. The younger lads improved. Early B rush. Because that's the rule. That's how the game works.
That's the rule. Pistol, you rush B.
Rush B, no stop.
No
And
stop.
so they were stopped for a second, and then they continued moving on. Olaf Meister still on site, playing Arches. Is hoping to find one. Doesn't really. Last 2v2. Dynamite almost bringing it to 1v1. C4 plant has been denied so far. And that lad was very low. Freaky still with a nice few shots finds the kill. At least they win the pistol.
At least they win the pistol indeed, because you have been mentioning previously how important it is to win a pistol when it's an 8-4 or a 9-3. I mean, it's a 10-2.
Yeah.
If they lose this pistol, they will not have anything to buy for the map point. So, indeed, a very solid and a much-needed pistol round for Wawa, but we all know, I mean, come on. If it's a pistol round, everyone's going to rush B. So, they had the perfect read for that.
Yeah, 3 players stacked on that B side. 1 on Arches, 2 on site, and that was enough. But again, I mean, just one Tech 9.
Hero Tech 9.
Yeah, no flashes, no utility for this execute. Alright, no, 2 flashes. 2 flashes on board. And both of them are pretty much perfect, but yeah, they flashed the keys as well, and Bloody burned alive. Freiburg picked off. 3 last men left alive. Dynamite, Shooter, and Angel, and they're pinned in apps. C4 being taken back.
But the player would not be able to move backwards. That's just the C4. That will be taken back. That's all. Sharpshooter is going to be picked apart. They know his position. Oh, wait a second. I mean, alright. Hero Tech 9 got 1.
Yeah. Now Dynamite's Glock. And this Polar Miracle. I think the best they were hoping for was to have the bomb planted.
Yeah.
Get that extra cash in, but even that was going to be a tough dream to turn to reality. Wawa win the pistol, win the second round of the second half, but Park Boys, we know they were waiting for the full buy, and now that it is on board, and they're already on double digits. The question is, how quickly can they close out this map on the T side? And mind you, I mean, Wawa can definitely put up a tough fight on the CT as well. Plus, on the T side, we've seen Park Boys struggle a little bit.
Yeah, they have. But they've been looking more and more refined with each passing round. But
watch the Abs aggression again.
Always happens.
I believe it's Freiburg as well. No, not Freiburg.
Oh, look at Dynamite. Wait, the contact would be made in the underpass. Should be aware. Olaf Meister.
Dynamite goes down.
Oh!
Bloody as well to follow it up. Freiburg in Palace needs to find one. Knows where the second man is. Hopes to get third on the board, but finally is shut down. And the mow down from Executor on that A side to clean it all up. But I have to say the idea looked quite nice. I mean, collapse on that A side, not a complicated play. Collapse on the A side from Connector, Main, and Palace. And it was the Connector position denied. Both the players in mid picked off that. Just denied any opportunity to Park Boys on towards A. Had Olaf been shut down or maybe a utility towards underpass to deny him vision, had he been forced back, they could have actually taken this round away side of Park Boys, but again, with the Eagles.
So, okay.
Not again, he says.
Calm
And this time,
down.
one more for Dynamite.
Jeez.
Stealing little taps from either side. Even Olaf returns.
They've got the side.
Not yet.
Oh,
now
my
they do.
goodness.
See, what is happening with these Eagles, man? Executor takes one out. C4 planted though. 3v2. They have the whip. My God, do they need those guns? It's just been with the Eagles.
Every headshot.
They haven't picked up a single weapon yet. It's just the Eagles. They don't care about the rifles. So, 1v3.
Get us one more headshot.
Not a headshot, but we'll still take it. They just overwhelmed him with numbers.
That's an eco round. Look at the smiles coming in on their faces, dude. Bullet and Freiburg, they can't even hide their smiles.
Yeah. I think it was Dynamite and Freiburg just having a laugh. Because both of them got picked off pretty early in this round, but the team still kept going. Dynamite was left. Sharpshooter and Freiburg went out early. Freiburg after that opening kill. And I think it was just the insanity of the kind of shots they connected. Just put a smile on their face. That he made it look so easy. Perfect flash from his teammate and perfect follow-up from Bullet.
Leo, oh my God, what a welcome back.
Oh, they're running double ops now.
Might as well pull the big guns out. And it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, but now Park Boys have the info that it's a double op setup they have to run into. And they know where both the ops are. Try and force them out of position. Executor switching things up. Throws the op away to his teammate. Freaky decides to play with the Deagle instead.
Why not? When the opponents can do it, then so can you. But look at the amount of space that Freiburg is taking slowly and steadily. Though he should be aware about this angle that Executor is watching. Oh yes, he is.
He's gonna check it for sure. Clear it slowly and steadily. 43 seconds left on the clock.
Got to make a move quickly.
Yeah, they have to start clearing positions. Otherwise, it's gonna be a panic post plant that Park Boys will find themselves playing.
He'll molly Palace. There's no one in Palace.
There's one more to follow up on Firebox, so it should be enough to clean up the site. And yes, it is. Covered up CT should be an easy C4 plant. Oh no! Someone needs to watch short! No one's watching short! And well, Freaky and okay, they chime in. The two ops firing in tandem, and the round is secured by Wawa.
No one was watching short. Yes, that is true. And also from the CT, the push came in perfect. Good round by Wawa and a much needed as well. This would have been a map point.
CT could have still, he would have heard the players come from CT. The problem was B short. It's a straight line of fire to where the C4 is being planted, and the player from the T side who climbed up from its stairs was watching CT, but your planter is under direct threat from B shot. That is the first position that needs to be covered up. Either a smoke or something to block out any threat from the CTs from that long distance angle. Plus, when you know there's a double op in play,
I guess now they'll be much more prepared for that because they'll be getting a few extra smokes to block off that line of fire, or maybe a few extra flashes to push all of them back. But it just seems to be a quick mid-push potentially. 3 to 4 players, Orof Meister firing a few shots from USP to try and find some information. If there's anyone pushing up front, and they all are, and that too towards Cat.
Oh, Freaky needs to go big. He's going to see a few players, and before he can even find one kill, he goes down. Okay, under a lot of pressure, sees the entire T side in front of him, and Angelio answers back in kind. 3v4 advantage gained by the Park Boys in this round. They have the site, the B side that is, but look at where the C4 is. The C4 being taken to A. What is this? A risky play by Park Boys. If that C4 drops, the round drops with it, and Bullet finds an important kill. Dynamite goes down, and along with him, the bomb goes down as well. Oh, they bring it back though. Important kill by Freiburg. Executor out of the picture, and Bullet is the last man left alive.
Last man can go big, and no, it's not. Denied by Sharpshooter, but at the same time, I still can't get over the shot by the AWP with that Olaf kinda tried to pull off when he was in the market. He almost got that pick. If not for the wall bang, that would have been him getting that pick, and also they won the fight towards the side, which made sure that the C4 is down. So that could have been directly a man advantage.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. After the C4 dropped, they stayed in market for so long. There was... I thought it would have been better to back off.
True.
At that point, considering already Park Boys is there on the match point.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It seems that they did not anticipate the aggression that came in, but this time, Wawa just so very ready for that aggression.
It seems like we are headed to a similar score. Finish line. 3 players, 2 players, 1 man left from the side of Wawa. Executor, can you keep the hopes and dreams of Wawa alive? Picks up the SMG.
MP9
moving on to the side. It's not going to be enough. It's a 1v4. Finds the first. Hopes for the AK. Moving forward, switches it up as well. Still 4 players. Tool booth. Nade lob, but that is not going to do anything. Park Boys, with the way their first series went in the Super 6, you would not think that this team would make it all the way to the lower bracket finals.
And guess what? It's again up against Marcos Gaming. The team that first pushed them down in the lower bracket. They'll be waiting for their sweet revenge. But before that, the way they were able to bring this one, that is such a dominating finish. Against a team Wawa, who's got Olaf Meister.
And we see in the back, I believe that is Skofik, Angel's brother, and also the 6th man for Park Boys. Easy 2-0.
Easy 2-0. They made it look easy, man. They made it look easy. I was never expecting that to happen. But yet again, what a way and what an improvement for Park Boys. We can keep on singing the songs of their praises, but yes, that is definitely a clap-worthy performance. And now, how are things looking for Marcos Gaming?
I would love to see that. This is going to be exciting to see, right? This lower bracket finals. Marcos Gaming on one side, Park Boys on the other. 2 teams that just look completely different. Monstrous performances in the past from the either side. Tremendous improvements in individual players as well. But let's see. I mean, the lower bracket finals comes with a lot of pressure. We do have the highlights in front of us. And the initial stage of the first half is where Park Boys themselves took a massive lead. These are the only 2 rounds Wawa wins in the entirety of the first half.
That's just the continuous play coming in, and that is after the fact that in many of those rounds we saw Park Boys connect the aggression, which was being punished. They were not getting the picks on the back of it. They were just losing numbers.
Man, Freiburg, I think, is just is the mid coordinator at this point. He is just he was constantly there with either Bloody or Angel, and no matter who it was, the duo would make big plays, either gathering info, denying mid control. Because you would notice Wawa on their T side, majority of the times were trying to fight it out for mid, and that pressure being delayed and denied for so long gave a lot of opportunity to Park Boys to understand what was happening on side the map. And of course, there was one thing that you can't really counter. There's no way to answer back to that. Dynamite is just having a wonderful day.
I thought you were about to say some technical stuff there, which I would try and take my notes, but definitely not something what we were expecting. However, that was such a great performance by Dynamite himself, the man you mentioned. And on the other side, this time Freiburg feeling himself too, along with Sharpshooter doing wonders for the team.
And Freiburg, I mean, he's been consistent. He's a legend, man. Why do we worry about Freiburg? I think
Because he's the MVP.
He's always the MVP. It's been the third day. This man has not stopped. And I think more than the impact inside of the game, I mean, we do see him get those amazing kills. We do see those impressive shots. But Freiburg's impact, what is more impressive is the freedom that he has given to Dynamite, I believe.
That is true.
Because now Dynamite does not have to focus on every single detail that goes on inside of the game. He can be a little bit more free. He has that one more man to rely on, one more man to take the reins of the teams. And I think that is one of the reasons why we are seeing Dynamite individually outperform his entire roster from time to time.
Yeah, you know, getting that freedom off of your head when you're the IGL, it helps you boost the performance as well. If I remember, even in the interview with Kenny S, we mentioned that, yes, he was not getting a lot of frags.
Yeah.
And one of the main reasons for that was because he was giving the callouts, he was giving the information. So when you're the IGL, when you are trying to gather that intel, your main focus is to figure out which place on the map is empty, which you can try and expose.
See, normally when you're playing the game and you look at the radar, you look at where your team is and where you are, does anyone see any other player or all of that. And you try to focus on a single position at the same time. As an IGL, when you look at the radar, you look at the whole map, see, all right, we might have control of this, there's no information here, maybe the Ts have moved up here. There's a lot running through your heads. Along with that, players are also relaying information. You have to make calculated decisions based on that information as well. So there's a lot to do. And plus, it's not taken for granted when the IGL does not perform. Everyone wants their IGL as well to be able to pull their own weight, and I think that is what majority of the people struggle with, right? Managing your team and managing your own performance. But Dynamite, he was also struggling with this during the group stages. Now, with that extra bit of experience to rely upon, whenever he gets that freedom, I believe, whenever there's a little bit more, the rounds where you notice, we see Dynamite and Freiburg have a back and forth, and the game plan is laid out properly for the round beforehand. That is when Dynamite feels comfortable because he knows, all right, I don't have to micromanage anything. I don't have to do a lot in this round. I can just focus on myself, and he does a phenomenal job getting those early kills.
That is true. All on the back of the intel that is being provided to him by Freiburg himself. And again, the experience speaks for itself. Gives the call outs, tells him what might be best for the team, and it's all up to Dynamite if he wants to make that call or not. Yes, we've seen some rushed up plays too, and it's totally fine. I love the fact how even Freiburg adjusts to that. He's like, all right, you want to make this play? Let's just go with it. Does not matter the result. That's the most important part of an FPS game, specifically when you're playing together, because you want all your players to stick together. Does not matter what happens.
Yeah, but all of this is just speculation from our side, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to find the answers as to what is actually happening with Park Boys and what is the reason behind this amazing turnaround in their journey in the Super 6. Let's bring the IGL himself, Dynamite, who's going to be joining us for a very special interview. Dynamite, welcome to this interview of the draft. How are you doing? How have the last couple of days been for you?
It's good, actually. We're enjoying Malaysia very much, and the hotel's very nice, to be honest. And it's good. We're having fun.
You're having fun, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, we noticed your team is the team, one of the teams who's having the most fun with their legend. How are you feeling there, being in the booth with Freiburg?
To be honest, in the first game, like, we were not, we were like, blank. Like, what's happening, because it was the first game and it was our first time playing with Freiburg, so we were not really used to it. But since we got along, we started playing together a lot. We practiced before the match as well. We played a matchmaking game before as well, so that helped us a lot. Our comms, our chemistry, our bond, that really helped us playing together. So that's what really helped us.
I mean, we really love to see your improvement, and it actually is showing up as well. So, of course, we wish you all the best. But on one of the points that we were making a lot of speculations as to what's the discussion between you and Freiburg themselves in the game itself. So, could you give us some insight as to what you would discuss during the matches?
That's really our secret recipe, but anyways, it's nothing actually. It's just that obviously Freiburg is an experienced player, so I just turn to him. We just take a tech pause. I just turn to him, and I just ask him that what do you think? What should we do in this round? Should we push here? Should we push there? Should we stack somewhere? So that's what I take some suggestions from him, and then I decide what to do in that round. So that's the little discussion we have.
Dynamite, one last question, and this is something that I'm very curious about. Shaisanu is very curious about it as well. We've noticed you individually as a player, your performance has improved drastically. Is it because during certain key moments, Freiburg takes the reins away from you and that allows you freedom, or have you just completely showed up for this Super 6 stage as just man-possessed on a mission to win it all?
I'll tell you what I did actually. After we lost the first game, Freiburg was the in-game leader. Everybody in my team decided that Freiburg should lead because he is experienced, obviously, he should lead this and that. But he leaded Mirage and we were losing 11-0. So in the next game, like we come back yesterday over Pass and Ancient, I took the in-game lead and I was like, I'll make the plays, I'll tell you where to go. It just gives me comfort. It improves my performance.
Yeah.
Usually what happens is that when one guy is IGLing, his performance is compressed.
Yeah.
He cannot play properly. But in my case, it's like it boosts up my performance when I in-game lead, because I know what's going on in the round.
Yeah.
I know where to tell my players to go, and I just go opposite direction, or I just go B side alone. They're going A. That's what I do. So that improves my performance. That really helps me a lot.
And that's very impressive. I mean, there is only a few IGLs who can say that, like, all right, leading the team is where I also perform best. And you have put up results in the last few days to showcase the individual skill that you have as well. Dynamite, thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and best of luck for your rematch against Marcos Gaming next.
You're welcome. You're welcome, and thank you so much for having me here.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, what an amazing interview, and definitely a lot has been cleared up. And what Dynamite said over in the end does make a lot of sense. I mean, he feels extremely comfortable when he has his own setup running, his teammates, because he knows what his teammates are going to do and how they will react. And definitely, I think the results are quite clear. Park Boys, they've been doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, and I really love the ideology because they first tried Freiburg to be the IGL.
Yeah.
That basically put him under pressure and also the team because he did not know them really well. However, Dynamite knew everything and made it all works like a well-oiled machine. Now, since we're already talking about how things are working, let's just have a look at the schedule as well and the brackets that has been working out for us right now. It is the lower bracket run. Wawa have been eliminated, and this is the last elimination game because the winner moves to the grand finals.
Last time these two teams met, you see that in the upper bracket opening match, Marcos Gaming versus Park Boys. It was Marcos Gaming with a 2-0 against Park Boys, but that was a different side of Park Boys. This is a different team. Dynamite just mentioned the first day they played, they were a little nervous because it is a comparatively newer team, a comparatively inexperienced players. If you compare them to someone like God's Reign, someone from the likes of Come Mid, Park Boys are still fresh to the scene, but they've taken the scene by like a storm, and it's time to cause a storm in the next matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up, it's going to be Park Boys versus Marcos Gaming, the lower bracket final, but after this very short break.
excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? No! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right, okay. And he can't believe it.
Oh my god. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Yakinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get the show on the road.
It's the f***ing go! Ah! Ah! No!
What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my god! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
been an exciting day so far, but now it's time for us to move on to the last BO3 of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, at Blast, the draft presented by Notvin Gaming. I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shanu. Time to move on to the last BO3 and also find out who's going to be eliminated, pretty much the second team today, and then who's going to be our grand finalist once again.
Time moves so quickly, and so are these matches at the same time. So, of course, it's going to be fun and amazing to watch out who will be the second finalist indeed, just as you mentioned. But again, Marcos Gaming up against Pak Boys. India versus Pakistan down in the lower bracket. Only the winner will have the chance to try and claim the prize for that grand finals position. But before we again move on to that, there are many speculations going on. We were having the discussions as to who's got the better opportunity. But what are your predictions, Necro?
It's a fight for the slot in the grand finals, a lot on the stake, hopes and dreams for a lot of these players on the stake as well. And for me to make a prediction, it will be really tough, I'm not going to lie. I'm expecting a super close game, all the 3 maps, that's for sure, because even Pack Boys, they've been looking in phenomenal form. And the same thing can be said for Marcos Gaming, because Shox' addition has been incredible. Shox is able to put up those individual numbers, is also helping the players get even better at the time as keep on progressing inside of the tournament. So in general, both of these teams, it just feels like they're on that equal footing, but we still never know what's going to be on the stake.
That is indeed true, and it's just not both of these teams, right? Even True Rippers, I would say, in that regard. The matchup between Marcos and True Rippers, that was neck to neck. Could have gone anywhere. Overtime on the last map, that's what you always love to see. So Marcos being on that level, almost going toe-to-toe with them, clearly shows that they have grown as a team as well. But again, we have been talking about growth a lot, and Pak Boys just seem impeccable.
They indeed do. Pak Boys, they've always showcased something that we never expected them to.
True.
They've always been there. They've always also been there down in their low times, but they've always just rise up from the ashes, and now they're almost about to do the same as well. But then you cannot underestimate their opponents, Marcos Gaming. They've shown formidable form. They've shown so much improvement in the past few days. It's incredible. Ember as well, finally we see some smile on his faces, and I would like to say to Johnny, look, Ember's having a smile on his face. He's not that stoic after all.
It kind of brews pressure for their opponents because again, Ember, he normally would be in that poker face serious, but now since he's laughing, you need to be scared. But we'll be moving on to the map veto itself because I wanted to predict in terms of map veto, maybe we're going to see Ancient, Mirage and Overpass. Those were the maps that were selected when these two teams collided previously.
We indeed can. Anything can happen because in general, as you mentioned, when the past collision happened, this was the map selection that we saw, but I'm pretty sure there will be a little bit of switch up from both the sides. They would not want to face the opponents on the same maps, and off the bat we see Nuke fan out, and then even Overpass to follow it up. Interesting. So Pack Boys once again just going for those basic bans, and then if we speak about the draft now, still just waiting for the first pick. It's going to be Inferno to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess once again back to the classic grounds.
Oh, wait a second. Classic grounds for Freiburg indeed. We're going to see him play on Banana. I would love to see that.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that, that's for sure. Freiburg on Banana, it's going to be on a complete lockdown, but let's see. I mean, it's Shox on the opposite side, and Shox is not going to let Freiburg get away with Banana that easily. And once again, it really matters who's going to kick things off on the CT side, considering it's Marcos Gaming choosing the first. So one thing is for sure, Marcos would like to start things off on a heavy note. So that's why maybe once again, considering they won't really have the chance to choose the sites. So off the bat, BKB, they can go for the CT.
Possible, and we have seen Pak Boys, whenever they start things on the CT, they always end up on a pretty solid note because yes, they kind of get the momentum on their side, and then on the B side we have seen that the switch-ups are really good. Their executes has got a lot of variety, so I'll be looking forward to that. But again, kicking things off on the map of Inferno, we seldom see any other map apart from Mirage and Ancient being picked up by the team specifically when they want to start things off. So we have seen Marcos Gaming previously on the map of Inferno itself in the matchup against C-Mid, and they dominated them.
It's time to move inside, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to move in Inferno, as we're going to kick things off inside of the game with PB on the CT and Marcos Gaming on the T. And off the bat, once again, as we saw the players from the side of Marcos Gaming, they were having a great time, and the same thing can be said for the side of PB as well, because they've got the ball in their court. They've got the momentum rolling. On the opposite side for Marcos Gaming, they were kicked out of the top bracket, and that's why now they're over here down in the slumbers, and we all know a wounded lion is not an animal you would want to mess around with.
Indeed, that is true, and you're giving them the opportunity to try and bounce on you, and that's what's going to happen. Marcos Gaming early 2 openers found, both towards the banana as well as towards mid. So the execute should begin. No rotations are being called in, so this should potentially be a free site.
It's time to move inside of the site. Site's open. 2 picks found, 3 players up and alive, 5 players on the side of Marcos Gaming. And just like that, easy stroll on the site. No one's even there to stop these players. Yeah, now the rotation's coming through, and once again, these USPs, they really will need to hit hard. They cannot even afford to miss a single shot. There's a span through the smoke. All the players, they're going to try to flood in from that same side. We'll need to play for the break, but once again, these Glocks are really hurting these CTs. And now it's going to be a quick wrap from the back inside of instructions to last man, and he will be taken down.
Apart from denying just a round where all 5 people were alive, that's about it. What Park Boys were able to do. Shut down pretty brutally. We've seen how solid Park Boys have been on that pistol round. We have seen that they kind of like to take the early momentum, but since the previous series, they have been looking a little bit shaky onto that one. We even saw back on the map of Mirage, Park Boys not being able to win the pistol, and of course the anti-eco after that. But after their bye round, they kind of steamrolled into those rounds. So we could maybe see the same thing happen, but it's yet again Marcos Gaming on the other side. You can never expect the same thing.
Stopping that push on Banana. I mean, in general, PB, they've started things off on CT, so once again, Banana lockdown possible in the bye rounds, but so far, Freiburg has got no chance to retaliate. He's got a deagle in his hands. In general, it's a complete eco buy for PB. One max end in the hands of Sharpshooter. So somewhere down line, still PB do want to convert as much value as possible from this round. And Dynamite just tucked towards Shed, backs away towards the site. Footsteps heard fading away. And Elvis, all he can do is respect that.
Still like how Park Boys are keeping the numbers advantage that they had early on by picking a player off in the mid. Bhavi was not expecting that early on peak, and it was again an eagle in the hand. One shot, that's all you need to do.
Indeed. Okay. Not a good way to start off. Absolutely not. Man getting caught mid because he overextended too much. And considering when you've got pistols on the CT side, it's better to just hold angles. Or maybe even go for the stack. Once again, stack's complete gamble though.
Oh, and this time the gamble seems to be paying off.
Yeah, sort of. There's 3 players on the site. Not exactly a stack though. It's a classic strategy, maybe 3-2.
Oh, look at the lurk.
Yeah, there's a lurk coming in from the back lines, and managed to catch a couple of players in that lurk, but in general, the site's now collapsed in the hands of the T's. And the last man, all he can do is just go for the save on the MP9. He's also got full armor, so this save is going to be solid if he wants to.
Yeah, he definitely can go in for the save because it was again a force fire round coming in from Park Boys. Did not work out for them at all. They thought maybe they'd be able to pull off what Marcos has been pulling off in the previous series time and time again. We saw all of the hero strats working out with just one rifle on board, and all right. Sharpshooter wins it, though he loses some of that HP on the armor.
Indeed. I mean, it's a 2-on-1. Yeah, MP9 is there. As I mentioned, it's better to just save that Kevlar that you've got, the helmet and the vest. 2 players in the front lines.
Take the fight. Take the fight.
No, it's not worth it. He heard you. And then he just lost all the value he was carrying after the round ends. So once again, that's going to hurt the economy. Marcos Gaming, another round on the board, back-to-back. They have done a great job in punishing the opponents. But still, that could have been way too close.
I would agree. They had the first advantage. So I was really hoping them to build up on the back of it. But yes, a little too much to ask for, maybe. Nonetheless, again, 4 Deagles on the board. A USP in the hands of Angelio. The same Molotov coming in. Oh my god, look at that aggressive push. A good punish indeed from the other side.
Gonna run out through mid like that. All 3 players down for now. And PB, they're just getting countered easily. Was able to only get 1, but that's all he's gonna find so far. And yeah. Up till now, it's been a non-stop assault on the CTs.
But But now this round is going to be the most crucial one. Yes, we have been seeing some good executes coming in from Marcos Gaming. They were not doing a lot of work around the map. Just a lurker towards the A side, that's about it. Majority of the stack was usually towards the B. But this time, Park Boys will be adding those weaponries. Angelio with the AWP in his hands. The bank's almost about empty, but at least they've got a full house, but not in terms of the utilities though. Just a couple of smokes along with the other side. Oh, Intermission.
Here it goes. I mean, we spoke about Banana being on the lockdown, and so far, we aren't exactly seeing that. Shox is just brute forcing his way in. And front, he tried his best. Does not win that duel. Bloody falls down, collapses. Instant trades on the port towards A. It's a 3v3 where Shox is quite low. Still redeemable for PB. And the same thing can be said for MG. There's AWP in the hands of Angelo. If he goes massive, things will be good.
If
Parlor being watched, you cannot walk out just yet. And yeah, the security guard is just there. He's not going to move away at all. It's all about patience now.
I like the positioning from Freiburg as well, playing so far back. He knows there could be a push up towards the B. Because the A was shut down. Dynamite. Senses are tingling, but at the wrong time and in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Forgot to clear the close left and gets caught in the turn. There's an op on the site. Will be forced back out of his comfort zone. Angelo needs to evacuate the site, respect the T's, and fall back, and that's what he's done. A 2v3 where Freiburg's up and alive. Shox is quite softened up, and Freiburg's going to call for a save. He knows there's op in the hands of Angelo, and it's better to just go for the save and maybe hope for the best in the upcoming round. So a good call and a wise decision. But Marcos Gaming, such a methodical approach.
Cutting the noise entirely. They knew Park Boys would get impatient. The re-clear needed to be there. The question was, who is going to go for it first? Had it been patience for Park Boys, maybe things would have been different. Good shot for the exit by Freiburg. Gets some economical damage, but that's about it. Nothing more than that. Okay, Shox, just 12 HP. Took some fall damage, I guess. Maybe not.
Pretty much.
But yeah, 0 and 4. Not the start that you would be hoping for if you were Park Boys. And again, Inferno is a map where Marcos Gaming seem to be pretty comfortable. Park Boys, I don't think so that much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking now, and Elvis all by himself, I guess. Second, he's got one more man back. And towards Banana, we're just not seeing it locked down. The players are always able to exploit it, move up slowly and steadily. We do see a defensive smoke from the players of PB. This defensive smoke, it's going to give them the control, but not the visual confirmation they need.
True.
They have to land control though, and now they finally will get that visual confirmation. But once again, the re-smokes and the re-clears from the CT is really starting to be a big pain in the foot for Marcos. And through the smoke, Freiburg's able to catch one towards Artis. Beautiful catch that was. He's found himself a little bit of a pixel angle through that smoke and just catches the man fade away. A 3v5 upcoming where Angelo's quite softened up. Marcos Gaming have been systematically dismantled.
Because the pick in the apartments of what they needed. Another one. Good off angle.
Slow and steady wins the race. And PB, they took this round really slow and wait for Marcos Gaming to walk in their crosshairs. Patience paying off.
Oh, the timing on those peaks, my god. Oh, okay. It's not over yet, I guess.
Indeed it's not. Sharpshooter. Oh no. A lot of shots missed from B2, but it's fine. His teammates got his back. B2 has not been feeling himself recently. I've noticed one thing. Definitely needs to get rid of whatever thoughts are there in his heads and needs to focus on the game. So PB, yeah, on the back of that, they get one round secured easily.
I wouldn't exactly call that easily, to be honest. It was doable. The last 2v2. A couple of picks going in favor of Marcos Gaming. And in both of them, they were the ones who went in for the peak. So, those are some actually good shots. But most of the time, the mid-rounding now that's coming in from Marcos Gaming, we were seeing those calls, right? They try and work their way around, and they're going in to sell those picks. If they've even got the full banana control, even after that, they went in to go and head towards A side.
Oh no, the Molotov dealt so much damage, he's backing away.
Oh, look at that frag, 10 HP on Angelio.
Yeah, too many utilities just flying in. You can't do a lot. Freiburg, another Molotov tossed up. Did he miss that? I think so, he did. Yeah.
Kinda, just a little bit, I guess. Oh, Ember on the other side, though, was able to find a pick towards shot.
Good pick. You're going to need those type of distractions, especially when the C4 is on the opposite side. Those kills would really distract the CT in the track. So even for now, PB, they're not exactly sure where the hit's coming through. There's a chance they might think that, okay, B is just being faked out.
And it actually is.
And as we mentioned, it actually is. I mean, it's a 2-2 split anyways. The only thing they can actually do for the best is make sure that they're forcing out rotation from at least one more player from A. But it's really not going to happen. They've got their designated spots. It's a 2-2 spot.
That's a good molly to cover the apartment's entrance. This fight needs to be won by Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter. Oh, caught. AK-47 to the dome. Another man falls down towards pit. Elvis, beautiful stuff. He finds that crucial pick for his team. PB, once again, they collapsed. They got the previous round in hand, but then Marcos Gaming, they adapted quite quickly. They realized that PB, they're playing really passive and safe, so they went for a fake on the B site. And then the A site was somewhere they just caught the players lacking. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, a little bit of exit frags here and there, it's fine. But what can you exactly do? Even Freiburg falls down, so they did not even have a chance to go for the save.
So Marcos Gaming are being allowed a lot of map space, and by that I mean a lot. They've got the full control of Banana because there's no major retaliation apart from just a bunch of utilities. That's about it. And if in case Park Boys, like in the previous round, tried to take that space away, that was just snatched away as well. But just a second delayed utilities, dealing a lot of damage to Angelio. And on towards the other side as well, they're easily exploring the apartments. They've got the control of the boiler room. It becomes really easy for them to go for the hits. That's one of the reasons we are seeing this scoreline. Park Boys, they need to stop Marcos in their tracks.
Shocks towards mid. Ember gets the kill. I mean, once again, it's sort of like broken buys on the board.
I just feel that the way we are seeing things, it just does not seem the same Park Boys that we were seeing in the previous few series.
You never know. Maybe Inferno is just not falling into place for them. Maybe the upcoming map can be a different story. We've seen the same scoreline once. If you remember, day one, the first game was one-sided in, I don't exactly know which team, but then the second game got one-sided in the opposition, and then...
Yeah, that, if I'm not wrong,
it was Anubis to start off. It was Marcos Gaming versus God's Reign, I think so.
No, it was God's Reign versus Bava. Yeah, I remember that correctly. Bava were the ones who took away Anubis, and then God's Reign just came back on the next one, and that was the reason Bava was down in the lower bracket. Because the second matchup of the day was Marcos up against Park Boys itself. That was a 2-0. Memory's not that bad.
Yeah, Marcos Gaming just looking forward to repeat the history. I mean, at this point, Marcos Gaming, the slow, methodical, tactical approach is working out for them. And the opponents are just not exactly oh my god, a Molotov towards the back as well, and just stands no chance. What can he even do? If he tries to go for the peak and play it safe, he's gonna get caught whatsoever. So he just accepts the fate, and he just gets incinerated to death.
And Again, such a passive approach being brought in by Park Boys. We have seen them on the CT side facing this kind of problem previously as well. Wherein, whenever they are up against a team that's tactically pretty good, they tend to face some problems, and that's what Marco's Gaming have been able to do. Such a tight angle, it's not going to help.
He thought that the player's not going to go for the wide peak. Instead, just maybe either go for the shoulder peak or just strafe around the corner. But instead, he went for the wide peak. And that's why the shot just could not really come through. Thought process on that tight angle was right. But the opponent just did something that was completely unexpected. Once again, considering it's a 5v2, Marco's Gaming, yeah, they just don't stand a chance. It's either a complete one-sided round or just nothing else. That's how it is. There's nothing in between. You're never going to see a close round. It's either a complete one-sided round or just nothing else. But hold on, we might just see a close round right now because Elvis, he's feeling himself. 61 HP still packed up. Looking forward to explore the B site. A good Molotov to stop Elvis in the track. It's definitely going to deny a lot of that land control. He's also burning through. He's getting incinerated. 45 HP now. Elvis, there's two players wrapping up from the back towards Banana. Maybe he needs to back away and look at that side, and that's what he's doing. Two players will be there. Catches the first, pulls out the knife, wrong timing, and Angela will catch him instantly.
Did not anticipate the double lurk, but yes, indeed, Park Boy is doing a pretty solid job onto that one. Either ways, it was a 1v5, which should not have been brought down to such a close round, wherein only 2 of the weaponries have been saved in, so the reinvestment's gonna come in, and they would have to reinvest onto all of those weaponries. Still have got a full house on the utilities apart from just a couple of more. I guess that's fine. Sometimes they get wasted either way, so might as well just not take it.
You guess. Still the same guess. That can help. Okay, the amount of utilities that are just being barraged in. It's really getting tough for these players to stand their ground. Equal traits on both the sides, and now we're left with a 3v3. Even PB, they've done a great job replying back to players of Marco's Gaming, and the all thing they can do is just back away. This time Freiburg got picked off towards Banana, but then once again the re-clear comes in from Bobby, and he catches the man off guard. A 2v3 upcoming. Ember just lurking around towards mid, looking forward to explore the A side a little bit more. Interesting. It was all a fake. They're just looking forward to pull out the rotation, and they might as well just do that.
Cut out the entire noise. Banana control was established early on. No one's pushing through A or mid. So yeah, they've got the full map of the
Oh my god, big thing. Sharpshooter way too low. Good Molotov as well to make sure Sharpshooter is going to fall back. And that's what the players are doing as well. Backing away. Both of them towards CT spawn. So PB, they're playing this one quite predictable. One man towards Boiler, looking forward for the apartments. Ember might just have the off angle. He can't catch a couple of players off guard.
Yep, he will.
And Sharpshooter's got no clue that there's a man in the back towards Boiler itself.
Good timing.
He has found that. But oh, Bobby's gonna be the man to cut off his lifeline. And the second one follows up too.
Even in the round that actually felt close, they were not able to close the things out properly. So yes, it's still Marco's Gaming coming out on top with the win. And these slow rounds, these slow hits have been working out really well. I think so it's a good time to call in for a timeout. I mean, the momentum, it's just not in your favor at all.
Yeah, 7-2 is the scoreline. Absolutely not. Deagle's MP9s on the board.
This is
Broken
still not a timeout, and I'm really surprised over that fact.
Okay. Wall the 5-7 mode down towards mid. If this happens, then once again, the lifeline will be restored for them. Ember cannot even back away. He's just stuck in this spot. He's go for the fight, and that's what he's doing. He actually prevails. 72 HP, a nade as well tossed up, and Ember getting shot from the back.
Finally, finally. I was constantly saying that Park Boys need to be aggressive. They're giving too much map space to Marco's Gaming. They're letting them off the hook way too much without punishing them for taking the space without any utils. And that was the reason why they were able to execute on the sites easily too, because they had a bunch of utilities available. And also for the post plant. Now this time, Park Boys taking the initiative. Yes, it was a save round, but at least they were able to do so much damage on the economy and also win it while taking those weapons away. A good damage done.
I think so. It was Freiburg. We need to get a little bit more of those stupid rounds. It was Freiburg or Guardian, some one of those. But for now, towards Banana, yeah, this time it's on a lockdown. Freiburg has got the entire firing squad. And no one's gonna trespass through. Out of nowhere, PB, there's a big change in the pace, a big change in the shift to the gameplay. And yeah, Banana, it's a complete full stop. You cannot even move in. But yeah, once again, I think it was Freiburg or Guardian or maybe someone else. I don't exactly remember. But in the interview, they said we need to get a little bit more of those stupid rounds. And by stupid rounds, he meant economical rounds where you just get stupid kills with the pistol. Out of nowhere, you just expect those. And with the 5-7, that's exactly what happened. A W key from mid, you're getting those 2 kills. Makes a lot of sense why you call that a stupid round. In general, those eco rounds, if you do come out on top, yeah, I mean...
I'll be honest, it could also be shocks. With the way, you know, we've been having those interviews, it could very well potentially be him as well. Say that, yeah, we need to get those 2 kills out, but that's important, crucial, changes the momentum, pace of the game, and that's what's happening right now. On the back of that, we're also able to quickly go for a more down towards Banana, and now they've also got a perfect read on towards this A hit. They've given up the long control, but yes, Archers still maintain.
Oh my god, players crossing on, but still some of them get caught.
Oh, good dodge of the flash, that was brilliant from Dynamite, and a more down is even more impeccable. Such a brilliant round coming in from their side, and what a read. They realized that previously Banana was where they showed aggression. They placed a couple of players near the CT so that they could rotate away with the speedway wherever they really want to go. And that's exactly what happened. They realized that this might be a hit towards the A side. They gave up on the space of the long, on the shot, but then they maintained the control of the Archers directly from the CT.
They still do not have money. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
It's the second half start.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I was waiting for you to realize that it's the second half.
I'm still just so much into Freiburg holding that Banana on the CT side. And Marcos Gaming, they made it look so one-sided that I thought that, okay, there's still a lot more rounds left for them to actually make a comeback.
True.
But then, okay, well, 7-5, I guess it's going to be for the first half.
Yeah, that was a funny engagement there, but true. There's a Glocks on the board.
Oh, whoa, P250 in the hands of Dynamite. Interesting. Okay, so once again, just trying to play a couple of mind games. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a complete fake towards B.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think so they have got any intentions of actually moving on up. They just want to pull out the rotations, and they've done so perfectly, in my opinion. But there's still a lot of players waiting for them to move on forward. The thought process was there, but unfortunately, the players of Marcos Gaming just did not fall for that trap at all. A good read from them. Execution from PB, I cannot even say that it was bad. They definitely did everything perfect. It's just Marcos Gaming not falling for that trap at all.
Yep. And now the C4 is down out in the open. They've got to worry about the backstab, and the dual Berettas are hitting the heads.
Yeah, well, one more man in the back lines, and yeah, easy shutdown.
Good round for Marcos Gaming. It was Park Boys who needed this pistol in order to try and equalize the numbers, but that was just not the case. The question is, are they going to force buy, or will they decide to go for a full save? The full save, 9 and 5, 4-round difference, but we've seen them perform on the rifle rounds, and they look pretty solid whenever they're on the T side. They like to go in for those attack round calls. Yes, it's going to be a save.
Let's be honest, though. We did not really see a lot of those Freiburg Banana moments, you know?
I mean, there were
just once. But Bobby, it's time towards Banana. I guess he's going to be the one to take the matters in his own hands. Well, I mean, it's eco frags in the front, so you might as well. And considering Marcos Gaming, they also won that previous round, and considering they will also win this one, the bye round's going to be really quintessential for PB. If they lose out in the bye round too, it will be a tough situation to deal with.
You could very well put that at an 11-5 situation. That is it. Maybe ifs and buts, but oh my goodness, that's a good shot.
Yeah, nah, those type of shots can really be the confidence breaker and also the momentum breaker. But look at Dynamite, he's moving out from that same spot. Who's going to expect 2 players to be in the boiler because it's already been cleared out? But then Angelo too, moving in towards the apartments. Looking for to burst on the site. The T's have already found a lot of control.
Oh, that's a good read.
Short too, even Boiler's gone out of hand.
No, they're going back towards Banana.
It's not good. Marcos Gaming, they're just playing so pinned down. They're not responding to any of the fakes. They're not going for any unnecessary rotates. They're playing this one perfectly. This is what you call a well-disciplined play. But shots like those are really going to be your morale breaker. Ember towards Pit. All he needs to make sure that he's not going to be the one to lose his head this time. Losing out in bullets on that FAMAS, but he still closes out anyways for his team. So, it's good.
It is. I still feel that Park Boys should have went in for the site clear first before getting the plant down. But maybe their own thought process was, you know what, it's still our save round. It's absolutely fine even if we are not able to pull this one off. We at least get the plant down so we get those extra money in the bank. I think so that's also a fine decision. Had they gone a couple of more shots, the round would have gone in their favor. But at the same time now, since we've seen Marcos Gaming show some aggression towards the Banana, we're going to expect the same thing in this buy round or maybe a change of pace. And maybe Park Boys are the ones to try and change the pace.
As I mentioned, this round's quintessential. Molotov is out. This time, Marcos Gaming a little bit aggressive. A change in the pace, really catching the players off guard. I love it. Marcos Gaming, what a big variety they brought inside of the playstyle. Just completely catching PB off guard. Imagine a team that's been playing so passively, not just in the attack, also in the defense, and then out of nowhere on the CT side, these guys just change the pace, just flip the switch, and they go aggressively. Who's going to expect that? The entire game has been super slow for Marcos Gaming, and yeah, now it's going to be a mowdown. You cannot stop this anymore.
It's already in.
So perfectly played.
It just seems to be an 11-5, and yes, a very solid round indeed. I've also mentioned the same thing, that maybe Marcos might change the pace in this one, and they did exactly that.
This is what you call conditioning. Just conditioning your opponent into thinking that you're going to be doing something else for doing the same thing over and over again. But then, out of nowhere, you just pull something else out of the hat, and you just surprise the opponents. Good way to do that.
That is just Marcos Gaming for you. Basically what Park Boys were doing in their previous games is exactly what Marcos Gaming is doing to them. So how are they going to deal with that is the question. Maybe a change of pace of their own, but a few wide shots being fired only into the crosshair of Shock, but it's been taken down.
This time not a lot could be done in that scenario. The Deagles are now falling apart. The T's not able to reply that well. One more man to go with only a Tech 9 in the hand. And so much pressure he's got on the back. Yeah, PB, once again, they will collapse. 11 rounds on the board from Marcos Gaming back-to-back. These guys are really doing a phenomenal job.
Side moves out only to be finished off as well. Now, again, I have mentioned it previously as well. Park Boys, whenever they're on an eco round or whenever they've got pistols on board, they tend to play it very fast, very quickly. I really want to see a slow approach coming in from them.
Shocks, once again, finally a smile on the face, right?
After a while.
Yeah, after a while. After the loss against True Rippers, the smile sort of faded away because Shocks knew that was sort of their win. It could have been their win. But then later on, True Rippers just stealing it away at the last moment. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense why the smile has faded away. But now Shocks knows they're completely stomping their opponents. And this opponent is not that easy to stomp as well because they've been doing quite decent in the lower brackets. So if you do take down this team, it will be a big one. But once again, it's a fight for the spot in the grand finals. And yeah, Shocks is having a good time. He's singing. He's chilling out. This is what you like in the team, right? Always having someone that's going to have the jolly mood because it's also going to uplift the player's mental a little bit more.
I want to ask him the question. What was he singing? Which was that song that he was singing? You always love to know that.
He's yawning too! No way.
I'm waiting for you to do the same. I know how susceptible you are to someone yawning near you. But on the other side, though.
I'm not going to lie. If I am in a super serious mood and if someone yawns in front of me, I am not a big fan of that. I'm absolutely not. No, but I don't think so. I'm going to be yawning. I'm good.
Wait till you see someone. On the other side, though, yes, again, after that one small technical timeout, we're back again. 5 and 11, and Park Boys, I think so they would have loved that technical timeout on the other side of the spectrum because Marcos Gaming, having the momentum, has now been taken away, and a good dump of utilities to stop any kind of push over Banana. Marcos Gaming would have to respect that. Maybe, you know what, Pavi is just going to over that.
Oh, no! I thought he could have been found through the smoke, I'm not going to lie.
Brilliant.
PB, I mean, this time we're seeing a big change from their playstyle. And somewhere down the line, Shaishnu, you're getting happy that PB's actually able to get some of these rounds in their hands up.
I want to see a competitive game, and I love to see when PB adjusts according to the playstyle of Marcos. I always love to see that.
Once again, just to bring it out there, they have been doing it once in a while in this game.
Hey, stop killing my hopes.
They take a lot of rounds to adjust, then there comes that one round where they adjust, but then you see a switch up from Marcos Gaming, and once again, they need a lot of rounds to read and adjust.
Stop killing my hopes. Well, yeah, you may never know. At least there's the first adjustment, right? Because normally, yeah, we don't see. We've seen quite a few games previously as well that never used to go in such lengths, and these adjustments would never come. Whenever those rounds would go on, it's, yeah, if the opponent is taking the rounds, that's because they won those gunfights, and that's about it. Not in the change of the approach. So seeing the change in approach is what you always love to see.
Pretty much. Sharpshooter.
He might fall to the bomb, though. Way too close.
Terrorists win.
And
Good morning.
So is Elvis. I mean, there was still that one player who I really thought might be getting picked off, but at the end of the day, it's just a simple round, fun round coming in for the side of Park Boys. I wouldn't still call it simple. It took them quite a while to adjust to the Marcos Gaming playstyle, but at least now they have an idea that they can approach aggressively. They can take the space. They can dump up the utilities, and on the back of it, they would be able to bring in a few of them. This time again, the approach, this seems to be slow.
Ooh. Through the wall, damage dealt, players softened up, and also the kill gained. I mean, a nade to back it off as well. Shox was quite confident in that shot, huh? It seems like it. He knew that he's tagged up the player, so he just sent it in to back it off. And the nade combined with the op bullet just sealed the deal. Another player is quite softened up from PB, so this is not a great start at all. Two players almost on the verge of falling down. Freiburg 2 is, yeah, just not there to the mark. Now, the players from the Archers, if he wants, he can definitely go for solid spam. I love this positioning from Ember. He can catch a couple of players off guard, but he falls down. So I'm not exactly sure why he did so.
He probably did that to double up with the player that wants to push short.
Maybe, but he could have also caught Sharpshooter off guard, which is moving in slowly and steadily to that same spot. But he can still.
Know that.
He still can.
Oh!
Shox.
Nice shot.
Beautiful shot to kick things off on the A site and stop the players from penetrating through on the A side itself. So the breach is being stopped completely. Shox with another one returns back. Freiburg's quite low.
Save.
And at this point, all Freiburg can do is get one or two. That's all. He needs to go for save. He's going to get caught right here, and he does.
Couldn't do anything at that point. So yes, he just had to run to try and save the weaponry, which was not possible as well. Not allowed, says Marcos Gaming. And it's just as you mentioned previously. The Park Boys adjust to the way Marcos are playing, but then Marcos bring in their readjustment. And again, that's a very solid readjustment from their side. They knew that there would potentially be a banana aggression. Shox just held a passive angle there, got a tag with the frag, was able to finish off the player. and then move directly towards the A site as well, watching that angle.
Push towards B, changing the pace from PB, looking forward to catch up the players on guard. It's not going to be easy. Shox misses the initial shot, but his teammates got his back, and oh no, the lineup was crazy. Shox just waiting for someone to peek out, be a little bit of an aggressive man from that team. Nate tilts in, it's going to deal a lot of damage, potentially. Instead, it was the smoke, actually, but the smoke was not that well placed. But once again, the T's are anyways going to evacuate that entire site, fall back towards the A, and the execute begins. They're all going to stack up towards mid. Sharpshooters and Boiler. So yeah, time for them to clear a couple of angles here and there. Sharpshooter is going to go for the clear towards the shed, a good double peek. So yeah, once again, Archer's control and short control lost. The players of Marcos Gaming, they're playing this one really defensive and safe. And if Elvis gets this kill, the round's done. A 2v4 is going to be really tough to convert, and Elvis is not going to go for the repeat on that off at all. But he still gets the kill on the man, on the site.
Doable.
A 2v2, and one player from each team is softened up, unless somehow Shox gets one. Then it'll be completely one-sided once again.
They're going in for a save, a wise decision. What? Yeah, I like that.
I mean, I still feel like it could be, yeah, I understand, but I still feel like, okay, Marcos Gaming just playing it really safe, huh? Really, really safe. They just don't want to go for any risky plays at this point. They just don't want to gamble it at all.
They just don't have enough utilities to go for the retake. That's about it. They've got so many angles to clear because
now
it is A-bomb side, man. You can hide in multiple places.
If it was the old Marcos Gaming, they would went for this.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, old Marcos, old True Rippers, they would go for a retake in a 5v4 situation when they've got no utilities. They would still try to go and attempt it. Sometimes they would come out on top as well. And that's just on the back of their sheer gun power. But again, economically speaking, and tactically, for a longer run in the match overview, it's better to go in for a 4-man save and attempt on the next round where you've got still a full buy.
Yeah. Hobby towards Arches. Banana push might just be incoming once again. The T-Step are always present towards Banana. They're always just showing themselves over there, then backing away, pulling back at the last moment.
Oh, good volley.
It's going to separate Shox and B2. And considering there's a separation towards Sandbags, it's going to be cleared as well soon enough. The pop flash was there, but the timing may be a little bit off, and Shox is ready with the op. And one thing is for sure, the T's are not going to go for the re-clear onto Shox. There's no way. Who would want to face an op like that?
And it's a stacked site as well, but look at this lurk in towards the apartment. This one fight is going to be super crucial. Ember.
Oh my god, caught.
How?
Done for.
How would Ember move out of the smoke and get a pick?
3 on 4. Okay, yeah, bloody. Good taps. Position's compromised though. And yeah, Elvis is waiting on the other corner. Good flash, Elvis turns around, the teammate's there to back him up. Beautiful team play. Good timing onto that as well. And yeah, Marcos Gaming, once again, for them, the hopes are back up, winning this entire round. But those two players are softened up. So once again, Elvis needs to take matters in his own hands, which will be tough, but not impossible. Freiburg's got full HP. Angelo's got the op in his hands. So Freiburg's going to go for the plant towards safe. A good Molotov. It actually lands directly on top of Freiburg. That's why it chips him away a little bit. The re-smoke comes in, so Arches, it's not going to be cleared up. But Angelo's op is posted towards short. It's going to make sure that no one has a single chance to move in that direction.
Nice shot.
And Angelo catches the first man. That's just the start of the demise for Marcos Gaming. This op is really being the big guardian angel that the players need. And then another one caught by Freiburg should just seal the deal and give the confirmation in the hands of PB.
Yeah, that should potentially be a save, but Freiburg won't be allowed to do that. On the other side, both the players will be able to keep their own respective weaponries, the AWPs. And what's important, Shox, it does not even matter if they lost that one round. It's fine. They're super confident on it. On the other side, every single round gained is a lifeline, is a breath on which currently Park Boys are trying to survive. Seems difficult. I would even now say, yes, it's an 8-12. I can be as big of an optimist that I want to be, but 8-12 is not a comfortable position to be at. And with the way things are going, they're getting rounds by the skin of their teeth and nothing else. So I'm not pretty confident if they would be able to pull this one off, though I would love to see it happen. I would love to see an overtime. But looking at how Marcos have been defending and how well they mix their pace change into the game and also their setups, I think so next round might be it, unless it's of course a save round from Marcos.
I mean, Marcos Gaming, yeah, they're on the match point, so they do not really need to worry. Yeah, you can try and pull off the comeback as much as you want. As long as you're not getting towards double digit, it's not a sign for worry at all. But you can clearly see the faces of the opponents, Pack Boys. Even Freiburg's a little bit in a shock on exactly what just happened against him. But the game resumes. Just stay quiet. You can hear those animal sounds.
Not again.
Sometimes you're hearing those birds, chickens, cows.
There we go.
Oh, man. We're cool. Yeah, smokes out. Oh, my God, Shocks. That's a proactive angle, but look at the amount of damage Shocks took. Was that worth it? Absolutely not. If you would have gotten a kill, though, yeah, that was worth it. But the man gets juiced. Oh, my God.
Johnny!
Ego shattered.
Johnny, where are you? You had to see this.
I mean, in those type of instances, yeah, Zeus skin can really pay off even better. Style points on the mark. And Johnny will be so happy. If the player would have had a Zeus skin, Johnny would have been happy. That's for sure. Boiler is now really starting to get quite violent. Yeah, a lot of blood just splattering on the wall. Once again, the control has been regained in the hands of Marcos Gaming. But to be honest, it's not exactly worth it for PB because the opponents were on the eco.
Yeah, that is true, and they've also got the weaponry that they needed. No way. Elvis? He's not going to do that again, surely. He's not going to do that again, surely.
He's not. They're just playing it so safe.
It's a save.
Marcos Gaming just pulling back. They're like, yeah, it's okay. We're just going to be happy, save these guns, and we'll see you in the next round. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Yeah, we really need AKs. I mean, yeah, why buy the M1s when you can just steal away the AKs?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're using PB like their own personal bank account. They're just getting guns from them, they're saving, and then they're trying their luck on the upcoming round. So the economy is sort of staying stable for the opponents.
But still, if you are Park Boys, you would be kind of okay with what you're getting, right? Yes, just a few scrappy rounds left and right. But at the same time, I kind of feel that they are now finally gaining the control, finally starting to understand what Marcos Gaming are trying to do. And they're winning those initial duels as well. They're taking the map space away. And they do realize their rotations, because in earlier few rounds when Marcos were on CT, we saw them take so much space. But this time around, they are being pretty passive. That is giving the room to Park Boys to try and take that space away, sell a few fakes left and right. But again, the plays that are being made in the side of apartment, they are the most crucial plays. And I would say for either of the sides. If it works out, yeah, you can go in for an execute. If it does not, you already are taking control of Banana.
Pretty much. Good ball atop, a proactive one this time from B2. I've noticed one thing. Since Marcos Gaming has started playing a little bit more safe and sound, B2 hasn't been able to pop off as well as he used to. But he's still able to find the opening. And now PB, they're really starting to get a little bit overconfident. Second man could have been caught as well. This nade should be the deal sealer, maybe? An alpha.
Oh!
And he gets shut down. A big lineup from Sharpshooter. A 4v2 upcoming. The players maybe would want to go for the save, and I guess that's the game plan. Just go for the save at this point, because even the nade finds the kill, and the last man gets shut down. All those save rounds for nothing. A double digits on the board for PB, and they're actually looking to make this comeback happen. What is going on?
I told you, the fight in apartment is always going to be crucial. If you win it, you can go in for the A execute. If you don't, you always have a place to anchor. But yes, I would also agree, that was kind of an overheat from Dynamite out there. You know that B2 is playing behind the sandbags. He's been caught out there a couple of times, but you still have to go in for that free clear. Not doing that was definitely his mistake, but the team saved the day. I would still say it. Yeah. On the other side though, this time Marcos Gaming trying to maintain that control.
Oh,
no
my way. Freiburg caught, big man down, big threat down. Once again, another player just giving away the equalizer. Marcos Gaming, they get the trade, equalizer gone instantly. And they need to stop this, I guess.
But look at the HP on Sharpshooter.
Okay, well, I mean, PB are actually winning these rounds fair and square. Even towards bedroom, the man gets caught. So yeah, no chance. Marcos Gaming, they're really just crumbling down at this point. It's a 2v3, Sharpshooter's low. The possibility of comebacks happening.
Oh my god!
But he whiffed all the shots. It's gonna sting him.
He's probably gonna alt F4 in the rage of missing that one.
Oh my god, how do you miss that? Delete. Missed the shot on the man on the drop. And now B2, the only choice left over is actually go for the save and pull back from a complete one-sided game. Now this is about to be way too close for comfort. Who would have thought we would have seen such a massive comeback for the first time inside of the Super 6?
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it's really not going to matter. It's sort of like the consolation frags and the exit frags. And if you do get your hands on the better weaponry, even better. For example, the op right now. But he's still getting hunted down. Okay. Just get blown up because of the C4.
Unfortunate stuff indeed, but yes, the AWP saved up. Now that is a major weaponry upgrade. That is something Marcos would potentially be happy with. But on the flip side though, yes, Park Boys, they've got a good economy. They would be able to go in for that buy. Maybe we're going to see a pace change again. Maybe we will see Marcos now proactively taking the space. I think that's highly possible. They could potentially push up directly towards the mid. Or maybe if they post up the off in mid, they can push towards the banana, which might not seem to be the case. However, still kind of playing it safe. 3 people being invested towards banana. They want to maintain that control. That kind of that race away, but what a shot!
Indeed, a crazy one. Freiburg just tapping away in front of the smokes. Oh my god, he's just hiding behind this spot. Usually everyone thinks this spot is way too risky to hide behind. That's why he was going there, just trying to pull off some off plays. He's still safe though. I mean, B2, 76 HP, got out of almost death's grip. I would say better than the most of the stuff we've seen so far.
We're seeing an OT now.
Yep, definitely an OT upcoming. A 3v5 upcoming. I don't think so. The CTs do stand a chance, but Elvis once again regains that lifeline with that kill. A 4v3. Shox' off needs to go massive. He needs to find at least a 2K on the site. Can he do so? And Shox can hear all footsteps approaching. First down. Second one almost could have been his ball. Oh my god, I thought he could find the second. Way too close for comfort. 2v3.
Alright, only a smoke to work with for Elvis and not a lot of HP. Plus, they have got the decent amount of map space, I would still say. But the slurk that is being done by B2, it needs to pay off nonetheless. He needs to be the opener. No one's watching that apart from just the number 4. That's Sharpshooter, but Angelio is shutting everything down.
Apart's being watched by the man in the pit, but he still gets shut down whatsoever. And yes, we're going to OT. A game that seemed completely one-sided has now just went to overtime, and you can see how hyped up PB are. They could feel their nerves. Even for Freiburg, the lifeline's restored once again. He's having a smirk on the faces, but all the smiles on the faces of Marcos Gaming, they've disappeared.
Bug Boys are going to have all the advantage of momentum, of the hype, but it is the job of Dynamite and Freiburg to keep the boys in check, that they do not overheat. They have been doing a solid job till now, but everything is now dead even. Economy, reset, a full house on both the sides. Depends on the amount of utilities they're going to go and drop. Again, two people directly playing towards the banana, not pushing aggressively. Just maintaining that control, pushing back all the Pakistan boys.
What a crazy OT this has been. I mean, what a crazy game this has been. To get yourself till the overtime. Oh my god, I could not even have imagined that this is how things would pan out to me. Especially with how the scoreline was looking like in the first half, including at the start of the second half. Oh man. For Marcos Gaming, this is definitely a big sign of worry. Shox, he finds the opening pick. That was a big one. Marcos Gaming, they need to realize one thing, that they're fighting for their lifeline inside of the tournament. They might just need to take things a little bit more serious. There's a man on the opposite side of the smoke, and B2 and his teammates, they've got no clue of that. 3 players towards B, 2 towards A.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, and slowly and steadily, I guess the players of PB, they're starting to back away from this spot.
They made a lot of noise towards Banana. They've already posted up Dynamite there. He's going to try and hold that space. The other side now, we are seeing 3 people stacked towards the A. Park Boys have got a lot of map to explore, but they're still just trying to go in for a banana push. This is a 2v4.
No. Man implodes towards B. He gets caught. What just happened with him? I'm not exactly sure. He just made a brand towards the site. And now for the CTs, it's a date with Destiny. Because everyone just lines up to try to burst through the smoke. The smoke that we saw was really defensive from Marcos Gaming, but it actually worked out so phenomenally well for them.
Angelio got a skull cut though. Yeah, that was an off shot right onto the head without the scope in. But that was the only highlight reel for their side. Apart from that, Marcos Gaming just shutting them down entirely. And no one checked those close cubbies. That is exactly where the players normally stay put. You've got to check those corners. Park Boys, a major mistake now, and they're giving the momentum away. Marcos Gaming, they've got that 3 people towards the banana this time around.
Good Molotov. Oh, good looping. But yeah, exactly. Good smoke as well to help your teammate get out of that tricky spot. So he's safe for now. And once again, Marcos Gaming learning from their mistakes. This time, looking forward to just close it off in the first OT. So, they have got the momentum, and there's a chance PB can actually win as well. All they need is 2 rounds back-to-back to just steal the lead away and gain the lead themselves and be in their driver's seat of the game.
Shox, I was about to mention, he needs to be big, and he is. Towards the long, was able to find 1 pick on Dynamite. That is a big one.
Yeah. I mean, Shox is looking at the apartments. I'm not exactly sure. There was a man in pit, and he was trying to do the same thing as well. Shox should be able to catch 1 man off guard. There's 1 guy towards the arches. Yeah. He should be able to do something. Almost catches him. Misses that shot barely by a couple of inches. Shox, he's not going to be happy with what just happened in front of him. That was a free meal being served in front of him. And he unfortunately just could not claim it. And now it's a push towards B for all the 4 players. 4 to push together. There's a man shrouded in the smoke. He gains a lot of value as well for his team. And he also gets the 2nd kill through the smoke. That was big from B2.
Angelio again. I thought that maybe he'd be able to take a rifle up for himself, but that's just not what happened. Only having the pistol in the hand, not the best weaponry when you're being pushed upon from 2 different directions. Again, Marcos Gaming doing a phenomenal job. Does not matter if Shox could not connect the 2nd one. It's fine. He got the 1st one, but I love the reposition. He was playing long first, and then getting the 1st pick, quickly went in towards the shot. That should have been a 2K. It's totally fine. Banana control is the name of the game, and this time around seems to be a full form and push out there.
All the players just gunning it down. Everyone being super aggressive. A really good pop flash as well to help out the players on the side to activate themselves, and that's what's happening. 3 players in the front line still, and everyone's getting chipped up slowly and steadily, but even the site's now opened up completely.
Okay.
And what a good push that was from Bloody. Proactive flash towards CT. Bloody's found a lot of confirmation as well.
Shox.
Yop's gonna find the opener. And what was that shot with the deagle? And Shox, this just played out perfectly for him. He gets the first kill with the deagle, so the T thinks that he only has a deagle in his hands. That's what exactly happened, I think so. And then he went for the dry peek against the Yop. Shox, and an intentional play just working out that well for him. Oh my god. You can feel the pressure. Shox is definitely feeling that pressure. Look at him.
What were the last 2 players doing? What were they doing? Sharpshooter, you know there's an op posted up. You know Shox has been going in with those op plays. Why would you want to running peek on him? I mean, just dry peek if you want to. He might not hit that shot.
Yeah, at the heat of the moment, he thought that, okay, Shox has got the deagle in his hand, so that means he's probably going to go for the push with the pistol. But instead, Shox just switches on over towards the op, and he just holds that angle. Honestly, it wasn't an intentional play, but it actually just played out perfectly.
He's won. He's got some idea. This is, again, all these rounds are, again, make or break for the side of our boys, and that's the first pick. Good shooting. Shox following it up as well.
Oh my god, it damaged Bloody. 19 HP in the hand. And yeah, I mean, this should be a closure in my opinion, because they've already got big advantage off the bat. The second player is also quite softened up, so 2 bodies on the name for Marcos Gaming on the T side. That's a great start to have.
This, again, should be. They've got the advantage. It's 2-2 split. The numbers, and they still could find some information, because again they would not want to run in any kind of gamble.
I'm not sure what that flash was. He actually wanted to toss it on top of that roof so that the players towards Banana will be blinded, and they will sort of have some sort of fear in their mind that the CTs are aware, just through mind games. But unfortunately the flash messed up.
Good molly.
And now there's an op in the hands of Bloody. Bloody's holding too much of an off angle. He's out in the open at this point. And all it takes is one single AK. That's what exactly happens. Bloody, I understand that you've got confidence and you want to catch the players off guard, but you still get dry peek like that, and you do not have the HP to play an off angle anyways.
That's about it. Should be done and dusted. We fight. What's going to happen at all?
Oh, hold on. Lifeline can be restored.
Nah, I don't think so. Both the players are...
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not going to happen, of course, but it's just more about the hopium. And yeah, this man towards top spot as well. But hold on, he's quite low. They stand no chance, no ground. Because Marcos Gaming, they've got a clear-cut man advantage, and just like that, they'll also come out on top in the first map. They should not have went this close in the first place. Marcos Gaming were going for saving a lot of those rounds, which could have potentially worked out for them. And those saves just kept on giving the momentum away for the opponent players. But once again, you cannot really exactly blame those saves too, because it is much more of a wiser option than to go for those aggressive plays.
That is true. It was just that they were having some problem reading into where Park Boys would want to go in and peek. And yes, some words being exchanged. And it needs to be done, but nonetheless, they need to make sure that they're not getting very aggressive amongst themselves. You need the team play, you need the confidence, and you need to keep the positive environment. Even though Marcos Gaming, yeah, even they look pretty sad. On the
Just
other
walked
side,
away. He just walked away. Angelo, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, the IGL Dynamite, he had a lot of words to say to Angelo. One thing is for sure, all the rage was just dumped on top of him.
That's... I'll be brutally honest, Necro. That
I'll be
should
brutally
not
honest.
have been done.
I'll be brutally honest. Our production crew in the back lines is having a laugh, looking at all the drama that's currently going on in the booth.
They just want to be served up some spicy dishes, that's all. But
yeah,
if they're speaking normally, this just should not be the way how things are going. Yes, it's fine. You went into the overtime. It's fine to be a little bit mad, but you did not.
That was still a really good comeback in Mount.
I love the comeback, honestly. You
a little bit of mistakes here and there can definitely happen, so you can't spare it. It's okay as long as you're making the player realize that mistake. But if you're gonna rage at him and if you're gonna, be angry at that player, it's really gonna affect the mental in the upcoming game of the entire team, actually. So once again, in general for PB, the only thing they need to work on is keeping that calm and composed nature. I mean, you saw Freiburg. Of course, frustration is gonna be there. It's a competitive game. That's why you see pro tournaments. It is way too competitive. It is understandable, but with the way Freiburg has been able to keep himself calm and composed, it's a quality the players should learn from our region as well.
True. I totally agree with you on that point. And honestly, we were also saying Kenny is. Yes, he is also a pretty vocal guy. But at the end of the day, it's fine. I would still say this one game was a very solid one. We did see the Zeus pick. On the other side of the spectrum, though, I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in the next one, because it was a very solid game. We've been saying that time and time again, bringing it back from the brink when you were down in so many rounds early on, and then slowly, if I'm not wrong, it was what, a comeback from 12 and 6, maybe 12-7, 5 straight rounds, 6 straight rounds.
It's like you're so close.
So
tasting your food when you're super hungry, and then out of nowhere it just gets stolen away from you right in front of your eyes. That's what happened with Pack Boys. They were hungry for that victory, but then it just got stolen away in front of their faces. And look at Shocks, 27 kills with 16 deaths and 99 ADR. Shocks, his back's definitely going to be heavy, but then nothing taken away from Bobby, Elvis, and Ember too. Even these guys were able to put a lot of the numbers on the board.
And honestly, in this game, even V2 was popping off. You can't deny that fact. Yes.
Not popping off. 17.
It's
still
fine.
Okay. It's not the usual B2 we see. Remember, B2 had more than 50 kills in one game.
That is understandable. It's fine. But seeing how he was not having the best of the days today, I think so that this still is a very big leap. In terms of his own individual performance, it is absolutely fine. He's not being the one who stopped fragging, but at least he's not down in the bottom, because that's what's expected of him. He needs to be there in the top 2 at least.
Well, I mean, the only reason... I mean, still, if you speak of the overall frag numbers, he's still down in the bottom. The only reason why he's up there is because of his ADR.
Yeah, at least he's doing that damage.
And let me tell you, in our region, frags is something that matters the most.
You just shut me up there. I can't disagree with that.
It's a bitter truth, but it is the truth.
Fine. B2, I'm with you. You did a good job. Yes, there was a decent amount of damage.
I'm not saying he did a bad job. I'm not saying he did a bad job. It's just not the usual B2 that we see.
Yeah, that is true.
I know he can do much more better. I'm not exactly sure what's not working out for B2, because inside of the Super 6, it's not the usual B2 that we've seen in the group stage. That's all I'm saying. I know he can do much more better, and I just want to see him perform as well. Because imagine if every single piece of the puzzle is activated, it can be a complete one-sided game without a doubt. They can decimate even true Rippers.
They were doing that, yes, and they were exactly doing that. I love to see how this happens. But at the end of the day, it's all just speculation, right? If we want to see a good performance from the B2 and all the rest of the Marcos Gaming a dominating one, we'll just have to wait after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that break. And yeah, I mean, what was supposed to be a one-sided game, out of nowhere, something happened in PKB, and they just made a massive comeback. And then once again, they just lost the game. So, as I mentioned, all of that for nothing.
And this is what is the toughest position to be in, right? You are losing quite heavily. You're being dominated in the match. You bring it back, take it into overtime, and then not able to win even a single round in the OT. I think Marcos Gaming definitely were comfortable, but you and I, we've been following these Indian teams for a long time, and we follow a lot of their matches. And this is something that is very common, that when the teams from India have a very massive advantage to work with, a massive lead inside of the game, for some reason they end up throwing the game.
It's been a meta.
Yeah.
It's really been a meta. And not just this time in the Super 6, it's also been going on since
the group stages, yeah.
And not just in this tournament. I've also seen the same thing happen in the previous couple of tournaments that we've been there. So, yeah, I mean, it's been the meta for the South Asian teams for some reason, but...
Hey, we love a close game, right?
Yeah, we do. We wanted to see a competitive game. That's what Shai Shanu was saying as well. He wanted to see a competitive game. They did make it quite competitive, but just unfortunately, we're not able to close it off. But now, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Ancient.
Yes.
And that's where things might just be a little bit more riled up. I am expecting it to be a complete one-sided stomp, though.
For who? Marcos Gaming?
From any one of those, but it will be one-sided. I don't think so. It's going to meet in the middle ground. That's what I think.
I think it can happen. It can swing one way or the other for one of these teams. But I believe Park Boys, every single time this team has had their back against the wall, they have been cornered. They bounce back quite nicely. And again, they find themselves in the same position, facing elimination, just one step away from a slot in the finals. Now, this has been their deadliest moment in the tournament yet. We saw them eliminate a big name earlier on in the day as well, and it is going to be interesting to see if they can do the same to Marcos Gaming. Although I think side select will also matter a little bit.
A little bit. If you start things off in CT, definitely can give you the advantage. But once again, it's the map of Ancient, though. In my opinion, Ancient is one of the most balanced maps that's out there.
Yeah.
Because you've got a lot of angles to abuse, even if you're as the T, even if you want to enter on towards the site, you have so many angles that you can enter from. And if you've got the perfect team to back you up with the flashes and the utilities, even better.
that is the main problem.
Yeah.
Having the perfect team. No one has a perfect team right now. We have the veterans who are bringing in that X factor. In the last game, Shocks was so phenomenal. And from the side of Park Boys, I mean, Inferno. Man, Freiburg on Inferno. We saw the Zeus in action. Why was I not there for the match?
Yeah. I mean, we did not really see a lot of banana action, though. Just once. That's it.
No, on the CT side, he was getting shut down quite a lot. But we saw a lot of aggression from him on banana. Didn't get the lockdown, though.
Yeah, didn't get the highlight clips, though, that we expected. But it's okay. I think so we just had too much of high expectations.
True.
And Freiburg himself mentioned that he's not really that big of a fan of
the new Inferno.
Yeah, in CS2. So maybe just needs a little bit more time to get used to. But Ember towards Donut. Then you've also got Pavi on the site. Lord, I'm not a big fan of Pavi's position because he's going to get shot from all the different angles. The T's, they flip towards the site. Oh my god, what was that shot?
But Freiburg brings it back for his team, and this is important as well. Now it's him and Angel, the dynamic duo. Angel, the first one to fall. Freiburg all alone in this post plot. Should be able to get at least one kill of the man hiding in Sunroom, but dealing with Ember first. Elvis the last man, bringing it down to a 1v1. So 3K has been secured already. And Elvis, he's sticking the defuse. It's not Freiburg's plant, but still moves in. Elvis.
Oh my god.
Now
just stared at him for a second. And he was like, yeah, you thought I'm going to let you get away with that defuse.
I think he was deciding whether to knife him or just shoot him in the back of the head.
No, we all do that, though. Let's be honest. If we find someone just sticking that defuse like that, we all first look at him for like at least a second and then we shoot. Because we know there's no way, there's no chance he's going to actually turn around and kill us. And if that does happen, it will be one of the most
You still have the gun out and aimed it at his face.
Yeah, we still do.
I think
we've seen a lot of those bad moments happen as well, where someone thinks that, okay, they can kill him, but then no.
You know, it could have happened because I thought Elvis was going to stick the defuse the first time, and Freiburg also went with that aggressive peek in first alley. And Elvis did leave the defuse step out, but interesting start to this round. A pistol headshot connecting, and it does give the advantage to Park Boys for a few seconds, but it's taken back. Four more players drop.
It's equal round, so of course it will be a complete stomp. But once again, that moment really reminded me of a scenario in one of the that I was witnessing, you know, that I was spectating. And a player was going for the defuse, of course. It was a 1v1 scenario, and he was going for the stick. He had the kit. First, he went for the fake tap. Then he went for the defuse once again. But what he did was he completely turned his mouse down so that his head was not easily shootable. And you know, in CS, it's really hard to shoot the head from the back if a player's crouching down and looking down.
Yeah, looking down.
And what he did was he was just rotating his mouse.
Yeah, that's what.
So
normally you would switch. I mean, I used to do this. So on my mouse, there's like 2 different DPI settings. You switch to a higher DPI, and then you just start spinning.
Yeah, and if you have high sensitivity in general, that can help you. Hiko, in my opinion, I think so. It's Hiko who's got the highest sense, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
it's been a while since I've like properly set up my game.
Yeah, I think so. It's Hiko who's got the highest sense, from what I remember. But maybe the upcoming new players that we are seeing from the NA and EU region, maybe they can have the high sense as well. Maybe over here too, anyone can have the high sense.
This is a new thing with younger players now, playing with a high sense.
It's not a new thing, Johnny. I just feel like high sense can really help you with the reflexes.
I don't know.
If you find the precision, though.
See, earlier on, there used to be like all of the hype was about having those low EDPIs. But anyways, we were getting into a totally different spectrum of the game.
I mean, this in itself can tell how big of a fan we are of CS. But look at the way with how things have been started off. Unfortunately, there was a push through Capes, but the man still gets caught. A 2v2 in the front, and Marcos Gaming. Things are now equaled out. PB, for them, this map matters a lot. They've got 2 rounds so far, and they do not want to lose this one as well. If they do win this one, it will be such a big momentum gain.
All right. This is going to be intense. Elvis and B2 versus Dynamite and Bloody. Bloody, he has a lot of control on mid. We'll see the play pushing Donut. Should be an easy kill, and the kill on B2 also secured by Dynamite. It was a good setup. They simply, I believe, wanted to move from mid, Donut, go plant the C4 on A. But luckily for them, the CTs just walked towards them. Easy kill secured, easy frags on the board. And Marcos Gaming, this is where trouble begins. On the CT side, you don't have the start that you want. You're already down 3 rounds, and you're about to lose the 4th round as well because you don't have any money.
Interesting. And for PB, this is the exact dream start they wanted.
Yeah.
Might just be a start and stomp. Now, once again, this round will be stomped on. That's for sure. Marcos Gaming, I highly doubt they stand a chance. They're probably trying to set up a trap. They're trying to go for a pinch. The man tried to explore mid. He loses that valuable gun. It might sting them in the back later on, but they've also found themselves to go along the side. That's even better. First shot missed from the CT. Move back off towards Donut. Can't do a lot, but Freiburg towards an off angle, gets shut down. The T's are getting mowed down now. Marcos Gaming, once again, lifeline restored in this round, and a chance to bounce back.
They have the opportunity to cover a few more weapons. All they have to do is gain control of Cave, and here it is. Ember is going to be picked off, but a lot of pressure on Bloody. It's a 1v3 in front of him, where the CTEs have an M4 recovered. The nade should be good enough to deny the defuse for the next few seconds. Well, oh, the C4 has not been planted yet. It's Bloody with the C4 and can't even get the plant down. I thought they had it. What?
Oh my god, eco round 1, Johnny, and we know.
Yeah, big blunder from PB.
As the legends like to call these rounds, the stupid rounds. And that's what they've won.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they just pushed up mid, found an easy kill on Dynamite. As you mentioned, they were setting up a trap for anyone peeking connector. And Dynamite just fell into that trap voluntarily. He lobbed that nade, which cleared the smoke and gave the line of fire to the players of Marcos Gaming. And the M4.
Already an off the hands of Shocks. You know, this is not a good sign. Angelo from the opposite. PB for them. I don't know what the adjustment's going to look like now.
The molly does quite a lot.
It does, but the man still squeezed through and he gets caught. The Molotov separated that push from the entry fragger. And unfortunately, now that the entry's out, all they can do is take their own time, and the ops now going to start to find the activate. And yeah, just like that, it's a full stop. It's a mow down.
Yeah, a shutdown on the momentum of Park Boys. An impressive one as well. Huge props to Elvis. As you mentioned, that Molotov just cutting off the entry from the rest of the team. There was no follow-up for that individual. Easy kill secured by Elvis, and the follow-up from Shox and Bhavi on site. It was very impressive. Park Boys, there wasn't a lot they could do. As soon as they started peeking A halls, looking to enter main, the first man went down to the op. The rest decide to follow up, use their speed to dodge the op one way or the other, get on site, but even that wasn't possible with Bhavi holding CT and Elvis close right. And there's the cleanup dynamite. Only good for one, gets shut down instantly. 2 to 3. Marcos Gaming, the comeback is real. They will be able to get a third one on the board, considering Park Boys do not have a lot more money. And again, I mean, it is what we've been witnessing from both these teams in the series that they played today from Park Boys, and yesterday what we witnessed from Marcos Gaming as well. The start might not look as strong as you would want it, but quick adaptations and quick recovery is how they've been surviving in this tournament so far.
Pretty much. But for PB, playing against Marcos Gaming has definitely been a big challenge.
8 damage on that play.
They did. Even for them, this take's not going to work out.
Yeah.
They're way too softened up, and they actually go towards the right. Yeah, it's a complete fail. It's a complete flop. But I get somewhere down line. They also knew this was coming. They just wanted to end this round quickly, end the misery quickly. So now they can have better weaponries in their hands, and now they can take that slow, tactical, or methodical approach. Call it whatever you guys want to call.
I mean, a situation like that, ideally you are aiming for like 2 to 3 kills. If you can get it, you buy some form of damaging utility. In the previous one, PB, they walked in with a smoke and a flash, I believe. Smoke to cover up the Molotov, and then they wanted to push in, but that nade. First of all, they took that extra bit of damage from the molly because the smoke was a little bit delayed. And then the nade that followed up already had the players extremely low. So just a few shots to the body were enough to pick off the players from the side of PB. And it was a pistol round for them, so not a lot of hope anyway. But this time a lot of mid-control handed over to PB. But that was just a bait. Marcos Gaming kicking things off. The first kill secured. There's a second for Ember. Complete cat control denied.
How are they getting pushed on like that? They're getting disrespected at this point. Good Molotov. It's going to force the player out. Shox as well holding Donut. So, once again, the round started and it's almost over for PB. The only reason so is because MG, they were pushing out of the comfort zone and getting those kills secured.
Yeah.
And yeah, last 2 men alive, the only thing they can do is just go for the save, but there's still a minute on the clock. And I'm sure Marcos Gaming will try to abuse that time. They will try to at least be a little bit more pain in the foot for PB.
Dynamite. And all that remaining Dynamite finds one.
Yeah.
The close right on B ramp. Still left, finds the last player lurking outside B. 4 to 3. Marcos Gaming, a brilliant way to bring themselves back, at least in the first half. But is this enough?
Is this enough? Good question.
What do you think?
No.
Need at least, I would say 3 more.
They need at least 5 more. Because on the second half, there will definitely be a comeback potential from PB.
Yeah, but I mean, Ember has been quite phenomenal with his late round lurking. And Shox quite clearly kills, but Bhavi, oh, Molly and a nade, the combo lines up. 3 easy frags. Park Boys, nothing they can do about it, especially with just 1 Tech 9 on the entire team.
Okay. I mean, Shox is low. He calls for the backup instantly, though, so yeah, he's good.
It was the last man. Look at that, Freiburg with the deagle. Even he can be scary. And plus, Shox's HP isn't really there, so I think he just doesn't want to lose the op.
2 HP. Oh! Okay, I thought he actually killed him through the smoke, but he jumped on top of that thing and he just got him killed.
I think he saw just a few pixels, maybe.
Yeah. Especially these new smokes, they really do open up a lot of the potential, or they make it sort of easy to disrespect them, if that makes sense. So you can't find these weird angles around the corners. The best way to abuse these smokes is around the corners, let's be honest.
True. I mean,
you remember when we saw these smokes for the first time, a strategy popped up in my mind.
One of the most clear examples of what you're saying is the nest smoke on Mirage.
Yeah. You can just jump on top of that barricade that's on the left.
Yeah, now there's a different gap Earlier it was a different one.
Yep. So once again, I mean, I had a strategy popped up in my mind, right? Especially towards the nest of Mirage, is that you get one man dedicated with the shotgun, which will keep on shooting at the smoke, and then another guy with the op. And then the guy with the op will look through the holes of the shotgun because the shotgun pellets are going to spread wide. So there will be a big hole through the smoke.
Yeah, but there are a couple of problems with that strategy.
I know, but it's just, you know, my brain. I know.
See,
sort of it can work.
It can work in low elo.
Yeah, it can.
Low ranks, it can work.
Yeah, in a normal public game, it definitely can work. But for now, towards the mid, it's a full stop. It's a complete full stop. You just can't do it. You just cannot abuse a lot of angles against MG. But at least the equalizer's found. Once again, it's taken back. A 2v2 in the making.
Oh, that is
but
big.
the T's, they come out on top. It is big, but the two players are way too low, Johnny. One single bullet for them, and they're done for.
Yeah, but they have priority weapons. And Bhavi's rotation is actually also phenomenal. He will hear all of this commotion heading towards this A side. If the timing is also perfect, maybe he can catch both of these individuals off guard. But Bhavi, look at him. He's trying to breach A halls from the rear.
Big.
Respawn.
Bhavi's also running, so that means he might just find the perfect timing on the opper.
Now he started to walk.
The biggest threat is going to be the
Oh!
opper! And as I mentioned, they both are low, but he still connects the headshot whatsoever, so it's okay.
Sharpshooter just walked into that spray. He just walked into that spray. My goodness, Bhavi. Incredible.
Indeed. I mean, it's crazy, the fact that we have so many voices in our head, too.
What?
I'm speaking about the production crew.
Hey, man, you're scaring.
I'm speaking about the production crew, man.
Oh.
I feel like we should interview them. I feel like we should interview them once. They should be over here now, don't you think? Once at least.
I've been asking them.
And we should ask them what are their thoughts, because somewhere down the line, even one of them used to be the ex-pro.
Yeah, so here's a little bit of backstory why we keep mentioning our producer. Actually, very talented CS player at one point.
At one point, not anymore.
Yeah, because all of us stopped playing. It's been years.
I'm not sure if our producer is going to be taking that as an offense.
I'm pretty sure someone's waiting for you with an AK in the back.
Okay, well, he's definitely waiting. Peeks out in the op crosser, stares death in its eyes, and he still conquers it.
What?
Yeah, 3v2 incoming. And somehow Marcos Gaming, they pull things back in their court out of death's grip. I mean, that op duel lost, but oh my god, was that a good shot.
Yeah. A lot of scrappy fights in this round, but Marcos Gaming still bringing it back. The Molotov should be enough to prep Dynamite, and the flash to follow up. They gave him no hope.
Can I just say something? This round, it was slow, but everyone just relied on their mechanics.
Yeah.
Everyone was just going for the aim duels.
But they also whiffed quite a lot.
They did. But Marcos Gaming, they hit a lot of shots.
Especially, no, in mid, things got extremely awkward when they were trying to pick off that player in connector.
Hey, look, no one really questions the winner.
I think they should. Sometimes it should happen.
It should, I guess. And for now, once again, how things were. Oh my god, a meltdown. A meltdown.
Yeah.
Absolute meltdown. And now Ember 2 towards the dig. But he's going to catch two players. Almost two players. Another man's quite softened up. Last one, he does not stand a lot of chance. Three players from Marcos Gaming. A miraculous play is the only play that can actually save the day for him.
They've done so much damage to Freiburg, and it was just Bhavi who saw him. The Molotov burning at him, the nade to dish out an extra bit of damage. But still, Freiburg figuring out how to get the C4 planted. Here's the B-Hops in the back. He's looking to take the fight aggressively towards B-Ramp. If he wins this, brings it down to 1-1. Maybe they can win, but no. A quick flash and a peek from Elvis. The Dance of Death is a successful one.
Yeah. Marcos Gaming just fair and square winning these duels. Okay, I thought this is probably going to be a three-mapper series, but Marcos Gaming, they're just running away with the lead
Hey,
now.
but you said it was important for them to at least get 6 more on the board. Well, it looks like we are heading for a 9-3 swap.
We probably are. But if 8-4, PB can have a little bit more of that comfort zone.
Yeah. It's desperation for this last round. And they have decent money to force out a decent buy as well.
Yeah, no, the previous round was an eco, so yeah, now they have full buys. They're not suffering on anything. They've got good utilities, armor, and AKs, and also an op. So it's all looking good when it comes to the buys, but it all will actually come down to how this round plays off.
Sharks up close towards A main, and Freiburg leading the charge. Take control and get that site for his team. Will definitely need a good off flash and fall-up utility, but Freiburg is going to be the first man to fall. Sharks connecting that shot. Ember with a preemptive Molotov towards B-Ram denies any access to the T's and finds an opening kill for his team as well on the other part of the map. So much control to Elvis. Look at the radar. Everywhere you see, it's just CTs, and the T's themselves are just pinned on that A site.
Yeah, PB are now just getting snuffed out. And once again, bloody for him.
Can't do much, even he's cut off from his teammate.
That is true, he is. And especially with how things were. Like, you see Pavi as well now. He's looking quite good. He's got that advanced positioning too. Bloody Summer down line. He has the hope, but Marcos Gaming, they just know that they're going to close it up. And once again, Summer down line, Marcos Gaming.
Shocks. Look at how happy he is.
Summer downline, I think, so that Marcos Gaming also knew that they can easily stomp the opponents, because the first map, the only reason why they were not able to sort of get things done is because they were pulling back from those majority of those rounds. They were going for the wise option. They were going for the save.
This time around, things completely in control of Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, we're seeing them much more proactive, aggressive.
I like how animated Shocks gets whenever he is explaining or breaking down important rounds for the players. We haven't noticed him taking complete control of the entire game or the entire rounds. It's just points where he feels, alright, this can either make or break the entire matchup. This time, Connector and Cat, the crossfire was good, and the T's find 3 kills off of that. Mid control as well. 4v2. Have the numbers in favor. Bloody might be in a position to slow things down. Not anymore.
Exactly. Elvis, oh my god, he's found a big lurk. And he catches the man too. Well, that's done. Marcos Gaming, they also sealed the deal on the pistol round. Yeah, now PB, they're just being proven unparalleled on Ancient. I thought PB do stand a chance, but no, instead, Marcos Gaming, they proved that they're miles better than PB.
Oh man. First Inferno, now Ancient. And again, an important round for PB. They've decided to go for a full eco. Marcos Gaming. C4 left at base. I believe maybe a slow patient back towards B. Maybe through mid if they find a pick, but Elvis, he feels the threat. He feels the aggression from the side of Park Boys, and considering it's an eco, that was the only way they could have found the opening frag, recovered a weapon. But all of that information in the hands of Marcos Gaming means they are going to go for a commit on the A side. Finally, the CTs have rotated, but it's a little too late. Side given away already. And the round as well.
Oh, I just feel bad for PB. It's their hopes and dreams just getting shattered, and Marcos Gaming just walking on top of those.
Yeah.
Stomping them one-sided. For PB, man, they had so many dreams, right? I mean, as a professional player, you always would want to reach to a grand final stage at least in the tournament.
I mean, that is what you dream about, right? Every time you're playing, you're not even just reaching the grand finals. You think about winning straight away.
Yeah, PB's going to be thinking they tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
It wasn't just about them. The only team from Pakistan still in this tournament.
Yep. Good point. And not just that, it's also a team that's qualified in from the open qualifier.
Yeah, it's a fresh set of players.
Exactly, another thing to add on. So, oh my god, no! Awkward moments.
Yeah.
They're right next to each other. They both said hi to
That was a very unfriendly hi, and Elvis, why you shoot my brother in the back?
I mean, oh man. He literally just saw the gun barrel right next to him, and Shox, you try to turn around, but it just doesn't work out. Yeah, PB, I mean, that save does come through maybe another OT once again, the same fashion that we saw from the previous game.
I don't think so. This is ancient.
That is true, but it's also CT side for PB.
Yeah, but, I mean... Oh, yeah, I think that... Oh, yeah, I think you still can do some crazy shenanigans. Just pop flash and run up B ramp. With a few smokes covering up back and sunroom, maybe stuff like that can get you the C4 planted. Because they don't need much at this point, they just need 2 rounds. And look at this, very comfortably, they were down in numbers and yet they take control of the B side. Dynamite is still...
Okay.
Oh! Ouch! That hurt me, man. That was so quick.
Okay, they're just getting proven unparalleled. Like, even when it comes to the mechanical aspect of the game.
Mavi's on 22 kills already.
Yeah, everything's just falling into pieces for PB. And for Marcos Gaming, everything is falling in the right way. Angelo, last man, he's still going to go for the save. It's crazy the fact that they do have the hope to actually make a massive comeback all the way from 3 to 12. Angelo's op needs to go huge then. It needs to sing the song of death. Shox getting hunted down this op. If it gets taken down, that's going to be the last hope.
Oh, no. Stop it!
Be knifed.
Elvis!
Hey, this op's hunted down. There's no way.
Yeah. Elvis, my God, man. Stop!
Cruel, man. Cruel, cruel, man.
This is the same person who was, like, extremely shy a couple of days. He's so nervous to be on stage. Now look at him. A few days with Shox and the man's opened up. Like smiling every round, trying to knife people.
Love to see it, don't you?
Yeah, the new Elvis.
One thing is for sure, Marcos Gaming, even if they do not really end up winning this tournament, they will still have smiles on their faces, and they would remember this was one of the best moments they would have ever had.
You know what? I think they might actually win it.
They might. I mean,
they're looking very strong.
They indeed are, but we just saw a matchup against True Rippers. Yeah, it was super close, but they came out on top. And I'm pretty sure Kenny is going to have some wise words.
Of course. Shox as well, because that was the first time in the series in the last 3 days we've noticed him have a little bit of pressure on his face. And I think after they are done with this matchup, Marcos Gaming are going to go back, prepare for the finals. And I guess it is time to start the preparations, because 13-3 is the score on Ancient. Not a lot happening in the last round. They get easy A main access, move in towards the side. The last players were trying to force a retake from CT spawn, but yeah, it wasn't really going to happen. Complete control for Marcos Gaming and an easy 2-0 on the board.
Marcos Gaming, yeah, a 2-0 on the board. I personally thought we might just see a 3-mapper because PB, they seem really impressive. And yeah, in the end, I mean, Freiburg knows that the game's done. I think somewhere down line, Freiburg's, he's definitely telling the players something. But as I mentioned, the way these players do tend to keep themselves calm and composed, or at least Olaf Meister and Freiburg and Guardian.
Ember
really
just wants
you guys need to learn from.
Ember's in a hurry and Shox is like, now we gotta wait. Let's let them also have their conversations done, and once they come out, it's when we can read them.
Shox, a big smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we get our second grand finalists for the Super 6.
Oh boy, it is the clash of the titans that we wanted. Marcos Gaming up against True Rippers. A rematch that Shox is also going to be excited about. He gets to go up against Kenny S and Marcos Gaming as well. I think for them, it is important that they beat True Rippers and establish themselves as the best CS team in India.
Once again, a chance for Shox to prove Kenny is wrong and get his revenge. Because for these guys, they go all the way back.
Yeah.
It's all about friendly banter. It's all about having fun.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be on the receiving end of that phone call that we just talked about.
Oh yeah, true. But I mean, again, as we keep talking about these two legends on either sides, I mean, we have to talk about the teams themselves. Because True Rippers, I mean, coming into this tournament at the start of the draft, looked like the best team to win it all. Marcos Gaming, they were the underdogs at the start of the group stage. But now, after the series, after beating Park Boys, Marcos Gaming, they it looks like they have an equal opportunity. The odds are evened out, and in this series was the real test, because Park Boys, they have improved so much in the last 2 days on this map specifically. Inferno, I assumed was going to be a problem. Freiburg been there, but they shut it down. Ancient, going into the map, I thought, all right, maybe Park Boys can grab this and take us to the decider. No, a one-sided affair.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually also wanted to see Guardian for a little bit more longer.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I want to see all of them more.
Yeah, I mean...
You know what I want to see? The legends on one side, and then we have the top performance from every single team on the other.
That is actually not a bad idea. A show match before the grand final start? That's a really good idea. Production team, keep that in mind. Maybe if
You
guys
and
can
I
join.
call this tracks.
Exactly. No,
we coach the team.
Okay, no, that would be just a content fest at that point.
But
yeah.
anyways, I mean, an exciting series. I mean, forced on Nico in the last round, and that wasn't the first time it has happened to Park Boys. Yesterday, in fact, they were able to bring themselves back, but today wasn't going to be as lucky. Of course, and we have Bhavi, the top performer from the side of Marcos, getting 24 kills and only 8 deaths.
Wow. I mean, with how the scoreboard is, unfortunately for PB, I'm not gonna lie, this is not the outcome I expected at all. I expected PB to at least give a really tight maps to the side of Marcos Gaming. Yeah, the first one was a really tight game, but then the second one, 13-3. That's a complete one-sided stomp from Marcos Gaming.
I mean, exactly, and I mean, the map we expected them to face a challenge on was Ancient and Mirage, because those are two maps that Marcos Gaming and, in fact, Park Boys have also gotten quite comfortable on. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The MVP is Bhavi, the IGL himself, with 103 ADR, 1.84 kill-to-death ratio, and average kills per map, 23. He was on fire today. But also, I mean, this was redemption, because for the last 2 days, Bhavi has taken a little bit of a backstep. Day number 1, it was, I believe, B2 who was popping off. Day 2, it was Elvis who made an impressive comeback, an impressive performance on day number 2 from Elvis. And today, it was Bhavi. Maybe
Indeed
tomorrow we get to see Ember pop off.
Maybe. I mean, I just want to see the entire team pop off, not just of Marcos Gaming, even True Rippers. I want to see every single player at the top of their form, feeling themselves. I want to see a super close BO5. And as I mentioned, yes, the grand finals will be a BO5, ladies and gentlemen. It will be an interesting affair. And yes, make sure to tune in tomorrow.
It's going to be exciting for sure. And I think, as you mentioned, everyone from the side of Marcos Gaming will need to step up for sure, because True Rippers, we saw the fact that Rossi was added to the lineup, even Kenny has mentioned this during the interview, does bring that extra bit of composure during those overheat moments to the team. Now, instead of just being Kenny or just default trying to manage the team's emotion, Rossi, a man with a lot more experience, is there, who is able to help out the team stay calm and composed, and then Kenny and Defaulter together in tandem, just like it was working out with Dynamite and Freiburg as well, that back and forth between the IGL and the Legend on the lineup, helping the team get this far in the tournament. That's been happening with Defaulter and Kenny as well, but I mean, you never know, maybe considering it is the finals, you want to allow the players a little bit more freedom to perform to the best of their abilities. I mean, a lot of questions, right? Where do we get the answers, Necro?
I think so in the interview, right?
Yeah. Should we?
I think so, yeah. We should just call Bhavi on board. Bhavi, welcome over here, man. And of course, your experience, I can tell it's been phenomenal so far. But in general, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, you know. I'm glad that we closed this game 0-2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had quite a rough start, I'm not going to lie, against True Rippers. That was a super close series.
Yeah.
What was exactly going on there, though? It did feel like all of you guys were being really vocal.
Yeah, I think on City side Inferno, we choked a little bit. I think we got tired because we just played the last best of 3 game. So I think that shows in Inferno. But, you know, after we won Inferno, Shocks come and told us that we need to reset. This is how better teams play, and we can't just, you know, after losing a round, stay silent, and we need to speak up and solve our problems. So that's what we did on each turn.
Bhavi, one difference we have noticed with your team and Shocks and the other lineups is the fact there's a lot of fun and laughs with you guys. Every time the situation gets intense, you guys get serious, but then there's a lot of laughter around. So I want to know from you, being the IGL, what has your experience been playing the last few days with a legend like Shocks?
Yeah, I think Shocks is amazing. Like, his game knowledge is on a different level. Every day I learn something new from him, and everyone knows he's a funny guy. So the environment in the team is always stays good. Doesn't matter if we are winning or losing. So yeah, it's because of him.
And again, I mean, tomorrow is a rematch against your main rivals. How are you feeling about that? And is there any message you would like to send across to True Rippers?
I think we are feeling confident. We should have beat them today, but yeah, I think we are coming for a revenge tomorrow. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was a super close game anyways. But Bobby, thank you so much for joining alongside with us for this interview. It really means a lot. And of course, best of luck for the grand finals.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to have you.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Bobby for us. And definitely, he did mention that in the first map of Inferno, things did sort of go down a little bit. But then later on, they were able to catch the pace once again.
Yeah, I mean, it was intense as well today. The day for both these teams, be it Park Boys, be it Marcos Gaming, multiple matches in the same day, and Marcos Gaming as well. I think their mind was a little bit more set on the first game itself, True Rippers, because this matchup, they had to wait and watch who would come up. Was it going to be Park Boys? What is going to be Wawa? You can't really prepare for a situation like this. From the side of Park Boys, I think the journey itself started off on the back foot. We remember day number 1. Taking that exciting series away, but still the journey from the group stages did put them as the underdogs coming into the Super 6. But Park Boys, I mean, they have definitely proved to be a very strong team, and I would love to watch a lot more for them in the future.
Exactly. But Johnny, you know what? We're just not done with that one single interview. We've got another interview lined up. And with the man, the myth, the legend, Freiberg himself. Unfortunately, his team got eliminated, but it's completely fine. Freiberg, welcome on board, my friend. It's been a rough day so far today, but in general, I hope that you had a lot of fun.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think it's not only been a rough day. I think we played great earlier today against Olaf's team, Wawa, and I think I'm super happy like with the progress that my team did here. With only like a few days of getting to know them and like practice.
Yeah.
Like from first game, we got absolutely like stomped by these guys, like the Marcos Gaming, and now we were close. Like we pushed them to overtime on Inferno. Sure, Ancient didn't really go our way, but I'm super happy and satisfied with what we did here with the Pack Boys.
Freiberg, first of all, I know the map didn't go your way, but thank you so much for picking Inferno. You guys made a lot of us very happy with that map pick. But tell us a little bit about the comeback that happened later on in the second half of that map.
No, I think we basically said like let's try to do some more stuff together. Like it felt like we were getting picked off a lot, but we started to do that, and we at least we pushed it to overtime. I think it was like 12-8 or 12-7 to them. So it was a good comeback. We got a few rounds in a row. Overtime didn't really go our way either. But like I said, like if I look back to the first game we played to now, I think the Pack Boys have done a huge progress, and they ended up as the best Pakistani team here, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm super happy. I'm super happy. Of course, you always want to win, right? I'm here to win. Yeah. But when who was his name? Bati, the guy from Marcos Gaming, he destroyed us today on Ancient. Oh my God, he was hitting. He's just Bobby. He was just running around. Whew. Yeah, so that happens, right? It happens even in Tier 1 CS.
Yeah, I mean, the best part is that the team that you had qualified in from the open qualifiers, and not a lot of people were actually rooting for that team. And still, now that they're able to be as one of the best teams that Pakistan region has to offer, of course, it's a proud moment for the entire Pakistan region. But one more, we also saw a little bit of a heated moment at the end of the Inferno map. What was exactly going on there? Because Dynamite, we saw him exchange a couple of words with Angelo.
No, I think it's just a misunderstanding or like mistakes. I think I talked to the other guys, the other legends here as well, and it feels like in Europe, I think maybe it's a different culture thing, because I think in Europe we are a bit more calm. We don't really like raise our tone, but people are. It's getting heated, so I think that's one of the tips which I said as well. Like especially during a game or like even between maps, try to don't yell at each other or be too loud. Just be like, okay guys, so if this happens for next map, let's just do this and this and this. We take it a bit more chill, and if you want to have the discussion after the game, you can do it, but not between maps and stuff. So I've seen that from both the Pakistani and the Indian teams here.
Yeah, before we end the interview, Freiberg, do you have any choice words for the young and upcoming pro players from this region?
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of talent. Like, I've been headshotted instant so much here these past few days, so keep it up. I think CS2, when the partnership league will end last year with Blast and ESL, which means that it's open for everyone. Remember that everyone has to start somewhere. You've seen the Brazilian scene, for example, how they came and dominated the scene back in 2016-17. So it's definitely possible. These guys are super talented and they have so much like will to be a pro. So just keep the dream alive, and dreams do come true.
Yeah,
so good luck, everyone.
I mean, Freiberg, thank you so much for those choice words. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview as well. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
wow.
Dreams do come true. I mean, our dream was to just chat with these legends, and our dreams became a reality.
I mean,
all thanks to the draft.
I mean, a lot of people have said that I've fanboyed around too much, but you cannot blame me. These guys are like my childhood heroes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, see, just a few years ago, I also never imagined being on the same broadcast as Olaf Meister, Guardian, Freiberg, Shox, and all these guys. I mean, didn't even imagine I would ever get the opportunity to speak to Kenny, yes, but hey, last 3 days have been amazing.
You can't blame me, okay? You guys are much more older than me. You guys are better at controlling your emotions. Maybe I might not be, but hey, I will fanboy around.
You're just too young. And I think it's the same thing that Freiberg as well says. In the heat of the moment, you got to keep your emotions in check.
Yeah, that's what I was repeating over and over again as well, because that Freiberg, Guardian, Shox, these guys are just so calm and relaxed.
Yeah, Shox is only calm in the heat of the moment when the game is comfortably in control. He is having fun. I was watching the player cams during the game of Inferno, and as soon as the overtime came and they won back-to-back 2 rounds, I think Shox also knew that, all right, we would be able to close out this map. He was giving very specific call-outs. I see Elvis sitting on his right side just having a blast, laughing, and I don't think I think Elvis forgot that there was a match going on at that point.
He just felt like it was probably a 5v5 scrim going on.
Yeah, he's
sitting at his home and having a great time.
Of course, but I think that brings us to an end of the second last day, the penultimate day of the draft. Tomorrow is going to be the finals, which is going to be an exciting state of affairs, ladies and gentlemen. Marcos Gaming and True Rippers all set to face off against each other. But that is going to happen tomorrow. We're going to be back again with the finals. Until then, you guys take care. Good night.